Yeah.
Yeah, that's Smokey, all right. He likes it when people help prevent wildfires. It hits him close to home. Not everybody gets the hug, my friend. So that's pretty special to get a hug from Smokey Bear.
So it was him. Hey, guys, I told you it was Smokey.
Okay, well, congratulations, my friend. And thanks for calling. There are many ways to prevent a wildfire. Learn how you can do your part at SmokeyBear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Sponsored by the U.S. Forest Service, Ad Council, and your state forester.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. Waking up every day, lifting him from the bed to the wheelchair to the car to get him to therapy on time, it's no small task between the doctors and the diagnosis, but nothing can disable this love. This is my big brother, my hero. He's part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. See, there's no time for tired. This starts again tomorrow. He'll be waiting for me. I wake up for him. I know he needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community, or call 877-333-5885. Caregiving Resource Center. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are true and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do. Oh, tell the world I see. With an emoji to stop the bullies.
Know someone who's being bullied online? Send the witness emoji. It looks like an eye in a speech bubble, and it's in the symbol section near the clocks in your phone. You'll let the world know it isn't cool, and you'll let your friend know you care. Learn more about the witness emoji at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard. So you don't need to mooch off your friends.
You gonna finish that grape?
You mean the one in my mouth?
You don't need to stop buying the necessities.
What you're smelling is a natural musk.
Ew.
You don't need to be a medical test subject.
How do you feel?
Mostly okay. Sometimes, though.
You don't need to get a second job as a stuntman.
Let's break for lunch.
You just need an internet connection. Don't get left behind. Start your personal savings plan with the tips and tools on feedthepig.org. That way, you don't need to sell your soul to the devil.
All right, deal.
Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
The Kansas City Chiefs, with their playoff chances on the line, came back down 11 points in the fourth to defeat the Indianapolis Colts 24-21 in an overtime thriller on Sunday. Kicker Harrison Butker tied the game with time expiring in regulation and then won it in overtime with under 2 minutes to go to put the Chiefs back into the mix in a crowded AFC playoff picture as the season heads into the final stretch run with Thanksgiving football only days away. Shedeur Sanders and the Cleveland Browns were victorious against the lowly Las Vegas Raiders 24-10, giving Sanders his first NFL victory in his first start. While the statistics may pass the smell test on the surface, advanced stats say Sanders was mediocre at best, with negative EPA per dropback in the win. Is this just more hate towards the enigmatic first-year quarterback, or is the analytical community right, and Shedeur was lucky to get the W? And before we whip around the rest of Week 12 NFL coverage and talk the Mets trading Nimmo for Semien, we will dive deep on the developing beef between Klay Thompson and John Morant on a supersized 5-hour live Monday night mega edition of Jabba and the Mouth.
A significant one. If you're going to have a ton of money to spend, why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, and Saquon Barkley, at this point, I'm gonna fight them all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really? And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. Back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette. And the name's coming from my eyes. Can't get it alone.
Let's do it. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth.
Happy Thanksgiving to all the fans out there. I hope everybody enjoys the time with their family. If they haven't been around their family for a significant amount of time, well, this is the perfect time to do it. You are listening to a new show of Jabba and the Mouth. Our number to call is 631-672-3108 is the number to call. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. If you don't know who I am, well, then you haven't watched the show enough. My name is Errol Marks, my co-host. Very soon will be joining us, Jabba Chamberlain, Mr. Flamethrower himself. He's right now taking care of some family stuff. You just heard Mr. Aaron Fishman, our executive producer. On the board, Mr. Tommy Poops, who's scooping up the poops, and the one and only, I said it maybe once or twice already, Mr. Speedy Petey. He's the co-host, producer, pain in the ass, confidant of my own. But yeah, it's been a crazy, crazy week. I've been dealing with my own situations, and it's been one of those days today that I just don't want to remember. I want to forget. I want to forget today was Monday. Let's move on to Wednesday as we have Thanksgiving Eve and then Thanksgiving on Thursday and then Black Friday. If you're a shopaholic, it's the best time of the year to shop. Well, is it? I don't want to go. Actually, I wouldn't mind going to the mall at 12 midnight. I mean, that's pretty cool. Hang out at the mall with all the people at midnight and 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning as half of the people in the mall can't stand being there. Yeah, that's the perfect time, ladies and gentlemen, to go to the mall when everybody can't stand the people. So if you enjoy Black Friday or whatever you want to call it, Mr. Sale of the Week or Sale of the Day or Sale of the Year, well, that's another thing. Everybody keeps talking about Black Friday being the time to go and get all the deals. And honestly, are you really getting a deal? That's my question for all you fans out there that have ever gone out for Black Friday, spent some time with your family, shopping and getting ready for the holidays. Is that really a time where you're going to get the best deals? The honest truth is no. And anybody that knows anything about shopping, and any fan out there that goes shopping religiously knows, are you really getting that much of a deal? Buy one, get the other one half off when it comes to hats. They have that like every month at Lids. So are you really getting a deal? And then when you go to Express, you get 60% off, and anything over, I think anything on the clearance rack, you're getting an extra 60% off of 50% or whatever it is, 50% already taken off of it. Is that really a deal? No, because that's all year round. So are you really getting a deal on Black Friday? And then if you've gone to Best Buy and you're looking for a television, yeah, there are TVs for sale. But are they major sales where you're going to say, wow, I'm getting some kind of deal. I'm getting $500 off a television. When you look in the back end of it and you look at over the last 2 or 3 months when those televisions are already on sale, they're either $200 or $300 on sale. What are you getting, an extra $100 on it? And usually if you don't go in early in the day when the stores open, because sometimes the malls open at midnight. I don't know how exactly it works anymore, but they do open up really, really early in the morning. Are you really going to get a deal if those televisions aren't even there and you can't even buy them in the store? Yeah, you can special order it. Saving $100, is that like something that I'm going to be jumping for joy? The answer would probably be no. So for all the fans out there thinking that they're getting a deal on Black Friday, I think you're wrongly being what would be the best way of presenting this, Speedy?
Facetious.
You like using these words. I don't know. I think you're being wrongly I guess
misguided.
There you go. There. See, that's what I've been looking for when it comes to Speedy, but Speedy doesn't know how to give you straight words. He gives you these paragraphs that kind of turn you off for even shopping. So I wouldn't go shopping with Speedy because if I went shopping,
I wouldn't go shopping at all anyway, so don't worry.
No, you'll play board games, boring board games. Sit there and play board games all day and all night, right? That's what you would rather do? Sit in front of a board game?
I would rather do like 50,000 other things than shop on Black Friday.
All right, give me 5 things that you would like to do.
5 things that I would rather do than shop for Black Friday. One thing I would probably
spit it out.
Okay. One thing I would probably walk outside for about 5 minutes and
so you would rather walk outside than go shopping?
Hold on.
Makes sense.
In flip-flops, like you would do like in your underwear during the winter.
I do, yes. I did it today.
So that would be one. Number 2, I would endure squeaky noise for about 10 minutes, which I hate. I hate squeaky noise. I've done it my whole life.
Has anybody met a weirder person than Speed?
I'm just trying to tell you how extremely against I would be shopping.
Like squeaky wheel Speedy, or like squeaky you open a bag of chips or something?
Anything. Well, not a bag of chips, not bad, but pretty much anything that I've always just been sensitive to it, I guess.
I'm sensitive just listening to you. I mean, this is absolutely pathetic. I'd rather walk outside than go shopping. I'd rather listen to squeaky sounds than go shopping. Who brings this up in a conversation? I asked you for 5 things you would rather do, and you bring up those.
Bring in the most extreme examples of things I don't like that still would probably top Black Friday.
And what do you like, Speedy? Give me extreme things that you like.
Extreme things?
Yes, because you have all these stupid things that you don't like. So let's
because there's a lot of things.
No, you like to play board games. You like to play board games, right?
Long walks on the beach.
No, yeah, right.
I would much rather do that than Black Friday.
This guy's
I'm gonna have to do it. My wife's gonna drag me out Friday. I'm gonna have to go to Walmart and Target and all these places that I really don't want to go, Errol. I think there are deals, but I don't think they're that good that it's worth it to go through this. I know I'm gonna be tortured.
I actually like shopping, and anybody that knows me, I like to go clothing shopping and hats, and I'm a big sneaker fan. I like to do those things, but when I'm around people and there are lines out the door, and I'm dealing with these ladies arguing about the prices and the specific deals that they have. Oh, well, it says there's 10% off on these scarves more than what the prices are. I mean, honestly, I'd stay the hell away from those stores. I am not one of those people that enjoy themselves when I have to deal with the people that are angry or have their own takes on specific things they're looking for and they can't get the deals on them. So that's the worst thing. I go to Best Buy every single year because I like the new contraptions that they have out, like the new glasses, the Ray-Ban glasses, the virtual reality glasses that they have out right now, the Meta 3s, and all that other stuff. And and I'm not a video game fan, but whenever I get a chance to go to these places, I'm playing the video games. I want to see what they have out. I'm not a fan, and I'll repeat myself over and over and over again. I am not a fan when the kids are running around at midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning, and they should be sleeping, where you would think, hey, I could get away from people. I don't have to deal with the kids running around screaming, Mommy, Mommy, I want this. Mommy, Mommy, I want that. No, you would think that the kids wouldn't be up. No, the parents at Walmart at midnight or whatever time they open up. And I don't remember the last time I went to Walmart on Black Friday at midnight, but I remember over the years that Walmart would open up at like midnight. And these kids there are a bunch of kids running around and acting like animals. And that's something that I do not enjoy. So I like to stay far, far away from those specific things because I don't want to deal with the children, and I don't want to deal with some of the old ladies that are crying about not getting the deals that say, what the signs say they're going to get, but they don't get them. So that is not what I call fun when it comes to going out shopping for Black Friday. But all in all, it is a holiday, and I do want to go shopping for my family and my friends, so it's not all bad. So I know a lot of people were expecting us to get Brian Hoke on the show tonight, but he's traveling, baseball meetings, winter meetings, and he's got another thing that he had to take care of, so he won't be joining us tonight. But we got another guest. Thank you to the old Nith boy, our PR man himself. He landed Howie Carpin. And if you don't know who Howie Carpin is, 27-year vet, MLB official scorer. He's been around the MLB world for over 30 years, decades and decades. So, and right now, he has wrote 14 sports books and works for both SiriusXM and Kiner's Corner. So Carpin will be joining us a little bit later at 8:45. So we're very excited to get him on for the first time on Job in the Mouth. And again, Jabba will be joining us when he gets in. I know he's taking care of some family stuff. So when he gets in, he'll pop in, and I'm sure he'll have his take. On Sunday, the Kansas City Chiefs came back from down 20-9 in the fourth quarter to beat the Indianapolis Colts in an overtime 23-20. Despite not having a passing touchdown, Mahomes had 352 passing yards, 141 of those yards to Rice. And Hunt added 104 total yards and a touchdown. While defensively, the Chiefs held the NFL leading rusher Taylor to 58 yards. Thank you to them, because that absolutely hurts my fantasy team. His second lowest total of the season. Steichen was questioned after the game for only giving Taylor one total touch in the fourth quarter, as the Colts gave up the lead to a three-time Super Bowl champion. Jones threw for just 181 yards, his lowest total of the season. In the fourth quarter and overtime, the Chiefs ran 41 plays to the Colts 12 and had 13 first downs and had 236 yards to the Colts having just 18 with no first downs at all. With a 6-5 record, the Chiefs now have a 66% playoff probability. If they lost, it would have only been under 40%. So I guess if you're a Chief fan, you have more likely of a chance to make the playoffs. And I know the NFL wants this. Taylor Swift, obviously, Travis Kelce. This could be Travis Kelce's final year for a Super Bowl run. And this is an old Chiefs team. They're going to be looking to reboot in the next 2 or 3 years, something that Andy Reid over the years have been very good at doing, adding players in the 4th and 5th and 6th rounds. Kareem Hunt, if I'm not mistaken, was a 3rd or 4th round draft pick. And they've done this year in and year out. I remember Tyreek Hill was like a 6th round draft pick, a punt returner. They transitioned him into a wide receiver and became one of the more dangerous wide receivers in the league with the Kansas City Chiefs in such a short time. But the Chiefs are not a Super Bowl contending team this year. I've said this for the last 3 seasons. Now, last year they went to the Super Bowl thanks to the referees. And I think a lot of the reasons why they won this game against Indianapolis was because of the referees. I'm not going to say that the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes didn't have a great day. He didn't throw any touchdowns. And again, he didn't have one of those games where you would think a quarterback, because he's an elite quarterback, having 5 or 6 touchdowns when you're throwing 352 yards in a game. He didn't have one of those days. But Patrick Mahomes is as dangerous as any quarterback in the league, because not only can he throw the ball, he can move outside of the pocket, escape search situations, especially against good defenses. And he did that as well as we've seen him do this season, especially in the third and fourth quarter. The Indianapolis Colts, I still think, are the best team in the AFC. Right now, a 10-2 Patriot team. They have the best record in the AFC, and they look like they're going to get the bye week, and they've been sensational, and their quarterback is right now an MVP candidate. Thank you, Mikey C., for giving us your take on that before the season started. I disagree. I think their schedule is one of the easiest in all of the NFL. Nevertheless, you play what's in front of you, and the Patriots are winning games, and they've been sensational. And you go back to Kansas City, a lot of people thought 6-5 or even 5-5, are the Kansas City Chiefs ever out? Until they're completely out, are they ever going to be eliminated? And with the NFL and the way the NFL works, they're never eliminated, guys, ever. Because as long as there's referees in the game and they're getting calls go their way, which they did in the fourth quarter, really, with the last 5 minutes of the game, you have calls that made you shake your head. The only call that I would say went against them was the Kelsey call early in the game. Besides that, every single call went to Kansas City. And I think the NFL, and you can doubt whatever you want to say, you're going to tell me that I think the NFL is in cahoots with the Kansas City Chiefs. I've always said this. The NFL wants their stars to be in the big game. And right now, Patrick Mahomes is the biggest star, one of the top 3 biggest stars right now in the NFL. So, of course, they're going to do whatever they can to try to squeak the Kansas City Chiefs into the playoffs. Because with one game, and you only have to play one game in each round to get to that AFC title game, to get to that Super Bowl. It's not like you have to play 3 games, best out of 3 or best out of 4 or best out of 7. It's not like that. It's one game, and that's it. When you could have a bad day, or the referees are not on your side, a.k.a. the Kansas City Chiefs, as they always have them on their side, and you can win the game and move on to the next round. And that, to me, is why football is so wide open every single year. The Indianapolis Colts were one of the worst teams in the NFL last year. One of the worst. They added Daniel Jones. This is practically really the same team. They added a tight end in the draft. They added some pieces. But this is practically the same team they had last year, and they're completely different. And why are they completely different? Well, obviously, the way their schedule is set up, some people would say their schedule was a little bit easier than last year. I would beg to differ, but that's what some people would say. And Taylor's had a really good year. Jonathan Taylor has been the best running back in all of football. You can argue that he's been one of the best offensive weapons in football all season long, even though he didn't have such a great day against Kansas City on Sunday. To me, the Indianapolis Colts are as interesting as any team right now fighting to make the playoffs or even a Super Bowl contender. Why? Because with Daniel Jones at the helm and a lot of questions on the quarterback play, they drafted a quarterback in the first round a couple of years ago, and now he's going to be they'll be looking to trade him in the offseason and sign Daniel Jones to a long-term deal. Daniel Jones has been as great of a story the NFL has seen in the last 5 years. And why? Because the Giants threw him away. They threw him away. And then he went to Minnesota for what? A couple of games last year, and then he became a free agent. Indianapolis brought him in to help Riley Leonard. That's really the truth. Riley Leonard, who in the offseason trained with Daniel Jones for the last few years. Riley Leonard's a Duke player that eventually changed and went into the portal and went to Notre Dame and went to a national championship. They brought him in the 6th round. They brought Daniel Jones because he's a a notable personality that he knows very, very well that can help him transition in the NFL. They're kind of the same player. I would say Daniel Jones has a better arm, but Riley Leonard and him, their style of game is very similar. Riley Leonard might never see the field ever for the Indianapolis Colts for the season that Daniel Jones has had. He won the job and has just completely ran away with it all season long. He's probably going to win Comeback Player of the Year. I don't think you can argue he's been the Comeback Player of the Year. The Indianapolis Colts is one of the top 3 teams in the AFC and one of the favorites coming out of the AFC this year. And going against a Kansas City Chiefs team where they're really dominating the game in the first half and then completely falling off in the second half to a Kansas City Chiefs team that look and have looked old. Their defense has looked old. Spagnuolo play calling has looked as old as it hasn't been over the last couple of years. Because if you look at Spagnuolo, he's one of the best defensive coordinators we've seen in the NFL in the last 20 years. He comes from that hard-nosed Eagles defense. He was obviously under many different coaches and defensive coordinators from the Eagles organizations before he took over for the Giants as the Giants defensive coordinator. And then he went to obviously coach for the Rams, the St. Louis Rams, and then lost a job in a couple of years and has never gotten a coaching job since then. But he's been a successful defensive coordinator, and some guys work very well as a coordinator, and others are not very good coaches. So I think he's been a successful defensive coordinator. And to me, the Kansas City Chiefs have had one of the best defense, one of the more underrated defenses in the league over the last, I would say, 10 years. And under Spagnuolo, I think it's been 8. He's been sensational. And one of the reasons why I believe I think 2 out of the 3 Super Bowls that they've won, I think he was the main reason why they've won those Super Bowls, because of his defense and the way their defense plays and very aggressively. Yesterday, I almost said last night. Yesterday, I just believe the Kansas City Chiefs were helped by the NFL. And I love Andy Reid. I want to see Andy Reid in the playoffs because he's one of the best play callers we've ever seen. You can argue that Andy Reid is one of the great and one of the best play callers we've ever seen in NFL history, and Spagnuolo is one of the best defensive play callers we've ever seen in NFL history. You got 2 coaches on a roster that have been very successful at what they do. And again, you look at Kansas City, all Kansas City has to do is sneak into the playoffs. And when you look at those numbers, a 66% chance now to make the playoffs, Kansas City knows in any given Sunday or any given Saturday, they can pull off a win and move on. And all it takes is one bad play or one fumble or one mistake by another team, no matter how much better that team is or home field advantage they have, they can win and squeak right in to an AFC title game where they match up very well against Buffalo or one of these other teams that over the years they've matched up very well against. And again, I just don't understand. And I know everybody's jumping. I know I have a lot of Kansas City Chief fans that are friends of mine. And they reached out to me after the game, and you said this game wasn't going to be even close. And when I said that, it wasn't really even close until the second half of the game. And then everything started to go the Kansas City Chiefs way. And I will say this about the Indianapolis Colts. If they play this way, they're not going to last. Because you cannot give guys like Rice, who, by the way, had his best game back. That was probably his best game back since the suspension. Now, he's looked good over the last 2 weeks, but again, he's still trying to get his feet under him. But you're seeing how dangerous this 1-2 punch they have with him and Patrick Mahomes. And if Rice is playing at the top, at his top level, and you get a Travis Kelce that's open, he's not getting double teamed, or he's moving in the seam of the defenses, and there's not many guys that can stop him in the open field, you're going to see that Travis Kelce is going to get more touches, more looks, and more opportunities to put the ball in the end zone. And this has been the problem, really, over the last 2 seasons for the Kansas City Chiefs. Say whatever you want. The Kansas City Chiefs have been trying to figure out who their number 1 guy is. Rice has been up and down, healthy, stupidity, things on and off the field. he hasn't played in a full season. When was the last time Rice played a full season?
Yeah, that's never been in his career. He's a third-year receiver. He's been suspended last year or hurt last year, then suspended this year.
So they really haven't had a number one wide receiver since Tyreek Hill.
No.
So they're trying to find that guy, their go-to guy, if Travis Kelce's getting double teamed. And last year, slowly but surely, at the tail end of the season and in the playoffs, he looked like he was getting old. He was right in front of our eyes. Travis Kelce looked like he was getting older with the last 2 or 3 games of the season and then throughout the playoffs. And now you have a legitimate number one guy like Rice that can do so many things that they haven't had all season. Now, I like Hollywood Brown. He's a good player. He's not a number one. He might be a number 2 on other teams. Right now, he's the number 2 over there. And Xavier Worthy, one of the most overrated first-round picks. Right? He was a first-round pick or second round pick?
Well, first-round pick. They made a big deal. The Bills trading with them.
That's right. Everybody thought he was another Tyreek Hill with the speed that he had and breaking records at the combine. Everybody thought, oh, this guy's going to be some kind of weapon. He really hasn't been that type of player. And he can't stay healthy. So now you add a guy like Rice. That opens up the field for a Hollywood Brown. That opens up the field for an Xavier Worthy or a Travis Kelce or even a running game, which they've had a lack of all season long. Well, everybody was telling them, well, when are you going after a running back? They had a chance to go after Breece Hall, and they decided, you know what? We didn't want to give up a third-round draft pick. Could you imagine right now if Breece Hall was the starting running back on this team with Rice, Kelce, and the weapons that they have right now? You're talking about a team that's completely different offensively.
They were also in on Achane, too, apparently, but Miami wasn't trading him.
I don't know who they were in on. I know Breece Hall was the guy that everybody said if he was going anywhere, he was going to Kansas City. But Kansas City was not willing to give up a third. They offered a fourth. So the Jets decided to hold on to him. And I believe they're going to hold on to him in the offseason as well, as they'll franchise him and decide what they're going to do with him with a contract or either move him with a trade. The fact here right now is the Chiefs are not the same Kansas City Chiefs team they were. They're not even the Kansas City Chiefs team they were last year. There's a lot of lack of, parts of their defense that you question. Their secondary is not as good as it's been over the years. Last year, their secondary took a hit because one of their guys, Snead, decided to go to free agency and went elsewhere, but they were still a pretty good secondary. This year, they've went from one of the top 10 secondaries in all of football to one of the in the 20s. I would say they're ranked 22 or 23 right now. I don't know exactly where they are, but their secondary has not been good this year. It's been a big problem of the defense, and it's put pressure on their front seven. And again, I'm looking at Kansas City right now, and you're looking at, they do have an elite quarterback. There's no question they do. But if they're going to rest on Patrick Mahomes, staying healthy and expecting them to make another run for another NFL or Super Bowl championship, they're sadly mistaken, because they need, everything needs to work on all, everything's got to move on all cylinders. And I think they've really, in gear, they've only been in second and third. They've really never hit that fourth or fifth gear. So I'm going to tell you this right now, even though they beat Indianapolis and the Colts, and the Colts are one of the best teams in the AFC this year, I think it was given away by the Colts, because the Colts did not play defensively the way we expected them to play in the second half like they did in the first half. And I do believe that the referees were making the calls that were benefiting the Kansas City Chiefs, Speedy.
Yeah, I definitely also believe, like, you look at the sense of urgency that the Chiefs needed to, like we were saying before, like the playoff probability would have fallen to 40%. They don't have the tiebreaker on Jacksonville, which is currently the last playoff spot in the AFC. So it was really kind of a must win for them. Plus they're at home too. Like, it's a must win. They have to win at home. And the Colts, they kind of, I wouldn't say they're comfortable individually, but enough where they're coming off a bye week, there probably was a sense of adversity for them too. And the Chiefs, you were saying you're trying to find their way with their running game. They're trying to find their way with their secondary depth, because I do think obviously McDuffie has still been a good corner. Brian Cook's still been good at safety, and their coverage linebackers have actually been good this year, but the secondary depth is not there. The edge rushing depth is good, but not where it's been in the years past. And I think you mentioned it last week, the offensive line at the tackle position has really been rough. Their interior might be the best in the league, but their tackle position has been rough this year. And it's really affected Mahomes. It's affected their running game at certain points. And their receivers, Mahomes actually, it's weird to think, Mahomes has played better with their receivers hurt at the beginning of the year than he's playing now, outside of Rice. And it's weird to think that maybe there was a little bit of sense of adversity.
But you see the difference in the running game now that Rice is playing.
100%.
It's opening up seams. You can see the difference in the running game. And now if Hunt and Pacheco actually have seams to run through, it could be a completely different offense. The next 5 weeks could be a completely different Kansas City Chiefs team. They could go from 5-5 and they can win the next 5 games and go 11-5 for the rest of the season. Who would have thought a team that started as bad as the Kansas City Chiefs, and again, going back, you keep saying their secondary has been all right. McDuffie's the only secondary player that I can say that has been half decent. They're not a very good secondary. There's no question there's weaknesses in that secondary, and teams they have exploited it all season long.
And the other thing, too, I think is we've seen over the years when the Chiefs have had bad run defenses on paper. 2019, a good example of that, their first Super Bowl year. Spagnuolo's first year as a defensive coordinator. On paper, I think they were the 24th run defense in the NFL, but they still could key in when they need to game plan-wise against these top running backs, too. You look at 2 years ago in the AFC Championship game against the Ravens. Now, granted, the Ravens kind of self-inflicted it on themselves, too, by not running the ball a lot, but still, the Chiefs were able to hold their own when they needed to. The Ravens obviously panicked the next offseason, go grab Derrick Henry because they couldn't run the ball, but Lamar couldn't run the ball either, and they were fumbling a lot. So the Chiefs can hone in on these stars when they needed to. Now, I mentioned that good teams can overcompensate for that when Steve Spagnuolo keys in on it, like the Eagles did in the Super Bowl. The Chiefs keyed in on Saquon. Jalen Hurts countered it with running himself, and the Eagles are able to win. Cincinnati's done that too with Jamar Chase, but the Colts are not able to do that in this instance just because they have a lot of good wide receivers, but really no stars. And then Warren was shut down by those good linebackers. So I think that's where the Colts have to really take that next step. And the Chiefs, they're still going to be there, but I agree with you, Errol. They're not the Super Bowl contender yet. And our friend Jason Dunn, shout out to even on his show, he was posting something about there's still a lot of flaws with this team. They have a long way to go. And it is a wide open AFC. If the Colts and the Broncos and the Patriots at the top. The Colts, still some questions. The Broncos might be the best team right now. And the Patriots, like you said, a cakewalk schedule. So it might be one of those years, like you saw with the Bengals and the Rams, where 2 4 seeds make the Super Bowl, or 4 seed makes the Super Bowl at this point in the AFC.
Biggest problem for this Chiefs team is the guy they gave a whole lot of money. His name's Chris Jones. Chris Jones is playing like a league average defensive lineman this year. He's ranked somewhere in the middle of the pack on PFF. In fact, Errol, I've always said this, that, a good secondary sometimes looks bad because their D-line is trash and they're making them cover forever. The Chiefs are actually rated by the advanced analytics like top 10 in secondary play this year.
Surprising.
But it's because the D-line is ranked second to last. They have been such garbage rushing the passer without bringing pressure. And that's the thing. Spags would like to bring 4 from different angles, but if he's forced to bring 5, there's going to be guys wide open. And that's been happening because they can't get the pressure because their 3 technique, who they paid $20+ million a year to be that anchor for them, is doing nothing. He, in fact, we called him out twice already this season. Early in the season, either week 1 or 2, Speedy, he gave up contain. I think it was Justin Herbert running and had that nice baseball slide to win the game against them. And then Trevor Lawrence falls down on a play, going in for the game-winning touchdown, and Chris Jones just stops playing on that play. And that's not even to mention just he's getting beat and he's not that good during the game. I mean, to me, that's the big issue for the Chiefs. They're blocking a little bit better inside, like you said, Speedy. Jawan Taylor. I mean, the fact that guy gets paid money to be a starter in the NFL is just unbelievable. Their right tackle's been bad for a while. I don't get it why he's still out there. Simmons has been up and down with his health. When he's been in there, he's looked good, the rookie from Ohio State, but that's been the thing with him. That's why he dropped in the draft, because of his health. So it's really, we don't know what you're going to get with the Chiefs, but with Andy Reid, Errol, they're going to be in the game at the end. With Steve Spagnuolo, they're in the game at the end.
What bothers me, and again, I didn't know where they were ranked in the secondary, but I will say this. They give up almost 293 yards thrown in the air every single game, which over the years, the Chiefs have been very good defensively, especially and teams don't want to throw against them. Now teams are more open to throwing against them, especially on one side of the field. And again, I will say this. Jones has not been the same player. Their front 7 hasn't been the same defense over the years. But they still have Karlaftis. How do you pronounce this?
Karlaftis.
George Karlaftis. I remember when he was traded. I remember when he was drafted. He was a late first-round draft pick, and everybody thought, did he play for Vanderbilt or Purdue? So he was a great pass rusher in college, and he's really transitioned as an NFL player. But I will say that the Chiefs defense has been a shell of what they've been, and again, a problem for them. And this is something that they've been strong at. And why they've won the Super Bowl, I remember, 3 years ago when they won that Super Bowl, 2 years ago when they won their last Super Bowl, it wasn't because of Patrick Mahomes in their offense. It was because of their defense. The pressure that Spagnuolo was getting from the front seven and the secondary help that they were getting from Snead and obviously McDuffie. They don't have that anymore. So they have to depend more on the offensive side of the ball going into the playoffs if they make the playoffs this year, which they probably are. And again, all it takes is Rice being at 100% and taking off this year for the last 5 or 6 games, where it opens up opportunities for them to run the ball. And if they can run the ball and be able to throw the ball and open up seams for guys like Travis Kelce, who's been a shell of himself, well, this is a completely different offense, and this is going to be a completely different team. You don't have to depend on anymore on the defensive side of the ball. If you could get Patrick Mahomes to throw 350, 400 yards every single game, and they're going to be able to run the ball at will because this offense is going to have so many ways to beat you. Well, this is a different Kansas City Chiefs team in the second half of the season.
Yeah, and it's interesting because it's going to turn into exactly what it was kind of the end of the 22 season, too, where you really had to do a game planning type scheme when it came to their pass defense that year. Because 2022, when they beat the Eagles in the Super Bowl, their run defense actually was really good and their pass defense wasn't that good. Then it kind of flip-flopped again in the year you were mentioning, Errol. 2023, they had, I think, the 7th overall pass defense, but they were suspect against the run. And Spagnuolo was able to game plan for that kind of thing. And it's kind of interesting, when Spagnuolo came in, they really were a makeshift defense. They were a great defense for a while, those Alex Smith teams. They had our friend Tom Bahali, they had Justin Houston, they had Jones at the beginning of his career, and their defensive coordinator got fired after the Patriots put up 40-something on that AFC Championship game. Spagnuolo kind of reinvented it with a new defensive style altogether, and it's tough because Fish was saying Spagnuolo wants to blitz.
What is their defense ranked right now altogether in the NFL? Where are they ranked?
15th, I believe.
15th right now altogether in the NFL, with defense, front seven, and secondary.
Mm-hmm. And like you were saying, not much out of the pass rush.
Where were they ranked last year?
Last year they were 12th. They had a very good pass defense at points during last year, even without Snead there. Their run defense was suspect, but it was kind of...
They seem much better than 12th last year than they are ranked right now.
What it wasn't like a stardom type defense last year. You saw it was good at spurts. It was good when it needed to be, but it really had some really bad lows too, especially in some of those playoff games, at the beginning of those playoff games. So I think that's where it gets a little shifted. And what I was saying with Spagnuolo too, Spagnuolo likes to blitz, but can't blitz the linebackers as much because they've been their best coverage guys. And can't blitz the corners as much because their linebackers have to help. And that's where you had these voids at certain points of their secondary this year, and especially in their run defense with Jones not playing as well.
If you're a Kansas City Chiefs fan, you're going to probably wonder, even if they sneak into the playoffs, if this team has enough to beat you in the offensive side or the defensive side. I will say this, if going back to the Rice thing, if Rice is 100% and he's all go with this team and this offense, they could be very dangerous offensively going into the playoffs. And that means whoever they're matched up with, wherever they land, if they could still win their division. Say whatever you want. What is the Broncos record right now?
9-2.
And
Chiefs are 6-5. So
who do the Broncos have left right now?
They have everyone in their division one more time.
So they have to play Kansas City one more time.
Yep. They have to play one more time. The Chiefs play everyone in their division. So it would cancel out if they are somehow, actually the Chiefs would be able to leapfrog them in terms of the division record too. If they were sweep the Broncos.
No, they beat did the Broncos beat them twice?
No, the Chargers beat them in the beginning of the year, the Chiefs. The Broncos beat them once. The Broncos didn't play them in Kansas City.
All right, real quick, I just pulled it up, though. The Broncos have left for the schedule at Washington, at Las Vegas, the Raiders, against the Packers at home, Jaguars at home. They go to versus the Chiefs on Christmas Day at home or at their place, and then the Chargers at home. They finish the season off.
So at least 2 of those games are wins. Las Vegas, a win. The Commanders, a win. So the other games, the Chargers, not so sure about that because we'll see where the Chargers are at the tail end of the season. If they're a playoff contending team, we'll see how it all works out.
The last 4 people that the Broncos play are over 500, the records right now.
Right.
So.
Kansas City, I think that would be a very interesting game. And when do they play Kansas City? Second to last game, third to last game?
Second to last game of the season. They play them on Christmas Day at Kansas City.
So that could mean the division. Because to me, the Broncos are going to win the division. But the Broncos have been up and down all season long. And you're going to say, well, wait a second. They're 9-2. There's a lot of games they should not have won. They shouldn't have beaten the Jets. If the Jets didn't choke at the end of the game and Justin Fields could actually move from the 50-yard line to the 45, where he had an open, pretty much a free open run that the Broncos gave him, and he decided to stand back and run backwards and obviously got sacked. Maybe the Jets win that game. There were a couple of games the Broncos should have won.
Raiders game Thursday night. That was ugly as hell.
The Giants should have beaten them.
Yeah.
I mean, the Broncos are probably the worst first-place team right now in the NFL. Actually, not true, because the Baltimore Ravens and the Pittsburgh Steelers are fighting. But that's just pathetic, too. I mean, that's really bad. And by the way, Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens getting booed after the first half of the game was just absolutely hilarious. And then they find a way to win the game, and the Jets find a way to lose the game. But that's a whole nother story. We'll talk about that on the whip around. But the Kansas City Chiefs are still dangerous because they have a quarterback that can get the ball to these guys. And if Rice is going to be healthy and he's going to stay out of trouble off the field, you have a number one threat that opens up many possibilities on the offensive side of the ball. And the Chiefs could definitely put up 30, 35 points a game. If they're doing that and their defense even plays half as well as it has been over the last couple of years, the Chiefs are absolutely a Super Bowl contender, and they have the referees on their side. So it all bears well. I mean, it all falls together for the Kansas City Chiefs in the second half of the season. So it all bodes well. That was the word I was trying to find for the Kansas City Chiefs. But it definitely as a Jet fan or as an AFC fan, because the Jets never make the playoffs, you don't want to see Kansas City go to the Super Bowl coming from the AFC. No. And after watching that game against Indianapolis, who I think is the favorites, and I still believe are the favorites coming out of the AFC, it's starting to get you to wonder if they meet up in the playoffs, if the game is close, who are the referees going to, what side are the referees going to take? Are they going to take the Indianapolis Colts if the call is very close, or the Kansas City Chiefs, the Swifties? And I would say it'll probably go to the Kansas City Chiefs. The Browns beat the Raiders 24-10 in Shedeur Sanders' first NFL start, which made Shedeur the first Browns rookie quarterback to win his first start since 1995. He finished 11 of 20 passing with only 209 yards, one interception right after the 40-yard pass he threw, by the way, and one touchdown on a 66-yard screen pass rookie running back Sampson. I think that was in the first quarter, but I thought it was 40, but I guess it's 60. Was it? Whatever. Advanced statistics didn't like Shedeur's game, however, saying he was worth minus 4.5 points in the game. And that he had a poor success rate of 23.8%. The Browns defense also got 10 sacks in the game, not surprised, including Garrett, who got 3 sacks and now has 18 on the season. Rookie running back Judkins and Sampson combined for 129 scrimmage yards and 3 touchdowns. Shedeur said he felt very relaxed once he was named the starting quarterback last week because he's been a starting quarterback his whole life. Shedeur, after the game, also said failure isn't going to happen with him as the starter. Stefanski said today that Shedeur will stay the starter in week 13 versus the 49ers, despite Gabriel clearing concussion protocol. And the reason why they're going to start him next game is because he won. And he didn't really choke up the spot. But it's only going to be 1 quarter or 2 quarters where he could lose that just as fast as he gained it and gain the respect for Kevin Stefanski. To go and I watched the game, and I'm I'm not rooting against Shedeur Sanders, and I know there's a lot of lovers out there for Shedeur Sanders. Everybody loves Shedeur Sanders. As a matter of fact, ESPN, CBS, Yahoo Sports, everybody says they believe that the Browns found themselves a starting quarterback for the future. Why? Because he was 11 for 20 for 209 yards, 1 interception and 1 touchdown? Come on, guys. If you think that's a game-changing a game-changing game that's going to change a Shedeur Sanders, or it's going to break out what Shedeur Sanders did in his first game as he came in the second half for Gabriel, because Gabriel went down with a concussion, and say that, even though he won a game against a really terrible Las Vegas Raider team, and they're bad, okay? They practically gave the game away. Geno Smith looks like he lost all confidence in his teammates, and really lost confidence in himself the way he played in that game. The Browns didn't completely dominate that game. Las Vegas gave that game away. It was a horrible game to watch. The only thing that really stood out to me that Shedeur did was that, if I'm not mistaken, it was a 40-yard pass down the field where it was remarkable because he was throwing on his back leg. And everybody was like, wow, that's something you can say a starting quarterback would do. I don't know if a starting quarterback would actually throw on his back leg the way he did. And you look at Myles Garrett, and his face that he made, he was like surprised because he was probably shocked he actually completed it. Okay? Shedeur Sanders is not a starting quarterback in this league. I'm sorry. For all you fans out there that are rooting for him, I know there's his jersey is like one of the league leading jerseys right now sold. I think it's 4th or 3rd. After that game, it could be 2nd or 1st, the way everybody in the NFL believes this guy is a starting quarterback after one game. He played the Las Vegas Raiders. When he plays against a good defense and he throws for 300 yards, then you can come and talk to me. This is not what you call a great game. 23.8% for his success rate when it comes to making a pass. Are you going to stand? You think that's great? Come on, guys. Shedeur Sanders all week was probably worried as hell. He was shaking his boots because he was walking into something that if he threw that ball down the field and it was intercepted, it would have been a completely different conversation. He threw an interception right after they scored on that play. Now, when he threw that touchdown, it was a 44-yard pass, which I think got him to like the 3rd or 4th yard, and then they ran the ball in. And then right after that, when Shedeur got the ball, the first pass he made was an interception, almost a pick 6. Okay, Shedeur Sanders did not look good, and I saw Prime over there. I saw Deion Sanders dancing on the top level in the press box or wherever the hell he was, dancing around when his son made that 40-yard pass. Come on, guys. And Prime, you are a special player. You were one of the best at your position. You would sit here and try to sell to us that after that game, and 11 for 20 for 209 yards and 1 touchdown, one interception, that's a game that's going to sell me that Shedeur Sanders is the future quarterback of this organization? Because he's not. He's really not that good. And Shedeur Sanders, I'm not taking away from taking the pressure and really the pressure that his father put on him. His father put a lot of pressure on him and Travis Hunter, the gremlin. Because when these guys got drafted, I remember what he said, Shedeur was by far the best quarterback in his class, and saying that he was a top 10 talent, and he fell all the way to the 5th round and shocked him. And then saying that Travis Hunter is a better player than he was going into the draft. I mean, that's a lot of pressure on these young guys, because Prime, first of all, is the greatest cornerback, and some people say the greatest defensive player of all time. Some people would say right under Lawrence Taylor, you would say that he was the best defensive player in all of football in history. And then your son, who's a quarterback, who's had pressure on him really since high school, since, Pee-wee football, because he was coaching him all the way through. And now he's in the NFL, and he's watching his son play live, right? And, right where everybody can watch him. Millions of fans could watch him around the world and around the country. And who his father is, there's a lot of pressure on him. And again, Travis Hunter too. with all the praise that he got after winning the Heisman Trophy, which he shouldn't have won. And then the praise that he is absolutely a dual threat, and he's going to be an elite player at both positions, wide receiver and cornerback, for many, many years. He was wrong about that too. But that's a lot of pressure on these young guys. These guys are what, 21, 22 years old? And you're putting all that pressure on guys from a Hall of Famer, one of the greatest of all time at his position. So yeah, I feel bad for Shedeur. I feel bad for Travis, a.k.a. Gremlin Hunter. There's a lot of pressure on these kids, and they got a lot to prove still. But to go out after one game against the Raiders, who have been not a very good defense all season long. As a matter of fact, their secondary is not good, and their front seven, besides Mason Crosby, is there anybody that anybody wants on that front seven besides Mason Crosby? And the answer would be no. This is not a good defense. And he threw 209 yards for 11 for 20. And everybody's bragging. I have Yahoo Sports. There were 2 stories that came out on Yahoo Sports today that the Browns have something that they never had, and that's a quarterback that's competent. Really? What about Baker Mayfield? What about Baker? Baker was pretty damn good. He was 1 play away from taking the Browns to an AFC title game. Do we forget about that?
I don't forget it because I had that upset and I was annoyed.
Do we forget about that? And the year after that, they were the favorites of coming out of the AFC to go to the Super Bowl. Was Baker Mayfield not a part of that? Baker Mayfield was a number 1 pick in the first round. He's one of the best quarterbacks right now in the NFL. Do the Browns and their organization forget what they did to Baker Mayfield? Yeah. And decided to bring in Mr. I don't know what you call him, Mr. Handjob himself.
Yeah.
Deshaun Watson, who, by the way, is helping train and helping guys like Shedeur Sanders and Gabriel learn the quarterback position.
No, remember, it's Massage Watson now.
Massage Watson, that's right. Massage Watson. Would there be any team besides the Browns allowing Mr. Handjob himself teaching their young quarterbacks how to play the position? The answer would be no. Honestly, I would not want my conversations to be with Deshaun Watson in the quarterback room. Would it be for you, Speedy? I mean, look at the positive thoughts. I mean, they have Stefanski's one of the best coaches, one of the best offensive minds in the NFL. If Stefanski comes in and he's giving me quarterback tips, I'm taking all the information Stefanski is giving me and trying to draw up some kind of likely information that I can use for my opportunities as the starting quarterback for this team. But if you have Deshaun Watson come into the room with his nice fancy diamond earrings and his always wearing a hoodie on the sidelines, and I don't know if he's looking at an iPad, he's looking at some girls that he's going to be picking up at the end of the game.
He's looking at the security cameras in the massage parlors.
Or looking at security cameras from a massage parlor, or who he has in the back room after the game. Who knows what he's doing with those iPads? Honestly, it worries me when you have the analysts during the game say that Shedeur Sanders and Gabriel are so happy to have somebody like Deshaun Watson helping them grow as starting quarterbacks in this league. I mean, that would worry me as a young quarterback.
It would worry you as a team culture guy, too, because you look at, the Browns had a bad year after that year that they almost beat the Chiefs in the playoffs. They had an 8-9 season or something like that filled with injuries. Then they go make that trade for Watson. And they go, not only do they give him 3 first-round picks to do it, Houston was able to rebuild their team very nicely with those draft picks and get to the playoffs very quickly. And they go sign him the fully guaranteed contract that hindered Lamar Jackson and Kyler Murray and Russell Wilson from getting paid, as we talked about a few months ago with that NFL collusion case. Yeah, that's the same guy you're going to get mentorship from, a guy that had 26 women accuse him of all the sexual harassment and all the sexual crap that he was getting accused of. Yeah, that's the guy you want to learn from. Dillon Gabriel, who, like you said, Errol, is a good leader. He's a good veteran mentor, veteran in college football, and a younger mentor to those guys. And Shedeur Sanders is quite the opposite. Far from a mentor, he was terrible in his combine interviews for a reason. There's a reason he fell to the 5th round. And now you're going to gush because he had a 209-yard performance where 66 of those yards on that touchdown were by Sampson creating himself.
Dude, did you see after he threw that interception, he went to the sidelines and he was smiling. And any other quarterback, any starting quarterback that throws an interception, after him throwing a 40-yard pass, yes, they ran in a touchdown. And then right after that, after he gets the ball back, he throws an interception, almost a pick six. He's on the sidelines laughing with whoever the backup quarterback is, and the coach, and the other players, the offensive lineman that was sitting right next to him.
It's Deshaun Watson and Patriots legend Bailey Zappi.
I mean, I'd be damn embarrassed.
Yeah. And again, Shedeur Sanders threw an interception that was literally right at the guy, too. It's not
he
like,
almost threw 3 interceptions in the game.
I was going to say, it's not like one of those where, okay, the receiver dropped the ball and it just popped up in the air or something like that, like you saw Lamar Jackson throw last week when they played against the Browns. And it wasn't a case of, okay, the defender made a spectacular play. I would give him a pass if that was the case. That was not the case. It was clearly double coverage. The linebacker and Malcolm Coons sitting right in there in a zone. That's basic stuff for a quarterback. It's not like the Raiders have this overly complex spin they were throwing at him. This is a very Pete Carroll cover 3 zone type defense that leagues have seen for years. And you're right, Errol, they're not very good when you don't have the Seattle talent to go along with that kind of thing with the Raiders. And Shedeur Sanders' best accolade was, yes, that one pass Isaiah Bond was nice, but like you said, he can't get a habit of trying to throw off his back foot all the time because it's not good and attainable to be a starting quarterback in this league. And then you have cases of him still not sensing pressure very well, cases of him not creating for his wide receivers and intermediate throws. And again, he threw 1 touchdown where he threw a 3-yard pass, 3 yards of net yardage, and Dillon Sampson, a good rookie running back, doing the rest.
Dude, he wasn't good. And by the way, Myles Garrett was sensational. Yep. I mean, the guy is unbelievable. Is he going to break the record? He absolutely is going to break the record. I mean, he's had multiple games. And this is not like a J.J. Watt season where I was arguing that he was doing it against really bad offensive lines. He has been doing it against dominant offensive lines, not just good. I'm talking about the best offensive lines in football he's been doing it against. So it's incredible what Myles Garrett's doing. I was shocked that he got $40 million in the offseason and what the Browns paid him. But now when you're watching what he could do and how much trouble he can cause at the line of scrimmage, this is the best pass rush in the league. And why are they the best pass rush in the league? It's because of this behemoth, this monster of a man who, dude, he really does look like Conan the Barbarian. I mean, the guy is, when he takes off his shirt, I mean, it's not real. It looks like he doesn't look real. All right. It's pretty incredible what this guy is doing right now. He is going to break the record this year. I could even see him surpassing the record by at least 2 or 3 more sacks.
I think the unofficial record was like Deacon Jones, like 26th allegedly in 1961.
He's got 18, and how many games
I think he could even break that. He's got 5 left, so I think he could even break that at this point because he's, like you said, he's had multiple sacks in 5 different games already this year, and he had 5 in one game. He had 3 in this game. Like,
who do the Browns play for the rest of the season?
So they still have the Ravens again one more time. They got Cincinnati. They could against that offensive line. Well, you could definitely rush the passer.
I think the last time he played Cincinnati, I think he had 3 sacks in that game.
Yeah, because you're right. That was that surprise game where the Browns beat the Bengals at the beginning of the season when Cincinnati had a lot of expectations. And Myles Garrett, especially in a Jim Schwartz type defense too, with the pass rushers that they've drafted over the years too, like that's a whole nother level.
So what are the games?
The Browns' record is 49ers, Titans, Bears, Bills, Steelers, and they finish off against the Bengals.
Yeah, besides the Bills, like every line there is.
So it's Niners, Titans, Bears, Bills, Steelers, and Bengals.
The 49ers have been bad. Their front 7 has been bad. Besides, and Williams is not the same player he was over the last couple of years. He looks like he's getting old. After getting his extension, what was it, a year ago? He's getting old. I mean, that line has been horrible. And the Bears' offensive line, they have their good games and they have their bad. Right. So I could see Myles Garrett causing a lot of trouble in all these games. He'll average at least 1 to 2 sacks in every single one of these games. He's that good. He really is. He's been, honestly, if there's any way the Browns make the playoffs this year, and there's still a chance that the Browns can make the playoffs because that division is so bad. I mean, if you think about it, what are the Pittsburgh Steelers record right now?
6-5.
And that's the same record the Baltimore Ravens have. Yep. And what are the Browns' record right now?
2-8.
Oh, so they can't win. I thought
it would take for them to win.
I thought they had 3.
Yeah, they're 3-8 now.
They're 3-8, Speedy.
Yeah.
So they can actually, if the if the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Baltimore Ravens, and what do they have left? Who do they have left? I want to see, because we can really start to see that, hey, maybe if Shedeur gets lucky and the next 2 or 3 games, that you can argue that they can win. That division is horrible. That went from one of the best or the best division in all of football to one of the worst.
All right, the Steelers got the Bills next week. They got the Ravens again in Baltimore. Then Miami at home, Lions on the road, Cleveland at Cleveland, and then the Ravens to finish the season in Pittsburgh.
Interesting. I don't think the Browns are going to win the division because
and the Ravens still get to play the Bengals twice.
Because Pittsburgh and the Ravens have to play against one another.
Yeah,
twice.
No
chance.
Yeah. I mean, the Ravens' schedule, besides the Bengals, is pretty hard. Besides that, they got to play the Patriots. They got to play the Packers. They got to, again, it's like you really need a lot of extremes to happen. And you still need the Browns to win out, too, with that crappy offense that they have.
Jobber, your thoughts to Shedeur Sanders, as everybody thinks that he's having, like he's the future of the Cleveland Browns because of a game that he was 11 for 20 for 209 yards, 1 touchdown and 1 interception. Just absolutely, it's just blown out of proportion.
Yeah, it's one of those things where the NFL is going to use him no matter good or bad, and they're going to make it extreme on both sides. It is the way that I felt like it's leaning. I don't know if you guys heard his interview afterwards, but it was cringy to like, that was only after a week, I'm just happy and blah, blah, just and cheesing the whole time and whatever. Like it just, you have to have a little feel, and he doesn't have it. And it's kind of, he's a product of obviously of what his dad, but his dad could do that. His dad can still do it because he's obviously proven what, he did on so many different levels. But when it comes to him, it's like they're going to, of course, he could have, as long as they won the game in some capacity, and obviously his numbers weren't great. He makes the one great pass, but overall wasn't good by any means. And they won the game. So of course they're going to, because what do people want? They're either like, they want to see him absolutely just fall flat on his face, or they're going to be like, hey, he's better than a 5th round pick, and he goes out and does. So it's a train wreck, or as I just saw, a car wreck, where you don't want to look, but you look and you see what happens. And the NFL is going to take advantage of this as much as they can, good and bad, because it's a garbage team. But now people are going to watch just to watch. Nobody else is watching the damn Browns other than Browns true fans that are still watching. But now you're going to turn, and I'm guilty of it just as the next guy. Like, I'm interested to see what he's really going to do. Was he a better than 5th round pick? Is he good enough to see what he can do at the next? And it's one game, and it's against the Raiders, but they're going to use him in any way they can, because at the end of the day, it's a business too when it comes to teams like that, because they're not doing anything for the company per se. But now you've got something where eyes are going to be on for multiple reasons. And, now it's how many times they're going to show Dion in the stands. And it's like, oh, his mom made a splash with her outfit at the game. And it's like, who cares? Like, we're here to watch football, not to see what the hell Dion and his mom's doing dressed up. And I get that's part of the game and part of the culture of what, these sports are. I mean, we see everybody walking in with outfits and they're doing all this other stuff. So I get it. But there's just now, I think with him and his name, like we've talked about before, that precedes him and the pressure that it is, it's like they're going to try and make him look good in any way that they can. And obviously we've seen, because they even said, well, the advanced analytics, whatever, but he won the game. So they're going to be like, okay, it was great. And they're going to go after him again in this next week. And who knows what's going to happen. I guess we'll see. And he's going to laugh and smile and cheese no matter if he throws 5 interceptions or 5 touchdowns. I don't think that's ever going to change.
Well, who are the Browns playing this week? Are they? Is it the Bengals? I mean, their schedule is
49ers.
The 49ers. And I expect the 49ers to put a lot of pressure on him on the front 7. And this is not going to, Robert Saleh is going to be licking his lips because he's going to absolutely go after Shedeur Sanders.
Well, and I think a lot of those defensive guys too now are like, I wouldn't want to be on the bottom of that pile if he's on it, because they're gonna try and get some of those cheap shots in and be like, welcome to the league, son, and just give him the business. So there's going to be, he needs to have a little chip on his shoulder, which he should anyways. But there's going to be some guys coming after him just for the mere fact of like, oh, this is the reason you are a 5th-round pick. So,
and his father is Deion Sanders.
right. And I wouldn't want to be on the bottom of that pile or anywhere near him at the bottom of that pile.
Well, after all the things that he has done on and off the field, and the guy doesn't speak right. As a matter of fact, if I was his PR person and I was helping him with his PR stuff, I would tell him not to go up there and speak to the media, because every time he goes up there and speaks to the media, he sounds like more and more of an idiot. Okay?
Just do what Marshawn did. I'm only here not to get fined.
No, I think until he starts to really play at a high level, he shouldn't be speaking to the media. I know the media. I know the Browns want him to speak. He's a superstar as far as his jersey is concerned, and the deals that he's gotten, even not even playing on a damn football field. The guy has got $100 million deal because of his jersey signing. So it bothers me because Shedeur has done nothing because of his last name and because of who his father is. He's getting all the props. Even in a game, look, Dillon Gabriel, and I'll say whatever you want, Dillon Gabriel has looked better than Shedeur Sanders has in the 2 games, a 1.5 game Shedeur has played. Seriously. Now, I'm not saying Dillon Gabriel's looked like a world beater, but to say, and I get it. I get it with Stefanski. Stefanski knows the fans want to see Shedeur. They don't want to see Dillon Gabriel. He wants to see Dillon Gabriel, but the only way he can pull Shedeur out is if Shedeur looks really, really bad or he loses a game. And this is the game that if the 49ers completely beats the hell out of him and he looks really, really bad, like he did in the first game he played or half a game that he played, they're going to either pull him in the first half or let him play out the game, and he'll probably not see the field for the rest of the season because Dillon Gabriel is 100% healthy. But to me, it would bother me if I'm Dillon Gabriel and I got the starting job and finally I'm out of concussion protocol and automatically I lose my job after 1 game, and it wasn't even a world-beating game. It was 11 for 20, 1 touchdown and 1 interception, and I lost my starting job because the fans want to see this guy go out there.
But don't you think the Browns are going to do that anyways because they are 3-8 and they're like, well, at least we can get butts in seats if we,
pretty much. That was what you were describing before. Like the ownership wants it.
Myles Garrett is doing something we haven't seen a player.
Oh yeah, he's fun to watch. I don't know if you guys this isn't PG rated right now, but I don't know if y'all saw the interview with him and his gray shorts. That boy. That man is a 6-tool player. Let's just put it that way. Wow.
Well, he's got a hammer. There's no doubt about that. But a hammer that whoever he's dating or his woman, his wife, or whatever is probably enjoying herself right now as we speak. But yeah, I just think that this story and again, going back to what I've been reading all day long, everybody's writing like because Shedeur won this game that the Browns find themselves a starting quarterback, that they found themselves a future quarterback. How could you even think that way when we've seen him in 1.5 games? And if you put his numbers together, they're not very good. They're really not. 6 for 18 in half a game, and he was 11 for 20. I mean, those are not good numbers, guys.
Gabriel had more passing yards in his debut against a better defense in the Minnesota
They're
Vikings.
not good.
It didn't get as much hype, one of which because it was an international game.
And it's Dillon Gabriel.
Yeah.
Nobody gives a crap about Dillon Gabriel.
I don't think he's that good either, but he's still a lot better than Shedeur is right now.
To me, again, I know Stefanski does not want Shedeur out there on the field. I know he doesn't. But he's going to have to put him out there until he loses or embarrasses himself on the football field. And I'm going to tell you this right now. What's it going to take? He throws a 60-yard pass or a loop pass or like, what does he throw? Like a Hail Mary up in the air and I don't know, catches it. Jerry Jeudy catches it for a touchdown and everybody's going to say, holy crap, that's one of the greatest passes I've ever seen in my entire life. When he threw that 40-yard pass in the first quarter, it was like he did something that Aaron Rodgers did in an overtime game, throw a 65-yard pass down the field for a touchdown. It wasn't even a touchdown, and they blew it out of proportion.
Don't give Nathan's friend RG3, the Shedeur Sanders lover, any ideas.
It was horrible, man. It was a joke, an absolute joke. Anyways, well, I got to get off the Shedeur Sanders. It's just getting me sick to my stomach. All right, my golf clap of the day.
This deserves a golf clap.
No doubt. Golf clap. Golf clap.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, my golf clap of the day goes to somebody that was suspended for a significant amount of time. Well, guess what? He's got a tryout now. By who? The New Orleans Saints. Ladies and gentlemen, Justin Tucker might be back in the NFL after being suspended for the first 10 weeks of the season for 2025, the NFL season, because of violating the personal conduct policy. And we all know he was going to the massage parlors, or the parlors were coming to him, ladies and gentlemen. Justin Tucker might have, yet again, another job for the lonely Saints. As today, he went out Monday kicking the ball around over there in New Orleans. I don't know if he's going to get the job, but what I've read is he looked really, really good, and he might get himself a new job for the New Orleans Saints. I don't know if this is good for football. I do believe everybody deserves a second chance, and if Deshaun Watson got a second chance, why shouldn't this guy get a second chance? This is one of the greatest kickers, the greatest kicker percentage-wise the NFL's ever had. He would have been a Hall of Famer, but after this story, I don't think he'll ever see the Hall of Fame. So my golf clap of the day goes to the Saints, giving this man a second chance. Everybody deserves one. And I'd love to hear Justin Tucker now, after the whole story is now washed away and it's done, and he did his 10 weeks and he sat out for a suspension. I would love to hear Justin Tucker come out there, apologize to the fans and apologize to the NFL, and maybe get on the NFL's good graces and their side, play another couple more years, maybe win a Super Bowl or two, or and be an elite kicker again in the NFL. And maybe he wins himself an opportunity to get into the Hall of Fame. So my golf clap of the day goes to the Saints giving Justin Tucker a second chance. So the golf clap goes to the Saints. All right. It's a crazy story, and I do believe everybody deserves a second chance. It's, to me, I know a lot of people will be looking at me saying nobody deserves a second chance on the way he abused women like that, but everybody makes mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. I've made mistakes in my past. Job has made mistakes. Everybody has. So, and
I don't think you'll ever hear from him like address it though. I bet he
I don't
does.
think so either, but to me, it would change everything in everybody's mind if he just addresses it, or maybe does a 2020 broadcast where he gets interviewed and kind of gives his take on what happened and why he did it. So that would be very interesting to me. And I think it might clear a lot of thoughts on why this guy shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. So anyways, when we come back, we still have a long show left. We've got 19 segments. This is a long one because it's Thanksgiving and everybody celebrates it except Jabba. Obviously, we know that. But most people celebrate Thanksgiving, and we're not going to do a second show this week. So we're trying to crump it into one, right, Jabba? We're trying to put it into one. It's a long show, so we got a lot left. Fish put it together with Speedy. When we come back, we got Save Your Tears. We got the Ayuk story, which is a big one, and Mets trade Brandon Nimmo for Marcus Simeon. We will get into that when we come back. But again, our Sports Minute.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys, Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a couple of stories for you before we get into the scores this evening. A University of Alabama Birmingham football player was arrested on Saturday morning after stabbing two of his teammates just hours before they were supposed to take on the University of South Florida, a game they still played and lost 48-18. The two players who were stabbed are in stable condition and recovering. Interim coach Alex Mortensen for the 3-8 squad told reporters that they had played the game to honor the seniors as it was the last home game of the season. UAB wraps up their season next week at Tulsa, but thoughts will be focused more on the long-term health of the injured players and the state of the program after such a violent incident took place. Redshirt freshman transfer offensive lineman from Kentucky Daniel Mincy was booked on charges Saturday afternoon in Jefferson County, Alabama, of aggravated assault and attempted murder. More information about the victims and the crime have not been released. Major League Baseball off-season rolls on, and players who were not offered arbitration despite their eligibility was announced on Friday, and the list included two-time All-Star, now former Rangers outfielder and 2021 World Series champion Adolis Garcia was among the 66 names that were non-tendered this year in what would be presumably a cost-cutting move for the Rangers. Garcia, who's 32, was the ALCS MVP in 2023 on the way to the Rangers World Series win that year. After the World Series run, Garcia's stats came back down to earth with back-to-back seasons of an OPS under 700. He only hit .227 in 2025 with 19 homers as the Rangers missed the playoffs. Joining Garcia was former Rangers catcher Jonah Heim from the World Series team and reliever Josh Boers were also non-tendered. Regardless of what happens moving forward, Adolis, Jonah, and Josh will always be remembered for their contributions to the first World Series title in franchise history. That's Rangers President of Baseball Operations Chris Young in a statement on Friday. Other recognizable names that were cut Friday include Nathaniel Lowe, Alek Manoah, Mike Tauchman, Christopher Morel, and Yankees relievers Mark Leiter Jr., Scott Efros, and Ian Hamilton. There's a Monday Night Football game on at 8:15 tonight, still about a half hour away from that one starting. 49ers are at home taking on the Panthers in a surprisingly important matchup for both teams. In basketball right now, just underway, the Knicks and Nets are playing in the Barclays Center. It's 9-7 early in the first. In the second, it's 49-43 Pistons over the Pacers in Indiana. 8 minutes left in the second there. Similar amount of time left in Toronto. Cavaliers up 6 on the Raptors. Just underway in Miami between the Mavericks and the Heat. Still to come tonight, Grizzlies, Nuggets, Bucks, Trailblazers, Pelicans, Bucks, Suns, Rockets, Warriors, Jazz, and Kings, T-Wolves. In hockey right now, we got the Rangers hosting the Blues at the Garden, and they're losing 1-0 at the end of the first. And that one, the Rangers are currently sitting in last place in the division. It's the end of the first. Also in Tampa, 1-0 Lightning over the Flyers. It's 3-1 Devils over the Red Wings, end of the first in Jersey. Also end of the first, Capitals have a 1-0 lead on the Blue Jackets. Still to come tonight, Predators, Panthers, Mammoth, Golden Knights, and Kings, Senators. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Jabba in the Mouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify. Now, in video, make sure to like and subscribe to all the shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now, back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our next segment on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions? This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Roba, that's what. Do. You want my green card? Roba, that's my right. I do.
61 672 3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba in the Mouth. My name is Errol Marks. My co-host, Mr. Flamethrower himself, Jabba Chamberlain, and Speedy P. Executive producer is Aaron Fishman. On the board, Tommy Poops, our PR masterful man himself, Nathan on the back end, Jared, our intern. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com.
Thumb up my ass.
Well, it's thumb up his ass. Happy Thanksgiving for Mr. Thumb Up His Ass over there in Florida, Mr. Nathan. He got us our guest tonight. Unfortunately, we couldn't get Hoke on, but Hoke will join us in winter meetings. He's been very, very busy. It's the holidays, his family. I know everybody couldn't wait until Brian came on the show, but he'll be on the show. We'll talk some baseball with him. I'm sure he has his own take on the Nimmo and Simeon trade, and I'm sure there will be other trades. Maybe one with the Detroit Tigers and the Mets very, very soon. We'll see. And I'm sure the Yankees are working on some contracts. Bellinger seems like is the number one guy the Dodgers are going after, I've been reading. So the Dodgers are interested in bringing back Bellinger to the organization. So they're the team that drafted him, and he won an MVP over there with the Dodgers. And now the Yankees might lose him to the Dodgers. More deferred money going to Mr. Cody Bellinger. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. That's just the story that I've heard. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this Save Your Tears.
Mom, what's one thing that you can't talk to me about?
My sexual fantasies.
Say you're sorry. It is not ideal, but if it's what we, it is not ideal, but if it is not ideal, but if it is what we. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp, boy. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. Boy, you guys, enough.
It's time for Save Your Tears.
All right, guys, welcome back to Save Your Tears. This is the compliment chorus edition where we announce the winner of Week 12 of the NFL contest. Here's the way it goes. Everyone that lost gives at least 51% genuine compliments to the winner. Get that music on. Have Nithin mute whatever Lisa Ann video he has in the background at his home studio. And we are going to reveal this week's. And guys, we are also going to do next week's Save Your Tears later on in the show after our guest, because we only have one show this week again. So here it is, the big reveal. Here was the board, the big reveal. Yes, it's me. I am the winner for Week 12. Dak Prescott leading the way for quarterbacks. Big games from Dak and Hurts this week. The big win for me came on the back of George Pickens, 31.6 points at the receiver position. In second place was the big Nith himself with the silver medal. I mean, we got to get these standings at some point, Speedy, but Nithin's got to be way up there, I would think. And Speedy, you as well, in third place with 84.96. Jarrett, tough one for you. Looks like, according to the standings, looks like you got doubled up by a whole bunch of us. After that, it looks like Tommy, followed by Errol and Jabba. Guys, you know how this works. I'm going to post up right here in the corner.
Lulu.
And now it's time for the compliment chorus.
Fuck my Indo.
Starting with Jarrett.
Yeah, that was a bit shocking to see just how poorly I did. I knew it wasn't going to be good. So doubled, almost tripled up this week. Well done, Fish. Big week. 90 points is huge. Yeah, I mean, I think this is your first win since I've been on. Congratulations, big win. Kind of surprising considering you make the boards, but yeah, dude, well done. You do great work on this show. You helped me out a lot, and thank you. And man, good job again.
Thanks, Jarrett. That was great. Who do we have next? It looks like next is going to be Mr. Jabba Chamberlain.
Fish, about time you've been getting close. I mean, shoot, you do enough work on producing this show. It's about damn time. It was only a matter of time. We all knew it was going to happen. Now Errol's really going to follow all your leads on your picks now since you've won. So he's got to follow the leader at some point, and that you are. So you've done a great job. I have a feeling this won't be your last one. And hopefully I'm not second to go when you win this thing again, because that means I'm going to get better because I'm going to listen to you.
Oh, that was very kind, Jabba. Very kind. I truly appreciate that. Let's see who's next on this one. Oh, it looks like it's going to be Mr. Errol Marks.
First of all, just because somebody wins doesn't mean that I'm going to be following them and listening to what they say. That's one. Number two, hey, listen, this is all about luck. It's how everything falls together. It's the way you.
I'm waiting for positive. 0 for 2. Keep going.
All right. Well, I'll go for 3. It's all about the luck of the draw, and I guess Fish was the lucky one. But nevertheless, I told you I was going 0 for 3.
You got to get to 51%. You owe me 3.5 compliments now.
All right, I'll give you 3.5 compliments. You've been very important to the show as far as the executive production in the background. You do a lot of the graphic. You put the show together, and you always reach out to me and make sure that I'm on top of everything that's going on during the show and off the show. So that I appreciate. Me and you have great conversations on and off, not only about sports, about life. So I appreciate you being a friend. And even though you're a pain in my rear end half the time, your fantasy team is a little bit ahead of mine, but not for long. And I hope that we meet each other one way or another in the fantasy final, so I can whip your ass. But I love you, Fish. You're a good person, good, kind soul. Congratulations on a win that you needed. That's for sure. So
I'm gonna say that was like probably 51% on the nose. That's as close I think anyone's ever gotten.
You should have put the meter up there, Fish, as it was just penduluming back and forth.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, next is Tommy Scoops.
All right, man. Fish, fellow Giants fan on the show. And like Earl said, nobody does more hard work on the production. You are the producing glue, as I would like to say.
Producing glue.
Why not? Let's go with that too.
You want my cream pie?
Hey, man, Fish. This is. I'm glad to give you your compliments for the first time in a while. Honestly, I can't remember the last time, like Jared mentioned, but hey, man, honestly,
Blow my back out.
I don't know any other Giants fan that would be as bold as to rock their Giants gear in front of a bunch of Eagles fans in New Orleans. But you were the crazy bastard that decided to do it. You were the one that wore it proud and
Scoops
strong.
sits on the shitter.
Anyways, man, you rock that Giants gear. Very cool, very astounding. So just like the way you got this win for Save Your Tears, I'm happy for
Poops
you, man.
gets no cooch.
Absolutely happy for you. And Arrow's over here, a 5-year-old, so I'm gonna end it right there.
I appreciate that, Tommy. And honestly, why would I be afraid of a bunch of people who put like nacho cheese whiz on top of beef? Anyway, moving on to the third place finisher, Speedy.
Fish, you're a man of many talents. Congratulations on your first win. After all these times you prepped the game between football and basketball, I'm sure there's thousands of different combinations of teams you had to put together, and you've always been one of the most knowledgeable football guys. I remember when you first joined us, and I was texting you all night about a conversation about Josh Zadu and some of the other Giants struggling rookie offensive linemen or young offensive linemen, and I'm like, okay, this guy takes it to another level. Obviously, you do a fantastic job as a coach, and the knowledge that you have is immense. And now, in addition to that, you're a teacher, and you took all of us to school this week. Congratulations on your first win.
Anyone!
I think I've won basketball one time, but I don't know. Not a lot of wins.
Yeah, I meant for football. I was
beneficial.
All right. And now,
Oscars only.
The great Nith, our silver medalist.
Oh, Nith.
What's up, Aaron? Congrats on the win. Finally, you did something right here. I'm joking, but congrats on the win.
He
Happy
talks
for you.
so tough because he's like remote and
One of the best producers. You keep everything organized for the show every week, and you do a great job of keeping everybody intact.
Nathan, is your phone like laying down? Is that the ceiling we're staring at?
Well, it's my laptop.
Oh, I was like, why does it look like we're staring at the ceiling?
Just like you.
Well,
here.
Nathan does
There you
have
go.
great camouflage tactics, so we do know about that. Guys, we're gonna
Fish,
play
all
next
cheers.
week's.
No, you're a great producer.
Don't want to
do great work.
Thank you, Nathan. I appreciate that. Save your tears. Will continue later on in tonight's show.
I want to picture Nathan scuba diving.
Freaking bear back!
Oh, God, can you bring that one back?
Well, there you go. Save Your Tears. Well, we have another segment for Save Your Tears. We're going to be picking for this week's tears, and hopefully nobody's going to be crying. And it seems like Fish has a smile on his face, so I don't think he's going to be crying. The Athletic reported on Saturday that the 49ers voided their guaranteed money to Ayuk contract in July, which has likely contributed to him not playing yet this season. Ayuk was due to make $27 million guaranteed money in 2026, but apparently Ayuk violated the terms of the contract so badly that the 49ers front office, led by Hall of Famer John Lynch, that Ayuk's contract was voided of its guarantees. The Niners head coach Kyle Shanahan, who I can't stand, called the situation unusual. and the first time he's ever seen a contract get voided in his 20 years as an NFL coach. The 49ers organization said they would welcome Ayuk back, but that seems to be unlikely as Ayuk is due a base salary of $27.2 million and $29.15 million for the next 2 seasons, which are now non-guaranteed. The 49ers now take on a dead cap of almost $30 million in 2026 after voiding his guaranteed money. Ayuk has not played since week 7 of the 2024 season after suffering a torn ACL. He signed a 4-year, $120 million deal before the 2024 season after finishing second team All-Pro in 2023. Well, it looks like Brandon Ayuk will not be a 49er next year because I believe the 49ers will do whatever they can to move him. I do believe Brandon Ayuk will be back sometime this year to play. I don't know what he's doing on and off the field. There is nothing that I have read on why they've taken away the guarantees. I'm sure when more of the story comes out, we'll hear about it. And I'm sure the 49ers are going to do whatever they can to keep it out of the tabloids, take it out of the papers or the magazines or whatever, whoever's going to try to get it from the media on why they're doing this. Now, Brandon Ayuk hasn't played in a very long time. He is not 100% healthy, and he won't be 100% healthy even if he comes back this year. Remember, when you tear your ACL, it usually takes a full year after you come back to be at 100%. We've seen this many, many times. I was talking to the Beeve last night about one of the young Cowboy players, the rookie that they drafted in the second round, who they drafted this past year, who tore his MCL, his ACL, and PCL. He just came back and he hasn't looked good. And I told him it usually takes a year for them to be at 100%. So obviously we're not going to see what he is as a player until probably next year or the year after. The fact here is Brandon Ayuk is getting paid a lot of money. The 49ers invested a lot of money in him and not pay Deebo Samuel. Deebo Samuel has had a pretty good season in the first half of the season with the Commanders, but because of the injury to their quarterback and the situation with Terry McLaurin not having their number one guy there, it's hurt Deebo Samuel's season to be, I believe, could have been All-Pro player this year. I thought Deebo started the season very, very strong, but when Terry McLaurin went out early this season and hasn't been healthy, it's definitely affected the offensive side of the ball for the Commanders, and you can see that eventually their star quarterback, Jaden Daniels, went down. But the 49ers are a team that obviously didn't need Ayuk all season long because of their schedule. The schedule was really one of the easier schedules in the NFC. Now, what are they going to do in the offseason? If they decide to move Ayuk, are they willing to take this dead cap space that they're going to be dealing with? That $30 million of Brandon Ayuk, which you're going to either have to pay him or move him. How is this going to work for this organization and this team? Do they draft another wide receiver? They drafted Ricky Pearsall, 2 years ago, because he was going to fill in and take over for Deebo Samuel. Now you paid Brandon Ayuk. Now you're stuck with the contract. If you decide John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, if they both have jobs at the end of the season, if they decide to move him, who's going to take that contract on? Number one. Number two, how are they going to fill in that spot if they're going to have dead cap space of $30 million? You're not going to be able to bring in a veteran wide receiver unless he's a washed up veteran wide receiver, not one of these guys.
Will you explain to the listeners too, like what dead cap space means as far as the salary?
Yes. Well, okay. So dead cap space is pretty easy to understand. So they owe him next year $30 million. So in 2026, they owe him $30 million. Even if they trade him, they are still owed $30 million to the dead cap. So they still owe $30 million. So that $30 million that they were going to invest into Brandon Ayuk is still on their cap. So now if they wanted to fill in or bring somebody in and give them the $30 million, they can't. So that puts them in a bad situation where they can't bring in a veteran guy. If, like, let's say if Calvin Ridley is available next year, or any of these guys that become available that might want, let's say, $19 million to come and fill in as their number one guy, they're not going to be able to pay him that money. So now the only way they go is to the draft. Are they willing to draft a guy in the first round like they did with Ricky Pearsall? And I'm not saying Ricky Pearsall is a bust, but Ricky Pearsall was a guy that got shot at the bank. Remember that? And Ricky Pearsall, I would say he's looked good in certain games, but he's been a shell of what they thought he was going to be as a first-round talent. They were comparing his skill to a Deebo Samuel. When Deebo Samuel was drafted, he was a second-round draft pick by the 49ers. When they brought him in, he was a dual threat. Ricky Pearsall is not a dual threat. They have not used Ricky Pearsall as a running back style of wide receiver. This is what they used with a guy like Deebo Samuel. And that, I think, has hurt them this year. Not having Deebo Samuel has absolutely hurt him, because not the fact that Christian McCaffrey isn't a star player. He is a sensational player. There's no question. He's one of the best running backs in the league. You're putting more pressure on a guy like Christian McCaffrey, where they can't spread the offense. They can't use the other guys out in the football field because, one, Brandon Ayuk is out. And then there's George Kittle. George Kittle started the season up and down because he wasn't healthy. So now George Kittle's healthy, but George Kittle recently said he was not 100%. He won't be 100% for the rest of the season. He says he's more like 75, 80%. And now you're wondering, where are they going to get that second tier or even third tier offense from? If Brandon Ayuk comes back, he's not going to be 100%. And now you're overloading a significant amount of money, $26 million of your cap to this man, which is not guaranteed anymore. Not at all, because of something that he did or probably said. And I remember, but after he got that contract, he wanted to be traded. So he's been forcing his way out. He never wanted to stay with the 49ers. The 49ers were the ones that gave him that $120 million contract. So there's a lot of questions with the 49ers. They're getting older. They're kind of like a lot of these teams in the NFL right now. Teams that like the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, it's so funny because the Kansas City Chiefs and the 49ers have been two of the best teams in the NFL for the last 10 seasons. And both teams will have great coaches, as you guys call Kyle Shanahan one of the elite coaches in the league. I don't, but that's on a whole nother grid. My thought here is, if you look at the 49ers right now, they just lost Nick Bosa for the year. He tore his Achilles or his ACL.
ACL for him, I think Achilles for Fred Warner.
So they lost both those guys. You're talking about Fred Warner, who might not be back next year, because an Achilles is a significant tear, especially as a linebacker and a star defensive lineman. And then Nick Bosa, who tore his ACL, he might not be back until the middle of next year. So your two best defensive players could be out a significant amount of time. And they're probably the one of the younger guys on your line. Fred Warner, who's what, 28, 29 years old?
Yeah, and he's probably the best man coverage middle linebacker we've seen.
And Nick Bosa, who's 28. So these guys are your elite players. You're not going to have until the middle of the season next year. Might not have them at all. And now you have money invested in Warner. You have money invested in Bosa. You have money invested in Ayuk. Where do you go next year? Where does Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch go? And if I was John Lynch, I would just walk away and take an analyst job, because to me, they're going to fall flat on their face. The only reason why they haven't this year is because their schedule has been really that easy. But next year is only going to get worse, and they might make the playoffs. But making the playoffs is not what the 49ers are all about. It's going to a Super Bowl and trying to contend for a Super Bowl. The same thing with the Kansas City Chiefs. The Kansas City Chiefs, yeah, they've got McDuffie. He's a young guy. Rice, he's a young guy. But then they have Travis Kelce. They have Jones. There's a lot of guys that are, not a lot of guys, but they have important pieces to their puzzle that are getting up there in age. How many years do they have left? And where do the Kansas City Chiefs go when those guys fall out, and they need to find somebody to replace those guys. And that's why it's been a problem for Kansas City and why we talked about what Rice does to their offense. If Rice is a number one, that changes their offense completely. If Ayuk comes back and he's 100%, how much does that change their offense? Significantly, because they really don't have a number one wide receiver. Who's their number one guy right now? They don't have one.
Probably.
They don't have one. Jennings was like a number 4 guy 2 years ago because you had George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, and Brandon Ayuk. So you're betting on Christian McCaffrey. And remember, Christian McCaffrey's getting up there in age. What is he, 30, 31 as a running back? He's at the tail end of his career as a running back. Even though he's an elite guy, how many years does he have left as an elite player? So that worries you. If I was Kyle Shanahan, they haven't drafted very well over the last couple of years. If you look at their picks, they're not, a lot of these guys, I don't know what Fish is saying, he's 29. I don't know who's 29, but CMC, he's 30 years old. Next year, he's 30, and you usually say when you hit that 30-year-old mark, your running back years are over. So how long do they have Christian McCaffrey for? Okay, and they paid Christian McCaffrey a lot of money in the offseason. So they have a lot of money invested in Christian McCaffrey. They just paid George Kittle a 2-year extension. They just paid Williams, who looks old, Trent Williams. They have Brandon Ayuk, $30 million of dead cap space. Even if you don't keep him next year, you still have $30 million on your cap. You have Nick Bosa, who's probably not going to play until the middle of the year next year, and then Fred Warner, who might not play at all next year. You have all this money invested into your star players. And if I was Kyle Shanahan, I would want out. Honestly, what do I have? What do I have to look forward to next year? This team, and you have Robert Saleh. You're going to look forward to Robert Saleh as your defensive coordinator for a second year? I mean, honestly, and that division is getting better. The Rams are the best team right now in the league. Seattle might be the second best team in all of the NFC. So what do you have to look forward to? I mean, Arizona, because they're that bad? I mean, the 49ers are in trouble. And in this Ayuk story, it only starts if you're a 49er fan. I know one who's a friend of Jabo's, friend of the show, Mr. Owen, who, by the way, told me yesterday, I'll take a picture of me in a dress. I said, that's not the deal, Owen. You said you were going to come on the show with a wig on, lipstick, and a dress on during the show. Not take a picture and you're going to send it to me. That wasn't the deal, Owen. And I know you're listening to the show, and I don't want to hear your take on the 49ers because there's nothing you can tell me that this 49er team is any good. And by the way, you know how we started talking? The Shedeur Sanders. He says,
sure.
He says, what do you think about Shedeur today? I said, he sucked. I mean, anywhere you slice it and you dice it, he sucked. Oh, he says he was 11 for 20. He had 209 yards. I said, dude, go look at the league statistics. They're not good. He was not good. Stop trying to sell me Shedeur Sanders. You want him as your star quarterback? Purdy's been pretty damn good when he's in the game. You're going to take Shedeur over Brock Purdy? I mean, the only likely good position they're in right now is Brock Purdy might be for real. That's about it. I mean, seriously, Brock Purdy has nobody to throw to, and he's still putting up numbers. So, I mean, if there's anything that you should, as a 49er fan, you should be looking, there's more ups than downs as your quarterback. That's it. Christian McCaffrey's hitting the 30 mark, and all those other guys might not be the same players. I don't know how this works out with the Ayuk story. Ayuk was what? When he got that contract, he was 26, right?
Mm-hmm. And he coming off, I think he was the 7th or 8th best receiver.
How old is he now?
27. So.
He's going to be 28 next year. How long does it take for you to lose your elite speed as a star wide receiver? Probably to the age of 29, 30. You're not the same player. Ask Calvin Johnson. He retired at 30. I mean, you usually lose a lot when you hit that 30 mark. So I don't know. And what is he saying?
Oh, he's saying like after a torn ACL, it's going to be even harder. Yeah.
I think Brandon Ayuk, especially, he's one of the best route runners in the league. Yep. I don't know if, yes, you need speed, but I don't know if you need that much speed to run a route. I mean, you can run a route and still be pretty efficient. So I'm not going to say it's a speed. I think it's off the field stuff. I think it's all the off the field stuff that nobody can nail. Nobody can tell us what's going on with Brandon Ayuk. The only thing I did hear is Brandon Ayuk never wanted to sign that contract with the 49ers. As a matter of fact, he wanted to go to the Commanders. Remember that?
Yep, that's where I thought he was going to go at the time.
He wanted to go to the Commanders. He wanted to play with Jaden Daniels. Him and Jaden Daniels are friends. They train in the offseason. That was the place he wanted to go. He was shocked that the 49ers extended him. And now he's a 49er, and obviously him and Kyle Shanahan don't like each other. But we've heard this many, many years for a lot of wide receivers that have been there. I remember Deebo Samuel over the last 2 seasons has had problems with Kyle Shanahan. I don't know if anybody's watched the Netflix, what is that thing called?
Hard Knocks?
No. Netflix has the wide receiver thing, and Deebo Samuel was on it last year, and there were problems going on with him and Kyle Shanahan. I mean, obviously, they didn't show that on the documentary, but you could tell that Deebo Samuel was not happy that Brandon Ayuk was getting more of the snaps than he was when he came back. He was not very happy about it. So my thought here is Brandon Ayuk was never happy over here, and he never wanted to be a 49er.
Yeah, and it's a bad process because I think Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch tried to go back to what they were successful with when they first got to the Super Bowl against the Chiefs in 2019. They made it work with a lot of, outside of Deebo Samuel, a lot of really old wide receivers. They traded for Emmanuel Sanders. They had Mohamed Sanu because he played with Kyle Shanahan in Atlanta and tried to make that kind of thing work. So they were like, okay, we could trust this process again. And when our other receivers deteriorate, we could just make that kind of thing work. Then you mentioned it, Deebo Samuel was complaining about a lack of targets last year, and his value was already shot as it was, so they had to trade him for a 5th-round pick this offseason. And yes, while they do draft well with day 3 draft picks, that's still not the ideal value that you want. So you have to make Brandon Ayuk work in some facet. And yes, we knew he was going to miss time, but this much time because of a contract dispute, and you're going to rearrange all the guaranteed money. Yeah, if I was a player, I would be upset with that too. You did it before the season started for 30 million or 27 million in guaranteed money. I don't blame Brandon Ayuk for not wanting to do that. Then all of a sudden, worst case scenario comes. Pearsall gets hurt. Kittle gets hurt. Offensive lineman injured. Now you have 2 defensive stars hurt, which are already getting. Warner's getting the highest paid at his position, which he's the best middle linebacker in football he deserves. Nick Bosa, until these recent contracts, was one of the most highest. Then all of a sudden you're stuck, and you want to rearrange cap space. When this offseason you had, like, going into the offseason, the 5th most money, and you can't make your players happy like that. It's a really bad process. I agree with you. It's not going to make a lot of good players want to trust
and
the
they're getting
49ers
older.
front office. Yeah,
they're an older team. They're a much older team.
Yeah. And who says these newer players, that these guys that they are going to want to replace him with, are going to want to stay there?
They don't have a left tackle. When Williams decides to part ways with them, they don't have a left tackle, and that's a very important position in football. You can ask Fish. It's probably one of the most important positions in football. Their quarterback, they lost their star safety. He goes to the Broncos in the offseason because they couldn't afford him because they overpaid for Ayuk. So they've made a lot of mistakes that it's affected their defense and affected their offensive side of the offensive side of the ball. Deebo Samuel is playing for the Commanders. I know his numbers don't stick out to you, but it had a lot to do with Terry McLaurin going down and Jaden Daniels.
Right.
Honest to God, if McLaurin was healthy this year and Jaden Daniels was playing, I think this is a different offense. I think Deebo Samuel has 1,300 yards thrown to him and probably running in about 300, 350. And he's been healthy, fairly healthy all year.
Yeah, and it was a big point of when he was the feature guy in that offense for a while, for probably the first 5 years of Shanahan's coaching there. And now all of a sudden, they couldn't really find that kind of feature. They thought he had an Ayuk in 23 because he played great in 2023. And then all of a sudden, he gets hurt. And they just had to make that kind of thing work because he's a really good route runner. They don't really have that. Even Deebo Samuel, he's really quick off the line of scrimmage. He's not a really amazing route runner either. And same kind of thing with Pearsall, like you were saying.
Yeah, it's just interesting how they're going to shape it up and how it's kind of played itself out. Because I'd like to know really like what happened for it to be voided. Like, was it something that, in the contract language, like I know there's different clauses as far as like certain ththings you can't do. But
well, it is 12 games, so it is the maximum that you could do. But apparently they voided it at the beginning of the season. That's where I think it makes it look bad.
Yeah, that's where I'm like, oh, that does it really make sense, or what was there more to it, or are they just trying to get rid of him? It's interesting timing to say the least, but I mean it's been obvious that he wanted to go somewhere else too. So it's they're kind of in a tough predicament because even the guys that they spent money on aren't going to be back, and they're not getting any younger. And Father Time never loses. So and And then who knows? I mean, CMC to stay healthy as long as he has, it's usually just a matter of time before something happens. So it's kind of a weird dynamic as far as what they're going to do and what they're going to rely on. And if Fish is right when he says that, they got to go O-line in the draft next year, they'll see if they listen.
For like 3 years in a row.
Right.
I think the 49ers are in a lot of trouble. And again, their coach is on the hot seat. Maybe, obviously, this year, if they sneak into the playoffs, he will probably live to see another year. But next year, he will be on the hot seat. And this is a team, again, that's older. And John Lynch, over the last 2 seasons, was looking to walk away.
Yep.
How many times have we heard that John Lynch might retire as the GM, want to go back to broadcasting and media work? Why? Because there's more stress and more pressure on him. And if you look at their drafts over the last couple of years, they haven't been good. They haven't been like, wow, this player is going to be a star. As a matter of fact, they've lost young players, young talented players. They lost their star safety to the Broncos in the offseason because they couldn't afford them. So, I mean, it's just, to me, I just think the 49ers are in a bad situation. And if you look at the most important positions right now, they have this kid Ward, right? He's still there, if I'm not mistaken.
No, Ward's gone.
Ward's gone. So
he's with the Colts now.
That's right. That's right. So if you think about it, they lost their star corner in the offseason, their star safety, and now you have all your star players. Williams is getting old. Nick Bosa is hitting 29, going to be 30. Fred Warner this is another serious injury to their defense. He might not be the same player. If we go up and down their roster, the only guy that you really look at that's still fairly young and that still has a lot of upsides is Ayuk. And Ayuk runs, he doesn't want to be there anymore. And they don't want him there anymore. So it's a bad situation. The only thing that I could say that they have in place right now is Brock Purdy. I think, by the way, Owen needs to apologize for the whole Brock Purdy thing, because Brock Purdy, since he's come back, he's looked pretty damn good.
Yes.
So I don't know. And he doesn't have Deebo Samuel to throw to. He doesn't have Ayuk to throw to, and he's still been pretty damn good.
He made those 2 random tight ends out of nowhere look really good, too, even next to Kittle.
He looks pretty damn good. I'll take back when anybody says he's a secondary quarterback in this league. He's a top 10 quarterback. There's no question, and you see what he's doing right now, and he's going to win. I think they're going to put up some big numbers against the Carolina Panthers, even though it's his second quarter. It's still 0-0. You could see that the team trusts him, and the organization trusts Brock Purdy, and that's why they paid him the $50 million a year.
6-0 now.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. So there you go. All right. MLB Network's John Heyman reports that the New York Mets have traded Mr. Brandon Nimmo to the Rangers for Gold Glove winning second baseman Marcus Semien. Stearns said early Monday that he was intrigued by Semien's defense at second base as being one of the best in baseball, even if his bat isn't what it used to be. Semien had his worst offensive season of his career last year with only 15 home runs and 62 RBIs, but has 6 seasons of over 20 home runs in his career, including a 45 home run season in 2021. Stearns then thanked Brandon Nimmo for his service to the organization after being there since being drafted in the first round 14 years ago in 2011, and said he accepted a trade to the Rangers after speaking with DeGrom, who helped convince Nimmo to waive his no-trade clause to make the deal. Nimmo had 25 home runs and 92 RBIs last season, but had his worst defensive season since 2020. Nimmo's contract has 5 years left on it, making $19.25 million per year, while Marcus Semien's contract has 3 years left on it, making $26 million each of the next 2 years and $20 million in 2028. I think this is a great deal for both teams. I really do. I believe when you look at a guy like Semien, he is one of the best defensive players in the infield in the league. He's been that. He's a Gold Glove winner, and you have him and Lindor. Lindor is your shortstop and him as your second baseman. I mean, you have 2 elite players in the middle of your field. And I believe with the Mets, and I think baseball needs to go back to old school baseball. You need that that defensive side of the game. And I think what the Mets are looking at is they had problems at second base last year with McNeil. McNeil was a shell of what he was over the years, where he was an elite defender and he was great at what he did when they moved him around the field, the infield. I just think Brandon Nimmo, he's been a great Met, 14 years, great personalities, very good to the fans. He goes to all the autograph signings for the Mets organization. Every year you hear that they're doing autograph signings or they're going to hospitals. Brandon Nimmo's one of the guys that show up there out of all the Mets. He has been a good defender out in the outfield. This past year, he wasn't as good as he was for the 2 years. And I think he was a Gold Glove winner one of those years as well. I think that Stearns is trying to shake things up. Obviously, they fell short last year. This is a team that is expected to be a contender, especially with the moves they want to make in the offseason. I do believe they're going to do whatever they can to bring Edwin Diaz back. I believe Pete Alonso is definitely the next guy that they're going to try to sign. And I wouldn't be so surprised if they make a run for Tarek Skubal. I think he's the guy. He's the missing piece. He's the missing puzzle piece for the Mets to be considered an elite team with the Dodgers. I do believe that what the Mets are trying to do, David, and a guy like Stearns is trying to do, is he's trying to turn this team into his team. This is still guys from Brodie Van Wagenen. Okay, Brodie Van Wagenen didn't draft Brandon Nimmo, but he was a part of the organization all the way through Brodie Van Wagenen. And again, Beatty is another guy. He was the first guy that Brodie Van Wagenen drafted. Now, when are they going to decide to move away from a guy like Brady, who really has not been the player they thought he was going to be? I think that the Mets are still going to be one of those teams this offseason are going to make the most moves, or one of the most moves in the National League. They've got a tremendous amount of young talent. They have a bunch of pitchers right now in their farm system. Three guys that they have up there. I believe McLean is the only untouchable one. I could see Tong going. I could see a lot of these young players that they have no room for in the future. And I'm not saying Tong they have no room for, but if they could get a Tarek Skubal and maybe move some of the young pieces that they have right now in their farm system, their top prospects, for a Tarek Skubal, why wouldn't the Mets do that? Steve Cohen has the most money. He's going to spend it. You look what he did with Juan Soto in the offseason. I think Devin Williams is another guy I could see the Mets bringing in, not just Edwin Diaz. I think the Mets are going to make the most moves. Is this a surprise that they were going to trade Brandon Nimmo? No. Is it a surprise that it's the Texas Rangers? No, because it seems like one of the teams that they've been working with over the last couple of years on moving players and trading players and letting players go to them is the Texas Rangers. And Marcus Semien is not a bad player. He is still an elite defender, like I just said. And I don't think I know Citi Fields is it's a big stadium. It's hard to hit home runs. Texas is a stadium where there's more home runs, and obviously Nimmo could hit 30 home runs next year. He could over 35 home runs next year. He did it in Citi Field, and he did it with the New York Mets. So I think it works out for both of them. I just think there's a lot more pieces going to be added to the puzzle for the Mets. I don't know how many more moves the Texas Rangers are going to make. They're not a team that likes to go out there and spend money. Over the years, they did. Yes. But I don't think they're a team. I think they're going to move players. I think Seager's going to get traded this offseason. I do. I think Corey Seager is going to get traded. I don't know where he's going to go. I know Fish wants to see him go to the Yankees, but I think Corey could be traded. I think I think they're trying to go younger. They've got a young farm system. They want to bring their guys up. Nimmo is a guy that's a lot younger than Simeon's. He's like 3 or 4 years younger than Simeon's is. And again, Simeon's is 36 years old?
Yeah, he's 35. I think he'll be 36 in season. Yeah.
And Nimmo's 32. So you'll get more out of a guy like Brandon Nimmo, and they needed help in the outfield. And I think both teams will, it works out for both teams. But I think this is a home run for the Mets. I think Mets are looking to win a World Series this year. And I think they're out to spend money and move pieces and move players where I believe Stearns believes that they're going to be contender.
the peak years that Simeon have had, his near MVP year in 2019, he was the third guy. He was the 2022. He was a finalist that year as well. Even his year in Toronto was very good too. The 1 year he spent there when Oakland traded him in the offseason. And Nimmo's never had a year like that. Nimmo's been always a steady guy. He's an all-star, fringe all-star type player consistently, and always has been a good leader with the Mets. I thought there's a shot they were going to move him. I am surprised it was for this. I was thinking maybe he might be included in a potential pitcher deal if that was the case.
He's a good leadoff hitter too.
Yes. Simeon, I do like, though, for this reason. For defense, like you mentioned, also the durability. Like, besides last year, like, he's played almost 160 games pretty much every year of his career.
He didn't miss a game for 4 straight years.
Yeah, and like that kind of thing you don't get overnight. And is he going to be as bad offensively as he was last year with 15 home runs and a 700 OPS?
Not in that lineup.
I can't see that kind of thing. So I think it's a potential good bounce back candidate. What's interesting is where a lot of their young prospects are in the infield right now. So you're going to have to do a lot of shuffling, or like you mentioned, Errol,
they're going to move. I'm telling
trading
you.
as a possibility.
They did this because I believe they're in play for Tarek Skubal. I absolutely believe it. I think the Mets believe it. And I like Nick Goody came on this show. He said it, that Detroit is not re-signing him. They're moving him. And right now they have control of him this year. They're moving him this offseason. So the Mets are one of the top 2 teams that I can name right now that are in play for him. And I think this makes a lot of sense why they made this move.
And also you look at the defensive upgrade too, that Beatty now could play third if he's still there. If they don't bring back Pete Alonso, then Vientos goes to first because Vientos
they're signing Pete Alonso.
Third was a liability. I think so too. I'm just saying it prepares them for all these different scenarios. Ronnie Mauricio probably is the one that doesn't have a spot. I think he might be one included into trade. And then Acuna, he hasn't really hit it all, so he's really just more of a defensive replacement and speed type at this point. Carson Benj is a prospect that's good for them that could play both center field and second base. So that's where maybe it's a little puzzling that maybe they would have traded Nimmo. Do they think Benj will be ready this year will be another question. But Nimmo, from a leadership standpoint, one of those original Mets, like you're talking about when you talk about Pete Alonso being the captain of the team too. So you wonder how that could affect that kind of thing. But
you could tell that Stearns was not a fan of his. You could tell that he wasn't a fan of his. They were trying to move him at the trade deadline. But it obviously they couldn't find.
Yeah, because
we're going to shuffle him.
Yeah, because I think if they were going to package somebody like him in there or another one of their veteran hitters, it probably would have been for a bigger swing on a pitcher too at the time. So maybe that's where I would have thought Nimmo would have been traded. I thought McNeil was probably the more likely one to be traded because, like you were saying,
McNeil is gone. They're going to move him.
I think now maybe he has more of a role as a corner outfielder than he does as an infielder because his defense actually was good there the last few years more than it was his second base.
The story is the Mets are looking for a veteran center fielder that they can move out there, and I expect them to make a move like that. Dude, they have so many prospects.
Yes,
they've got like. If you look at their prospect, the list of prospects they have in the top 100, I think they have like 11. I mean. They're going to move these guys. If Stearns doesn't believe they're going to be part of a contending for a championship, Steve Cohen is looking to win like soon, especially when he told the fans when he took over this team that it's a 5-year plan. Really, it's been over 5 years. We're going in 6 years now?
Yeah.
He expects to win like now. So he is going to pull all the stops. Stern is going to pull all the stops to get the players he thinks or he feels fit that are going to be able to contend for a championship.
And I wonder, too, if they're going to maybe make it a leeway where they don't have to trade 2 pitchers in a particular deal to get like a Skubal or maybe to a second tier.
They're going to have to give up a lot more than 2 pitchers.
No, I know that. I'm saying, but it gives them leeway where they could trade maybe 2 infielders. Maybe they go Benj and Jet Williams.
They're going to have to give away at least 6 prospects and a player to get Tarek Skubal. And they're going to have to pay him. So
I'm just saying most of their prospects are in the infield. So now trading for Simeon, they have more leeway.
How much do you think Tarek Skubal gets, Jabba?
Like AAV or like years in total?
Years in total.
Oh boy. It's saying he signs this year, like coming off the year he had now.
He's going to get traded. He's going to probably.
I mean, it's got to be. I mean, he's going to be up there for most AAV, so I would say probably at least 7. And I mean, do you think he gets to 500?
Yes.
I think it's probably he's the closest one. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna be him. But I think he'll at least. I think it's at least 6 years, if not 7, maybe even more.
I think it's gonna be 8 at this point. I think the Boris camp wants 10, but I don't think that's as realistic. But I think 8, maybe with the extra, maybe backloaded.
He's 28, right?
But you've seen a lot of these pitchers too. They're not getting 10-year deals anymore.
I know that, and that's why I think it's unrealistic for the Boris camp.
Right. Well, Scott will try anything. Trust me.
I know. It doesn't make it realistic.
My dad kicked Scott Boris out of our meeting.
Nice.
I believe it.
My dad was literally like, "This is enough. Like we've sat there for 4.5 hours, and I'm still in college, and I'm like falling asleep." My dad goes, "All right, enough's enough. We're done here," and literally kicked him out. He's like, "We got to go."
I will say this: Tarek deserves whatever he gets offered, and if there's anybody that's going to pay him what he wants, it's Steve Cohen, and that's why I think it's. To me, it's a great marriage for the Mets to make this move and for Tarek Skubal and his camp to make that move, because if there's anybody that's going to pay him the exact total that he wants, it's the Mets. And I could see the Mets making the trade and then giving him the contract. The only way they make the trade is if the contract is pretty much set in stone when the trade goes through, because the Mets are going to have to give up. You're talking about 2 starting young pitchers. They're probably going to have to probably trade 2 of their best elite young prospect hitters, and maybe 1 or 2 players that are on their roster right now.
I just say they're gonna have to like unload the farm, but they're gonna want like big league ready guys right now. I'm not saying superstar big league ready, but guys that either have a significant amount of time or like are ready like big league now. Like they're because it's if they're gonna do what they are gonna get and strike obviously and take it for exactly as much as they've got to ask for everything, because at this point you want to take him right where he's at. You have that leverage to ask me, like, I want A, B, I want all the way to Z, like, and give me everything in between. So
it's going to be very, very interesting. I'm excited because
I'm excited for him and his family.
I like Tarek Skubal, and I want him to get as much as he possibly can. And what I've heard by Nick Goody, because Nick Goody's seen him throw like, practice and stuff like that. He says this guy is elite from elite. You haven't seen a guy pitch like this. There's one out of every generation to see a pitcher that can pitch like this guy. So, and he says not only does he deserve the money, he's as good as any pitcher he's ever seen. So that's high praise for one of the elite, one of the guys that Jabba. Nick was a professional baseball player, and you too. You've seen the elite of the elite. You've seen Andy Pettitte pitch, Mariano Rivera pitch live, and you were there watching them pitch, pitching practice. So I just, it's unbelievable what I've heard about this guy, and I've never even actually got a chance to see him live. So, and the movement of the pitches that I've seen. He throws a curveball like you're talking about 12-6 or whatever the hell they say. The guy's curveball is ridiculous. So
just change it in baseball.
Yeah, and dude, he throws 105, 106. It's ridiculous. And he did it in the 9th inning. He pitched.
His last pitch was 103.
It's ridiculous. That's like nasty. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Jabba rules.
History in the making. Jabba rules.
All right, let's go for it. Jabba, what are we going to get into today?
Today's going to be a short and sweet one. And why this rules is because when we talk about sports, we always talk about, Tarek Skubal, for example, the most talented, this, that, and another thing. But why this story is absolutely awesome is, I don't know if you guys have seen it. It kind of went viral. Elijah Blake is on special undrafted kid. Going after, he's the gunner. He literally gets knocked down twice, gets back up off of his feet, goes and makes an unbelievable play, causing a fumble to hold them on and do this with no expectation of a guy that hasn't been drafted, but seeing what it is. And there's all these stats and all these metrics that people want to do. You can't measure that. There is nothing that any sports psychologist, whatever, you cannot teach that. There's no metric, and I don't give a damn what you say, that can measure the heart that play takes. Why sports are great is because people like that, and that's what makes it great for all these kids. You don't have to be drafted. Like Brock Purdy, you could be Mr. Irrelevant. You can do all these things. But what you can't teach and what no number is ever going to tell you is effort and drive. And that right there is just the epitome of what rules about sports and why you don't have to be the best, but you can't ever take away heart and drive of what that young man did right there. So that was really, really cool.
And I will say this, everybody forgets how important special teams are. And that's why you need 54 players on a team, 53 players on a team. It's not just one player. Yes, you need a star quarterback. Yes, you need a good coach. Yes, you need a defensive and offensive coordinator. But there are positions and important positions that can cause or create opportunities for certain parts of a game. And special teams, especially in the playoffs, if you don't win in special teams, there's a very good chance you don't win that game. That's why they talk about defense, they talk about offense and special teams, why it's so important, why the NFL can't take away special teams, where I've been one of those guys that have been pushing. Maybe you should just take away special teams, kickoffs and punt returns, because I think it'll keep, concussions and CTE. And honestly, you can't take away from what has been a part of the game for over 70 years. And I think that's what makes the game so special. And like you said, Jabba, you don't have to be drafted. You don't have to be a first-round draft pick. Tom Brady was a 6th-round draft pick. You just said it. Brock Purdy was a 7th-round draft pick. We've heard Russell Wilson was a 3rd-round draft pick. Just because you're not a first-round draft pick does not mean you can't be an elite player and do something or have the heart to be an elite player. You got to go out there, you got to work, and you got to earn your spot on a team. And again, that's what's great about what Blake did, and that's what's great about professional sports and sports as a whole, watching these players really develop into the stars that they become. So great Draba rules. All right, ladies and gentlemen, when we come back, we still have a sports minute. We got a lot more left. We're going to have a very special guest. He's never been on our show before. 20-year MLB official scorer, Howie Carpin. He's written over 14 sports books. He works for both SiriusXM and Kiner's Corner, so he's going to be joining us. But first, our Sports Minute with the Fish.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys, Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a couple of stories before I go through the scores this evening. ESPN's Shams Charania reported on Saturday that this season, his 21st in the NBA, will be the last for the point guard, Chris Paul. Paul, who's 40 years old, signed a one-year contract with his old team, the Clippers, this year, which prompted Coach Tyronn Lue to say that he was glad he could come back home to end his career when he announced he would step away from the game at the end of the year. Paul, who starred in LA with Blake Griffin and DeAndre Jordan, making up the Lob City Clippers, never got over the hump, especially after dealing with the fallout of the removal of former Clippers owner Donald Sterling from the franchise in the middle of their run. Paul joined forces this year with James Harden for a second time after their Houston Rockets run fell just short against the Golden State Warriors, in part due to Chris Paul's injury late in the Western Conference Finals in 2018. Paul is ranked 2nd all-time in NBA history in assists and steals, only behind Hall of Famer John Stockton. Hughes Culinary, the parent company of St. Elmo's Steakhouse in downtown Indianapolis, was added to the lawsuit against Mark Sanchez and Fox Sports filed by Sanchez's victim, the 69-year-old delivery driver Perry Toll, who Sanchez assaulted in a drunken stupor, leading to Sanchez being stabbed multiple times by Toll in self-defense back on October 4th. Sanchez, who was subsequently fired from his job as color commentator for Fox football coverage, was in town to call a Colts game on TV that weekend, but wasn't able to due to the nature of the incident before the game. The steakhouse, which is a hot spot for athletes and commentators in the area, according to the suit, apparently is being accused of over-serving Sanchez, claiming they are partially liable for what happened between the soon-to-be retired on his lawsuit money delivery driver and the former Jets quarterback, who butt-fumbled away his job on Fox to Drew Brees after the incident, has maintained his silence throughout this past month and a half, merely focusing on his rehabilitation, which hopefully includes him cleaning himself up for his sake. Monday Night Football started, and it's 7-0 49ers over the Panthers just at the beginning of the second quarter. Brock Purdy has a touchdown pass, I believe, to Juwan Jennings in that one. In the NBA, it is halftime at the Barclays Center. The Knicks are up 51-48 on the Nets. 6:42 remaining in the third. Pacers are trailing the Pistons 82-68. 1:18 in the third. Raptors all over the Cavs 88-74. At the half, the Heat 52, Mavericks 44. 7 minutes left in the second quarter. 42-33 Nuggets over the Grizzlies. About same amount of time left in the second. Blazers have a 3-point lead over the Bucks, 43-40. And 7 minutes left in the second again, 52-32. Pelicans over the Bulls. Still to come tonight, Suns, Rockets, Warriors, Jazz, and Kings, T-Wolves. In hockey, right now it's tied 1-1, Rangers and Blues at the end of the second period. Trocheck evened the score in the second with his 4th goal of the season. At the end of the second, it's 2-0 Lightning. It's 4-2 Devils ended 2, 4-0 Capitals ended 2. And just approaching the end of the first, it's 4-2 Panthers over the Predators in Nashville. Still to come tonight, Mammoth Golden Knights and Kings Senators. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Jabba in the Mouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify, now in video. Make sure you like and subscribe all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos that you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our guest on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions? This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Another toe job. What's going on? 631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Kanye West. Jabba from Mouth. I'm your host, the one and only Errol Marks, my co-host, Mr. Flamethrower, Jabba Chamberlain, and Speedy Petey. You just heard our executive producer, Miss Aaron Fishman. On the board, Mr. Tommy Poops. And he's scooping up the sound, ladies and gentlemen. Our PR manager, Mr. Nathan, as he wants me to give him the props, the compliments. You got it, Nith. Jared, our intern. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Our show is brought to you by Omaha Steaks. And ladies and gentlemen, they're giving us an extra 10% off. And if you go and hit the Jabba and the Mouth link. How do you do that? Well, ladies and gentlemen, you could go and find it by going to www.omahasteaks.com/Jabba in the Mouth, or you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com and click on the Omaha Steaks logo. Who doesn't want 10% off of beef? Speedy, it's the holidays. Do you like your beef? Oh, yeah. Yes, he does. And if you pay and if you spend, you get 10% off a steak. I'm not a singer, ladies and gentlemen. Go to Omaha Steaks and get your 10% off all your beef. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a guy that we were waiting to get on the show, and we have him now. And we are now talking to 27-year MLB official scorer, the one, the only, Howie Carpin. How are you, Howie?
Hey, great to be with you guys. Impressive.
Well, you know, my father's name, and may he rest in peace, my father's name was Howard. And when my father used to walk into the room, I used to go, Howie! And my friends used to start cracking up and laughing. So, you know, it kind of, you know, I miss it. I miss doing out. My father was an important part of my life, and his name was Howard. And now I have another Howie. So I had to do the Howie. So how are you, Mr. Howie?
Doing well, thank you. Great to be with you guys.
Well, you look good. And but before we get into your career and what you're doing right now, I have to ask you, how old are you?
71. 71.
You're 71, and you've been in you've been in baseball, involved in baseball for 27 years.
No, longer, 46 years.
46. That's impressive. That's impressive. That's more than half of your life.
It's a lot of ball games. I saw Java his whole career, so I saw him a lot of times and made a lot of great relationships over the years. It's been very special.
Well, it's pretty special when you hear that you've been involved with baseball in the MLB for over 40 years. And I want to get into what you've been doing over the last 27. And you've been an official scorer for that long. And what does an official scorer do when it comes to the MLB?
Well, to put it simply, you create the box score. You're involved with the stats, everything except one loss. You make these subjective judgment calls on hits and errors, pass balls and wild pitches, earned runs and unearned runs. And you're responsible for a whole bunch of things that end up in the box score. And in baseball, it's taken pretty seriously. The stats are kind of like sacred almost. So you have a big part in how things are played out. And sometimes you actually affect the player's contract in indirect ways. And it's a big responsibility. There's a lot of pressure. We call it the hot seat, especially in New York, where they take their baseball very seriously. And we get to work two teams in New York. Not a lot of cities can claim that. LA, you got the Angels and the Dodgers, and Chicago, you have the Cubs and the White Sox, and obviously the Yankees and Mets in New York. And right now I'm senior scorer in New York. And, it's a big responsibility, but I enjoy it immensely. It's pressurized at times. It depends on the circumstances of a game. But, I've seen a lot of baseball over the years. And to this day, I still enjoy I'm privileged to get in the ballpark for free. I don't have to pay. And I get a prime seat up in the press box and interact with a lot of great people.
So you're Anthony Volpe's best friend. Is that what you're telling me?
Not always.
Well, he's going to need a lot of friends because he was absolutely putrid this year. Speaking of another putrid player is Chuck Knobloch. So over the years, the Yankees have had interesting players. Oh, by the way, we're Gold Glove winners and then became just absolutely horrible defenders. I just had to add that one. So go ahead, Speedy.
I was going to ask, you mentioned like a lot of the players being an incentivized in their contract, one extra hit, one extra, I guess, a different type of out for a pitcher, stuff like that kind of thing. Like any personal experiences with stories that you could tell over the years, like maybe players that have come up to you or managers that maybe came up to you with any kind of instances like that?
Well, how many hours do you have? I've got a lot of experiences, but I'll give you some of the main ones over the years. Speaking of Maine, I don't know if you guys remember a guy named Brent Maine. Java may know him. He was a backup catcher for the Royals and the Mets, and it was a interleague game in 2002 at Shea Stadium, Royals and Mets. And Maine came up with the bases loaded and 2 out. It was 2 out. And he's not exactly a speed demon on the bases. So he hit a swinging bunt toward third, and he falls down coming out of the batter's box. Edgardo Alfonso was the third baseman that day. Now, he could have simply gloved the ball and rolled it to first, and he would have had Maine by 2 steps. But for some strange reason, he tries to play it barehanded, like it was what we call a do-or-die play. So I called it an E5, no RBI, because it was 2 out, and he would have had him at first. So apparently after the game, they called me. The Royals called me up in the press box, called me on the press box phone, and the public relations director got on the phone and said, "Did you look at the call?" And I said, "Yeah." And I said, "I'm not changing it." And then they put Brent Maine on the phone. And he wasn't exactly friendly, let's put it that way. he got on the phone, and the first words out of his mouth came in a very angry tone. "How the F can you make that effing call?" And I told him, I said, "Look, you fell down coming out of the box," and he didn't deny it. And then he got mad at me for another call that didn't even involve him in the game. It was another Royals batter who hit a line drive to Mo Vaughn at first, who simply had to pick up his arms to catch it and went off his glove into right field. He didn't even have to leave the ground. I called that an error because that's a major league first baseman. He's got to make that play. And then he goes, how can you make that effing call? And I said, well, in my judgment, that's an error. And then he said, that's horse, crap judgment. And then he slammed down the phone. So I thought the incident was over. Anyway, in those days, in 2002, we had to make out the box score manually. Now we do it by computer. The box score form, which ends up as the box score that you see in the papers. So after it was done, my job was to take it down to the PR office where they would fax it to Elias. Elias Sports Bureau keeps the stats. And I ran into Gary Cohen on the way toward the office, and he was working radio that day. Apparently, he was all over me for the call, and we got into a little argument over it. And then I just squashed it right then and there. I said, look, I got to go. So I went down the office, gave him the form. I went home that night, and one of my best friends called me on the phone. He said, Gary was all over you on the radio today. I said, so? That's his prerogative. Anyway, I thought it was over. That was a Sunday. Then on Monday, a guy named Bob Raceman, who writes the media column for the Daily News, called me up. He got wind of the incident because my mentor was there that day, Bill Shannon, who did a lot of games for over 35 years. And he was the one that got me the job. But when he wasn't scoring a game, he would go down the locker room as like a stringer for the Associated Press. Apparently the players all surrounded him that day because they thought he was doing the game. But it turns out that Bob Raceman got wind of the incident, called me up. We interviewed me about 10 minutes. I gave him my comments. I said to my wife, I'm going to get my name in the Daily News tomorrow. And then I pick up the paper on Tuesday, and the column was all about that incident, a whole page column about that incident where I have in my scrapbook. That was probably one of the most notable things. And then there was the pop-up with A-Rod and Jeter in 2005 against the Orioles. Jabba wasn't there yet.
That was you? I remember that.
Yeah, you remember that? And in fact, ESPN did a feature on me last year for SportsCenter, and they showed that play. I first called error on A-Rod because, I only had the front angle of it from the press box. And then somebody came over and said, you may want to look at it because Jeter bumped into his back and made him drop the ball. Now, in the official scoring rules, if that happens, like those collisions in the outfield where a guy's under the ball and the other guy runs into him and knocks the ball loose, the guy who makes contact gets the error. So I had to change that about an inning later to E6. And when that was the height of the A-Rod Jeter feud. Yep. That was really when things really boiled over. And when the reporters asked Jeter about it, he didn't know that the change was made. And let's put it this way, he was not happy about it. I happened to go downstairs to the locker room that day, just to get some clarity on the play. And, I heard Jeter called me over to his locker. He was already dressed. And we talked about it. And I said, look at the video. And then as I left the locker room to go upstairs at the old stadium, the elevator was by the entrance where the players would go out, into the parking lot. And I'm standing by the elevator, and Jeter comes out with his suitcase or his roller bag, and he calls me over again in front of all the reporters because we were a bunch of us waiting to go upstairs. And he asked about it again. I told him, look at the video. You bumped into him. I said, those are the rules. I have to abide by that. And then that became a whole big story the next day. One of the reporters wrote that Jeter buttonholed me up against the wall, which wasn't true. There was no physical contact. But our relationship got strained for a while. And then, things, cleared up a number of years later. But Jeter was a guy who, if he thought you crossed him or whatever, he was not a forgiving type. And our relationship was different after that call. But look, I'm doing my job, I mean, I understand where the players are coming from on certain things. I mean, I was a player in college. I played Division III. I played 10 years in the Bronx Sandlots. I wasn't a major league talent, but I knew what it took to make a play. So that kind of helps me in my job. And, So having done it for 27 years, I think I'm doing something right. They didn't get rid of me, so I'm still here. And, I enjoy it to this day. But those are just some of the things that can happen. The confrontations are not as prevalent as they used to be now because they have what they call an appeal system where the players actually can file an appeal to get a scoring call overturned. So now there's a committee that rules on those appeals. It's a bunch of former players, 3 of them, in fact. Dan Otero, former pitcher, Gregor Blanco, former outfielder, and Rajay Davis, former outfielder, who hit that home run in the 2016 World Series in Game 7 for Cleveland. So I've gotten a relationship with him directly, so we talk a lot about the calls. But, it's an interesting concept what goes on with the scoring because so many people take it seriously, fans, players, and baseball personnel included.
Howie, there's got to be, and you've done it a long time, and this is a loaded question, but we all have like those special games, whether it's moments, whether it's like, there's got to be one game or one situation that stands out to you the most in all your years. And the game can be good or bad reasons for it, but tell us about one game or one situation where it just, for good or bad, you just can't ever forget it.
Well, I've done a number of very famous games. I did the final game at Shea Stadium in 2008. I did Roger Clemens' 300th win at Yankee Stadium when he also got his 4,000th strikeout. I've done 2 combined no-hitters by the Astros over the Mets, actually 19 years apart. But probably the most memorable game I'll remember is Game 4, the 2001 World Series, when Tino Martinez tied it up in the bottom of the 9th. The stadium job of that night was literally shaking. The building, the foundation, you could feel it. It was almost like a mild earthquake. The stadium was rocking. I mean, literally rocking at that point. And I'll never forget it. And then Jeter ended the game in the bottom of extra innings, when he became Mr. November because the game went past midnight. It was October 31st, the date of the game. And then when he ended the game, the same thing happened. The place just erupted. It was an incredible experience that I'll never forget. That's probably the most notable game I can remember. But I've done a lot of, wacky games in my career too. I mean, I had a 19-inning Red Sox-Yankee game that went over 7 hours. So, that's the beauty of it. You never know what you're going to get on a certain night. And then there's nights where you see something that you never saw before. I did a playoff game last year, 2024 against Cleveland, where we had 2 obstruction calls on the same play. And that had never happened in a playoff game. The scoring with that was a little confusing as to someone gets an error on the play, but it happened on the same guy. Tim Hill was the pitcher. He obstructed the runner twice, but luckily he only got 1 error out of it. But, where he gets the error, where the real obstruction was, the umpires had to huddle and make that. And I was told that was the first time ever that there were 2 obstructions on the same play in a postseason game. So there's a lot of crazy things that happen that are really not accounted for in the rule book. And sometimes you just have to use your common sense to make a call.
We are talking a 27-year MLB official scorer, Howie Carpin. He's written over 14 sports books, and he works for Sirius XM Radio and Kiner's Corner. Howie, there's a lot when it comes to baseball and the transition. You've been around baseball for over 40 years, so you've seen it all. And now the transition from Bud Selig to Manfred, and Manfred could be gone in 2026. He says he's going to retire, but with all these different rule changes and the transition of the rule changes, do you like these rule changes? And do you think baseball should be tampered with the way it has been?
I don't like the runner on second rule in extra innings to start. I'd like to see a change in that rule to at least play 3 real extra innings. And then if you get to like the 13th, 14th inning, then start using that runner. As I told you, I did a 19-inning Red Sox-Yankee game. And as much as I love baseball, it's a passion. The games can get draggy when they go into those extended extra innings when nothing's happening. Now, you had that 18-inning game in the World Series just completed. that's real drama. I mean, that keeps you, captivated for the time. But for a regular season game, it can really drag, when nothing's happening. But, I don't like it that it occurs in the 10th. I'd like to see it, change to at least play 3 real extra innings or 4 or whatever, and then start to use that in the later innings. The pitch clock has been beneficial. I mean, it hurts some of the pitchers in a way, or the hitters, that they can't step out of the box so much to upset a pitcher's rhythm at times, which was a strategic part of the game. I remember I did the 2022 wild card series with the Mets and Padres. I did the deciding game 3, and the Padre hitters kept stepping out of the box against Chris Bassett because they knew they would upset his rhythm. Bob Melvin was the manager of the Padres. He had Bassett the year before with the A's, and he kind of knew something about Bassett to upset his rhythm. And I never saw the Padre hitters step out so much. You can't do that anymore, but it does speed up the game. I understand some of the rule changes, but I'm a traditionalist. I go back to the old days without the designated hitter, for both leagues where pitchers batted all the time. I realize these changes had to be made, and it goes along with the territory. I mean, as scorers, our job has changed, with that, along with those changes with the rules. So look, changes are going to happen. There's nothing you can do to prevent it. You have to adapt. And I've tried to adapt over the years as well.
So I wanted to ask about, you work for Kiner's Corner. Ralph Kiner, obviously one of the best baseball players and one of the best broadcasters, like collectively all around, like impacting the game so much. I remember when I started watching baseball in around 2005, like he was in the SNY booth, like after when he was older too. And I always loved seeing him. Do you have any really cool stories of Ralph that you know?
I didn't really interact with Ralph a whole lot while he was still broadcasting. I was early in my career. And, his later years, the last few years, is when I first started scoring. But I do remember when he would come into the press room after a game, he was so revered that people would go over to him and, offer to get him a drink from the bar or just, they wanted to do things for him. He was so well liked. He was a really nice man. I mean, very, very cordial. Very well liked, revered by all the people that worked there. He treated everybody the same. He didn't really, treat anybody any special. So that's basically what I remember about him. I'm more in tune with the, more recent guys like Ron Darling, Gary Cohn, and Keith Hernandez. They like, we have a good relationship going, even though I had that incident with Gary all those years ago, but, we've, mended the ways, and they love talking about me on the games. They mention me a lot during the games.
I remember that a lot.
Sorry?
I said I remember that a lot. Like our scorer Howie has this. Like I remember hearing it. Now I get the interview. It's cool.
It's funny when they mention me on a game, my phone starts to light up with texts from my friends who said, "Oh, you got a shout out on TV." Now I'm not looking at the phone while the game's going on, but I'll check in between innings. And, we have our interactions, and Gary's, all 3 of them have been very complimentary of me over the years, and I really appreciate that. One time, true story, one time Gary verbatim actually called me the best scorer that ever lived. I don't know if I can live up to that kind of, praise, but, we get along well with those 3, and I'm honored to interact with them because, they're regarded as maybe the best 3-man booth in the sport.
So as a baseball fan, you've obviously been fortunate enough to be a part of the game for a long time in a job sense, but you're also a fan, and we all have our favorite players. Who is your favorite player growing up, and then now, like, as you've been able to call so many games, watch so many games, make decisions, your favorite player to watch?
Well, my favorite player growing up was Mickey Mantle. I've been watching baseball since 1961. And I grew up on Mantle, and I was a big Mantle fan. I have friendly relationships with a number of the players, and you certainly know this guy, Willie Randolph. He was so nice to me in the early going when I was a young reporter. He treated me like an equal, and we got to have a real good relationship over the years. And I remember when he was the Met manager, I was close to him at that point. I was a big fan of his as a manager. I thought he got the short end of the stick, the way, that he was dismissed and everything like that. He's one of my favorites since I got in the business. Derek Jeter was a friend for a while until that incident with the pop-up. So you get to these relationships with guys. You can't root openly. You have to be neutral. But I grew up a Yankee fan. I'm a big Yankee fan to this day. Inside, I still root for them when I can. I can't do it at the ballpark. Obviously, you have to be down the middle. But, I still root for the Yankees. I like the Met people, too, because the Mets have treated me well over the years. I wasn't a big Met fan growing up, but I watched a lot of Met games in the old days on Channel 9, WOR in New York. They were on all the time, and we got to see the National League that way. So, I've had some thrills over the years. One time I got to meet Willie Mays. I got to meet, I was friendly with the late Tom Seaver, who actually, when he started broadcasting, he would come out of the booth and ask scoring questions because he was fascinated by the whole, official scoring, and he wanted to learn about it. I was flattered that he would come up to me and ask me questions, and we got a relationship out of that. So, like I said, that's the great part about it, the relationship with the players. When I was first starting out in the business, I was just a radio guy, those guys, Jabba, they'd hold your mic in, get a sound bite and sell it to a station. And a lot of the players didn't respect the guys like that because they didn't think they took the job seriously. But I wasn't like that. I took the job seriously, even though I wasn't a beat reporter and really didn't get to know the players on an intimate basis like a lot of the beat reporters do. And I would ask serious questions that the beat reporters needed for their answers. So I built a relationship and a reputation that way that people knew I was a little more serious than just your average radio guy who was just there to ask the generic question like, how do you feel, or what's it feel like? And that would drive me crazy. I hated that. And
the same question they ask every time.
Yeah, exactly. And to get grouped in like that really bothered me because I was serious about it. And then things changed when I got the scoring job. There was more interaction with the old timers. Like you weren't there when Dick Young was there, but I'm sure you heard his name a number of times. Phil Pepe was there, and Bill Madden, about.
Yep.
He treated me a lot differently once I got the scoring job. With a little more respect and a little more acknowledgement that I was a serious baseball reporter than just a guy who held the microphone.
I hate reporters, and I hate when they try to interact and they try to declare something that you're thinking in your head when you have no idea what that person is thinking in their head when they're getting interviewed. And that's why whenever I interview somebody, I completely go off the cuff. I don't really want to stick them with something that everybody asks them, because to me, it's a turnoff. When you're speaking, you're interviewing somebody, you want them to remember you. You don't want them to say, oh, there's that idiot asking me the same old garbage everybody asks me. And so when I interview people, I don't ever want to hit them with anything. When we were at the Super Bowl, Howie, and we were interviewing people, and we don't have the privilege like a lot of these guys do. So we have to be on our toes because we don't have a time. Well, this guy has this time. You have 15 minutes. Could you interview him? So we don't have time to figure out how we're going to ask the question. We just got to go right at it and ask them a question, or ask them enough questions before they have to go. It makes you a better interviewer. It also gives you the opportunity to find out what and how you want to attack something off the cuff that other people probably can't do or are uncomfortable doing, like Speedy. If Speedy can't write something down, he's not going to interview you because he feels uncomfortable trying to dig a little bit deeper when he doesn't want to dig deep. So I'm one of those guys that will dig and dig and dig until I dig a 6-foot hole and ready to bury you. So that's what I like to do. And Jabba, that's how I met Jabba. And Jabba, I'll never forget, and I'll go back at it all the time because I say it all the time now that he's a part of the show. I said, well, how did you meet Jabba? And I said, well, he was actually a person that came on the show and I interviewed. And they said, well, how did it all happen? So we reached out to him, and Jabba told Speedy, I'm going to give you guys 20 minutes. You got 20 minutes to ask as many questions as you possibly can, and I got to get the hell out. So I'll never forget it. We get him on the show, and Jabba's sitting there, and he's hanging out, and it went from 10 minutes to 20 minutes to 30 minutes to 40 minutes to 50 minutes to an hour to an hour and 20. And before you know, it's an hour and 30 minutes. And at the end of the show, I said, hey, Jabba, I thought you said you only have 20 minutes. He says, wow, this went fast. He's like, I can't believe how fast it went. So I said, well, I can. And ever since then, and then he came on again, and I said, 20 minutes? He says, no, we won't have a time limit because I don't know when that's going to end.
It's funny. The second time we had him on, Fish actually asked more questions than me.
Yeah, I'll never forget it. But now he's obviously a part of the show. So it's pretty funny when you have somebody on the show, or we even get guests that come on the show and tell us, well, I got 15, 20 minutes. I say, yeah, right. 15, 20 minutes. It never seems to happen that way. But before we let you go, my friend, because it says you've written 14 sports books, tell us how we can find your sports books and what book really sticks out from all the rest.
Well, I have a page on Amazon, so that basically is where you can find all the books. My last book is probably my favorite. It's about sports phone. I know you guys are too young. You don't really know what sports phone was. Basically, in the 1980s, there was a thing called sports phone where you could dial a number and get a sports report and get updated scores. This is before you had all the access on telephones and computers and all that kind of stuff. Tickers on the ESPN screen and all the access you have nowadays. Sports phone was the place to get your updated scores. Now, admittedly, it catered to the gamblers because they were very interested in their scores. And there you go, 976-1313. How sports phone launched careers and broke new ground. I worked there for 12 years. That's where my career got started in sports media. I had no connections. I didn't really know anybody. I interned at WMCA in New York. And then I knew they were doing a sports show with a guy named Art Rush Jr., who was a pioneer because he was the first black sportscaster on local television. Art was very, very in tune with sports. He knew a lot of people. I worked with Art, and then Art got me credentials to go to a Yankee game. And, the first time I'm on the field, it was like such a thrill, and in the dugout and places like that. And I met the guy from Sports Phone, and luckily they were expanding. I was getting married in 2 weeks, and I had no job. So it was a trying time in 1980.
You're still with the same woman?
I'm still with the same woman. Yeah, 45 years.
It was the sports book. That was it.
My wife worked in media. She was a newscaster on the radio, WCBS. So we were both in the business, and we kind of went through the same trials and tribulations. But sports phone was where I got started. You would call up, and we would update it every 10 minutes. It was a recording. You call up the line, and you get a sports report like your man, Mr. Fishman, just gave you, but it was only a minute long, and it would be updated every 10 minutes with scores, updated the latest scores you would get every 10 minutes. And now the gamblers loved it. I mean, there was no other access that you could get these scores so fast and up to date. So it was a big deal in the 80s. And then when WFAN came into being and ESPN with the ticker and then the computers and the phone, sports phone became obsolete. But the list of alum that came through there is endless. The talent that I'm a proud, alum of sports phone. I'm proud to be a small part of it. I mean, you talk about the people that came through there. Gary Cohn worked there, Howie Rose, Steve Torrey, who's on Sirius XM. There's so many people that came through there and basically got their start in the business. So that's probably my favorite book. I've done a number of Yankee and Met books, done a number of hockey books. So proud to have my name on a book. It's a real thrill to see when your book comes out. Look, I'm not going to win any Pulitzer Prizes, that's for sure. But, I like the fact that I've been able to do it. The computer makes it easy for your research. And I've always enjoyed writing. So that's kind of like a hobby of mine.
Well, we really appreciate the time, my friend. And one of these days, you come out and hang out with us, and maybe we'll go to a game and we'll hang out in the press box and kind of get your take of what's going on in the baseball game. I mean, it would be very interested and I'd be very intrigued on how you look at the game, because you've been watching the game a lot longer than I've been alive. I mean, you said 46 years. I'm 43 years old, so When
God
you
bless
started
you.
doing it, yeah, when you started, I was 3 years old. So I'm getting up there in age, but it's amazing how you've really just continued doing what you're doing and really building a great career. And we really appreciate the time, my friend.
Anytime you want to have me back, love to come back with you guys. Enjoyed it.
Absolutely. And by the way, that was Nathan kind of locked you in with us. And I know it was like a last minute thing. We really appreciate you coming on at such a short notice. So
That's okay. Anytime. Like I said, just give me some advance notice.
Well, thank you, Howie. And let's do it one time. All of us. Howie! Come on, guys. Howie! All right. Don't you do it.
Great to see you, Java.
Good to see you as well.
We know Jabba's not going to do that.
Hell no.
He doesn't have to.
Howie, thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving. As well.
Yeah, you too. To you and your families.
Thank you. Howie Carpin, 27-year MLB official scorer, 46 years in the sports world.
You'd be surprised how much we either hate or love them. We know who the official score is. Like, don't let it fool you. Like people don't realize how like big of a job that is. Like, we know who the official score is. Like, we know.
Well, there you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for the second half of Save Your Tears.
Mom, what's one thing that you can't talk to me about?
My sexual fantasies.
It is not ideal, but if it's what me, it is not ideal. But if it's not ideal, but if it is what me, you can't triple stamp a double stamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. Lord, you guys, enough.
Now, it's time for Save Your Tears.
All right, guys, welcome back to Save Your Tears. We're going to go into the board for this week's Week 13 games. In fact, we are just going to pick the Thanksgiving slate because of the 3 games on Thanksgiving. They're all really good games. We got the music going. Let's get right into it. In case you don't know what the games are, it's the Packers versus the Lions, Chiefs, Cowboys, and Bengals, Ravens at night. So, $5 player at quarterback. Again, if you're not able to watch with us, we do have video both on Spotify and Apple you can tune into. Also, we are on YouTube, all over socials. Make sure you check us out wherever you can. $5 Patrick Mahomes at quarterback, followed by Dak Prescott. $3 Lamar Jackson, followed by $2 for Jordan Love. And you can get Jared Goff for $1 this week. Ooh-wee. Coming off of a monster performance from one of my fantasy teams, Jahmyr Gibbs is the $5 running back this week, followed by Derrick Henry. Javonte Williams is at $3, Kareem Hunt for $2, and Chase Brown for $1. Speaking of Chase, Joe Burrow's back. We're not going to put Burrow into the quarterback list this week. Not exactly sure. You know, we'll give him a week to see where he's at. I think it'll be a little too much of a wild card, and it's a stacked quarterback room anyway, but we know that he's the one that's going to be throwing to the $5 receiver, number 1, Jamar Chase, followed by number $4 receiver. It's a big-time player right here, George Pickens, had a big week last week. Rashee Rice, another big week last week at $3. Real loaded category there, boys. Romeo Doubs at $2, and Jamison Williams, who was held catchless last week, for $1. In wide receiver 2, we got Amon-Ra St. Brown for $5, CeeDee Lamb for $4, Zay Flowers at $3, Christian Watson for $2, and Xavier Worthy, only $1. Some value this week, boys. And at tight end, Travis Kelce, Mark Andrews for $4, Jake Ferguson at $3, Mike Gesicki comes in at $2, and the Lions backup tight end because Sam Laporta is on the IR, Brock Wright for $1. Since I won this last week, I will make the order. We shall start it off with the one and only immortal, Nathan.
All right. Let's see here. I got Jared Goff, Jahmyr Gibbs, George Pickens, Christian Watson, and
Help him out with the math, boys.
what's the math?
You got 3 left.
Okay. I got Jake Ferguson.
Wow. You spent all your money this week, Nathan. Out of character. I've got Goff, Gibbs, Pickens, Watson, and Ferguson. Next up is going to be Tommy Poops.
All right. I kind of was struggling on who I'm going to pick at quarterback. I think I'm going to go Lamar Jackson. Then I'm going Jahmyr Gibbs, Rashee Rice, and I should have $4 left. So I'm going to go Zay Flowers and Brock Wright.
All right, so I've got Lamar, Gibbs, Rice, Flowers, and Brock. Followed up by Jared.
All right. I am going to take Goff at $1 as well as Chase Brown. And then I'm going to go Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, Mark Andrews.
Ooh. Brown, Chase, Lamb, Andrews. What a stacking right there. That is an interesting strategy. $2 at quarterback and running back. Everything else at the pass-catching positions. All right. We'll go to Speedy.
All right, I'm going to take a similar approach to Tommy. I'm going to do 3 threes, a 5 and a 1, but I'm going to go a different direction. I agree with him on Lamar and Gibbs. I'm going to do that, except I'm going to go with Jamison Williams, Zay Flowers, and Jacob Ferguson.
Jamison, Flowers, and Ferguson. All right. I'm going to go last this time. So I'm going to have Mr. Errol Marks go next.
All right. Who's the Lions playing?
Packers.
All right. I'm going to go Goff. I'm going to go Gibbs. I'm going to go Rice. How many is that?
9.
9. I'm going to go... all right. I'm going to go CeeDee Lamb. And how many do I have?
2.
2. I'm going to go Mike Gesicki.
All right. I got Goff, Gibbs, Rice, Lamb, and Gesicki. Jabba.
All right, I'm going to go Dak Prescott. Then I'm going to go Derrick Henry, Rashee Rice. Then I'm going to go... You know what? I'm going to go... What, I have 4 left, right?
Yes, you're at 11 right now.
Then I'm going to go Xavier Worthy and Ferguson.
All right. So I got Worthy and Ferguson for you. All right. I'm last here. All right. I'm just going to go with the ones I know I want to do. I'm definitely taking Jamar Chase in this game. No T. Higgins after being knocked out, and Burrow and Chase didn't play last week because he was suspended. I think he's going to get a lot of points. Who else do I know I want? I'm going to take Kareem Hunt at running back. No one did that. I think there's value there. I like Xavier Worthy this week. I think he's due for a touchdown, and he's been okay. Errol, I think you're selling him a little short. I think he's been a good number 2 receiver. Not as good as maybe as they thought, but I think he's solid. And how much does that give me left, guys?
7 left.
I got 7 left. Ooh, man. This is nice. Who has the worst defense that they're facing? Oh, it's Lamar. Lamar gets to face the Bengals Oh, I'm definitely taking Lamar this week. And that gives me Mark Andrews from Lamar. Look at that combo. So I've got Lamar, Hunt, Chase, Worthy, and Andrews as my grouping. I'll share the screen just to show everybody back at home the full board. Once it comes up, here it is. So you see we got a bunch of Jared Goff, 3 Goffs, 3 Lamars at quarterback. We got 3 Gibbs. A lot of variety after that. At receiver, a lot of Rashee Rice this week. Looks like we've got some CeeDee Lamb action. Ferguson, pretty popular at tight end. Guys, again, if you don't win, you're not allowed to complain about it.
I'd
You
take
gotta
a shit.
save your tears.
Another toe job. Yeah, that went over like a fart in church.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a new segment. This is the second time we're going to be using it. We call this What's Beef?
I'm a nut. I'm a nut.
Do you know what beef is? Do you know what beef is?
Put him up. Which one are you afraid? I fight you both together if you want. I fight you with one paw tied behind my back. I fight you standing on one foot. I fight you with my eyes closed.
Check this. What's beef?
What, are you scared?
Watch your mouth.
Bring it. Beef is when I see you. Guaranteed to be in ICU. One more time. What's beef? Beef. Beef.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope everybody enjoyed that drop. It's the first time we dropped the drop. And now, let's go into it.
Well, with the tall guy, I thought just like, that's not cool. I've seen them do dirty stuff before. I remember in the playoffs 2022, they broke my teammate's elbow on a dirty hit. That was very reminiscent. That made me think of that. I don't like seeing that done to a rookie. That's not cool. I'll compete with you all the other basketball coaches. Don't be dirty. That's not it. Nothing of intelligent depth. It was really just his just running his mouth, and he's been running his mouth for a long time. And it's funny to run your mouth when you're on the bench. It's kind of the story of his career so far, just leaving us wanting more. You know, we all want to see him out there and do his best, but he's just been letting a lot of other stuff get in the way of that. And we need that in the NBA. We need our best players to be out there. And when you're a star, it comes with a great responsibility. And I hate to see that go to waste.
So those were 2 drops. So I'm going to get into it. First of all, I have actually a story that I posted up over the last 24 hours. It's called Clay Dreaming, Ja Rambling, the battle of who can embarrass themselves faster. So 2 guys that to me are obsolete this year, and both guys averaging 17 points. And again, I don't think Klay Thompson is the same player he was with Golden State. I mean, with all the injuries and all the backlash over the last couple of years, and really going to the Dallas Mavericks and probably regretting he went to the Dallas Mavericks, because the Mavericks are a shell of what they thought they were going to be. But here's the thing. Ja Morant going after Klay Thompson on the floor after the game is absolutely classic. Honestly. Now, Ja Morant is a shell of what he was and what he should have been and what he should be this year. This is a guy that's had problems on and off the court. The gun situation, and then his game, the transition of his game. This guy at one point was the most electrifying, athletically gifted point guard when he came into the league. What he was doing for the first 2 years was incredible. Everybody was saying this guy was a top 3 point guard. He went from a top 3 point guard, but not even in the top 10 right now. He has fallen off completely. I don't know what's going on with the organization, if they're planning to move him or how they're going to move him after extending him the way they did. And they're really stuck in a long spot. Here's the thing with the Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson don't get along with anybody. The Patrick Beverley situation, Patrick Beverley saying something about his girlfriend, Meg Thee Stallion, and he came out, Patrick Beverley. But Patrick Beverley is just trying to bring in advertisements and sponsors. He's just trying to be funny. He's not a basketball. He's not an NBA player anymore. He's trying to bring in some kind of money for his product. And I understand the fact that Klay Thompson doesn't want to be spoken about. But this is the same guy that went out there over the years when he was playing for Golden State, not only fighting with his own teammates, he had problems with Draymond Green. He's had problems with other players on his team, not getting along with people in the locker room. Even at the tail end of his career, he had problems with Steph Curry, and they weren't getting along his final year or final 2 years over there at Golden State. This is a guy that's had problems keeping relationships. Hopefully keeps this one with Megan Thee Stallion. I mean, this problem with him and John Morant, and John Morant is perfect for the tabloids. Then he comes and attacks John Morant saying that, and I think he's right. You want to see your best players on the court, but this guy can't keep himself out of the tabloids and out of trouble. There's no question that's the problem right now with John Morant. But John Morant is still only, 23, 24 years old. He's got a lot of basketball left. How much basketball left does Klay Thompson have? And nobody likes this guy. It's not even the Dallas Mavericks in the organization. And I'm sure there's a lot of rough stuff going on in that locker room because he doesn't really talk to anybody. He's a very quiet guy. Again, going back to the Golden State Warriors situation, he just couldn't get along with his teammates. And that Jordan Poole thing, with the Draymond Green thing and it happened, and who do you think started that whole thing? It was Klay Thompson that started that whole beef. And then the LeBron James take. We all know LeBron James says a lot of silly things. When LeBron James goes back on some of the players he couldn't stand playing against, it wasn't Draymond Green. It was Klay Thompson. He was the name that LeBron James brought up in many conversations on his podcast on guys that he couldn't stand in the league and can't stand in the league over the years. So it says a lot about the fact that nobody likes Klay Thompson and John Morant, who, besides the stuff that he's done on and off the court, a lot of the players think that he's still gifted. He still has an opportunity to be successful in the league. I just think that John Morant is in the wrong place right now. I think he needs to go somewhere where he can be controlled, maybe a coach, a veteran coach that's been in the league, a.k.a. a Jason Kidd or somebody of that magnitude. I don't think he's going to play with Klay Thompson. It would be interesting them playing on the same team because I know Klay and Draymond didn't like each other. So I think Klay has always been stuck in between a place of who he is and what he is. Even when Kevin Durant was over there, Klay Thompson was one of the best players in his position, but he was forgotten because you had Kevin Durant and Steph Curry there. So he was just the other guy. And that's the way I believe Klay Thompson's going to be remembered. Not the Splash Brother, the other guy. And that's what he is. Like the Step Brothers, he is. It was so funny when that picture of this, it was him and Steph Curry, and Steph Curry was the one sitting down and Klay Thompson was the one putting his hand on Steph Curry. That's been his whole career. He's just been the other person, the other guy. And to attack John Morant, it's funny. I don't think it's going to go anywhere. It's just another way for them to be stuck in the way this league is, trying to find something to say about a player you don't like and try to draw them in to create some kind of conflict.
Yeah, I was going to say, John Morant is somebody that has already inflicted conflict on himself as it is, too. But now
do you hear anybody speaking bad about him? Honestly.
Yeah, I mean,
do you really hear any player in the league, besides the stuff that he's done on and off the court, have you ever heard anybody say anything bad about John Morant?
Yeah, I was going to say, this is a much more tame instance compared to this. All he's doing is trying to pump up a teammate in Cam Spencer that was a good three-point shooter on the UConn second championship team. He's a rookie. I forget if he was a first or second round pick from the Grizzlies, and he had a great night, so he's trying to pump him up. It didn't seem like an instance where it's okay, maybe he took it personally, the Klay Thompson, the shooter's not from Golden State. But again, this seemed kind of mild in that kind of instances. Okay, Klay Thompson's going to fire back at his rings. Now, John Morant off the court, yeah, that's a whole other problem, and he's going to have to get something straight if he wants to get his career back on track, because he's having a bad year on the court, too, in addition off the court. But still, yeah, like you said, it's really not a player issue with him. It's just more of a media and legal authorities issue with John Morant more than anything else. And Klay Thompson is just petty from 3 years ago when they had that feud with Dylan Brooks and Gary Payton and all that. And Jarrett's been mentioning in the comment section, too, he took shots at Jaren Jackson for whatever reason. When Jaren Jackson was Defensive Player of the Year or something like that, it seems like Klay Thompson's going an extra level of petty.
And Sean didn't go after anybody but Klay. I mean, honestly, he didn't go after Cooper Flagg. He didn't go after anybody. He went after Klay. And Klay takes everything so personal. He really does. For all the years that he was over there, when he played the Heat, remember the Heat and the fact that he had a problem with certain players on the Heat, and then had problems with the Lakers, with the Golden State Warriors, said something about LeBron James, how big of a bitch he is, and all this other, they're crying. I mean, the Golden State Warriors for years have always been the crybabies of the league. Now you all of a sudden have guys, their coach coming out and saying what he said over the last week, saying that the league is not protecting the players and they should they should spread out the games or cancel certain games or only have 70 games. Why? Because they're getting older and they're not the same team they once were, young and energetic the way they've been over the years. And they don't have Klay Thompson there in his prime, or Steph Curry, or Draymond Green in their prime, or even a Kevin Durant in their prime. So they're finding ways, or an Andrew Wiggins finding a way to complain and bitch. It's very Golden State-like. And now we're going to go to Klay Thompson, who is the epiphany of the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, Klay Thompson tries to play the victim a lot. So we've seen Steve Kerr try to play the victim a lot. Meanwhile, you're encouraging this kind of behavior from Draymond Green and claiming it's good leadership of the stuff that he does with the Warriors locker room, which for a while it was. And then their own players, their own fans started to turn on them. And hence why you've seen a lot of this veteran core gone. Was it a flagrant foul? Yes. Was it something that was as malicious as Draymond Green, all the crap that he's done in his career, chokeholding Rudy Gobert and kicking Steven Adams in the nuts and the stuff he did with the Suns and all that stuff? No.
I think, and you could shut the music. Jabba, I don't know if you have your take on this. You don't have a take on
it? Yes and no. They're always like, it just feels like he's just trying to stay relevant when like there's other ways to do it. And you've had a great career, but like, why do you continue to like draw other people when you're really the one like antagonizing it anyways? It's just, everybody takes everything so personal. Like, I don't get it. Like, you're an athlete, like fans are gonna be fans, players are gonna be players. Like, at the end of the day, don't let them affect your money or you. Like, some of it just like, guys are so soft now. It makes no sense to me.
And he wants to be in the tabloids. He wants to be up front. If you're dating,
look at his girlfriend.
Yeah. If you're going to all the BET Awards and you're showing up to all these awards, of course you're going to be center stage. You're going to be the center of attraction. You want to deal with that. You're bringing yourself in front of the media and stuff like that. So John Morant, yeah, he's been a media antagonizer. He's done some stupid things over the last couple of years. He's also 23, 24 years old. He's still a kid. He still has a lot of time to develop. And again, he might be in the wrong place. And maybe he really hasn't developed into the player. Clay's right about this. There are things that he has done that's affected his game, has not really put him where he should be. And out of that draft, when you talk about R.J. Barrett and you talk about Zion Williams, I would say he's the best player in that draft by far. He's the best player out of those three. But here's the problem. As gifted as he is, as he plays the game and at a high pace, he's really taken away from his game for all the things that he's done on and off the court. So his game has really not developed the way you thought it was going to be. I thought he was going to transition his shooting ability. Remember, when he came into the league, he wasn't much of a shooter. He got better, but he really hasn't developed that shot where I thought that if he developed that shot, which Russell Westbrook couldn't, because he's the prototypical player. He really is Russell Westbrook, but a better version of him. But is he now? Because he's fallen off, and Russell Westbrook got better and better every single year. If this kid figured out how to shoot the ball, Do you know how good John Morant would be? We're talking about that, about a player right now in Detroit that I said you could argue Cade Cunningham, who you could argue is the best point guard in the league right now and up for an MVP. He's better than Cade Cunningham. He really is. The gifts, the athletic ability that this guy has is tremendous, but we might never see it because of his problems and some of the things that he brings to the forefront. It seems like he doesn't really want to play the game basketball. It's all about money. It's all about fame. It's not about the game. And that's something I got to give LeBron James a little bit credit. As much as LeBron James has been stuck in those situations, LeBron still has been a great player. LeBron still developed and became the superstar that everybody believed he was going to become, and then became a multi-billionaire because he used his name to transition it into a money-making grab for the league. So unfortunately, John Morant is not LeBron James. He's not even close to LeBron James, and his game is just not flourishing. And I think that if you're a basketball fan, you wonder, maybe this is the wrong place. Maybe Memphis is not the place for him. And maybe it's time to move him if somebody would take him and go to an organization, maybe a city where he can be controlled and develop his skill, which could be, it could be elite if he figures that out. That Clay is right. But everything else that he said about him, completely wrong. Completely.
Or school pettiness.
That's really at its finest, the pettiness of what it is.
So my thought here is, and I don't know what Fish is saying. Is that for me or is it for somebody else? I don't know. Fish, you can pop in. I don't know what you're talking about here.
We've been trying to tell you when we're doing this ad read, and we're doing it right now.
Okay.
Not ad read, but the one for Jabba.
Oh yeah, Jabba. You got your ad read.
Yeah, well, yeah. Great segue, guys. We're killing it on those. No, this last part on this long extended segment of Java in the Mouth is, yeah, right. Brought to you by Veteran Renovations here in Nebraska and surrounding areas. So you guys need something done on your house, whether it's windows, siding, give them a call. Visit them online at veteransrenone.com, or you can find them on the Twitter at Veteran Renovations NE. Look them up. They have 0% financing, free quotes. Don't let a big problem become even bigger. Contact them now and let them help you out before the holidays.
All right. So there you go. I want to say something, and I want to finish up because I didn't know what you guys were saying, and that's why we have producers, and somebody needs to give me some kind of information. But I want to say this about the NBA players. Out of all the sports, they're the most when it comes to prima donnas and trying to figure out ways to create things that aren't there. And Draymond Green's done it for years. Brooks has started to do it with the Olympics, with the Canadian team. I don't know if anybody's checked that out on Netflix. This is the problem with the NBA, is that the NBA has allowed the players to run the league. And when you have this going on the court, think about it. The game is over. And you have Ja Morant, who's not even playing in the game, and Klay Thompson going at it and yelling at each other and saying whatever they're saying, cursing at each other and calling each other out. And that the NBA didn't suspend these guys. I think you need to do something. Suspend these guys, give them a game suspension so they understand not to embarrass the league. Because to me, the league, if it was David Stern there, if he was still the commissioner of the league, both guys would have been suspended. Absolutely would have been suspended, because we've seen David Stern do less harsher things to players, doing less things after a game, and suspend them. So I just think that the NBA needs to take the bull by its horns. They don't know how to do it. And that's why Adam Silver, to me, is the worst commissioner in sports, because he doesn't know how to control the players. And that's my opinion to it. And I feel for some of the fans, because this is a very popular sport and it's growing internationally, huge. And you're talking about 5 international players that a lot of people believe will be drafted in the top 15 this year. 5 of them, and 3 of them could be drafted in the top 10. That's how it's growing internationally. And you have players like Klay Thompson and John Morant or Russell Westbrook and all these players. They all have podcasts now, and they can do whatever they want and say what they want because it's freedom of speech. But if the league dropped the hammer on them and said, listen, you can't say this, you can't do this on your podcast, you can't interact or, consider attacking this while you're playing in the league, maybe the NBA would have more control over the players on what they say because, they can do whatever the hell they want. So I think it's a really bad situation for the NBA, and it seems like it's getting worse with sports betting. So this isn't, to me, there's no hidden ball trick here. I think that the NBA, Adam Silver should be fired. That's what I think. And I think that ownership needs to figure out how to control the players after the new CBA comes out. I don't know when the new CBA is, but something needs to be done with these players and keeping their mouths shut when they shouldn't be opening them. That's just my opinion. All right, Speedy's stat of the week.
The Speedy. Well, you may run like Maze, but you hit like stat of the week.
All right, I'm going to go to one of the primetime games of this week, the Sunday Night Football game, which was a blowout. And the Rams offense got a lot of the attention, obviously Matthew Stafford being an MVP game, but I'm going to highlight somebody on the Rams defense, a guy that was looking like a bust for the first couple of years of his career, got signed over there after Washington cut him, and that is Emmanuel Forbes. He gets the highlight this week. 7 targets and did not allow a single catch against the Buccaneers, including some against a Gupka, who I needed for fantasy to win in the Beast League, which didn't help me. No defender since week 12 of the 2022 season has been targeted more without allowing a catch. And this guy who looked like a first-round bust for a while. That Rams secondary, we knew their front seven's been great for a while, but that secondary looking a lot more formidable, especially if this guy plays as well as he's done.
Isn't Forbes the guy that weighed like 150 pounds coming out of the draft?
I was worried about that out of the draft. Jeff loved him at the time. I remember I was concerned because of his struggles in man coverage.
Oh, so you're going to give Jeff more compliments?
He's looking good now. No, I was right on him before for like 2.5 years.
Well,
Jeff,
sometimes
it's smiling from that.
Nah, screw Jeff. But look, that guy, Forbes, it was just a matter of him being able to be physical enough to play the way he knew how to play at this level. So a couple of years of putting on weight, and Sean McVay, I don't know. I think that might have been enough. But Speedy, we're going to get to talk about McVay and a bunch of other football games right now on the Whip Around.
Whip around.
All right, let's get the Whip Around set up. Here it
Like
is.
streaks in my britches. I got the
We
bubble guts.
are going to start off with what I thought was the best game left we haven't talked about yet tonight. And that was the Cowboys' triumphant comeback over the Eagles. Errol, I thought this game was over. I could have sworn it was over. In fact, I stopped watching it, and then all of a sudden it was tied, like out of nowhere. And it was like the Eagles couldn't do anything. Saquon Barkley. Do you know Saquon Barkley hasn't broken 700 yards rushing yet this season?
Yep.
He's averaging 3.7 yards a carry.
Which is great.
He had 22 yards rushing in this game and fumbled the ball. He had 7 catches, 52 yards. Obviously, still a great player. A.J. Brown, finally, 100 yards, 110 yards and a touchdown. But they lose. George Pickens, another monster game. 9 for 146 and a touchdown. I mean, Javonte Williams, 87 yards on 20 carries. Dak, 354, 2 touchdowns. I mean, the Cowboys made some trades. They got some guys healthy. They just beat the Eagles.
The beef, to me, after the game, I called him up and I said, what are you going to say about Dak Prescott? He says, that wasn't Dak, it was the defense. I said, the defense? Did you see what Dak Prescott did in this game in the fourth quarter? It was remarkable. If it wasn't for Dak, they don't win the game. And he says, oh, Dak still stinks. I said, what do you think they're going to do with George Pickens? They better sign him. I said, how are they going to afford him? They just paid CeeDee Lamb. This guy just earned himself, and he continues to earn himself probably between 30 and 35 million. This guy is going to be one of the highest paid wide receivers in the league. He's proving to everybody on why Pittsburgh Steelers should have given him an extension. They made a mistake. Now, I'm not saying DK Metcalf isn't a great player. They paid DK Metcalf $30 million when they should have given it to George Pickens. I think George Pickens is a true number one. I think DK Metcalf is a second-tier number one. I think George Pickens is one of the elite wide receivers in the league. He proved that when CeeDee Lamb went down. If somehow the Cowboys can sign George Pickens in the offseason and continue to play him and CeeDee Lamb, I think they have something. I think they could be a contender. They got to fix that defense. They've got a tremendous amount of first-round draft picks. Thank you to the Green Bay Packers. I really think that the Cowboys have something. And maybe we won't be hearing Jerry Jones this and Jerry Jones that. I will say this about the Philadelphia Eagles. I root them on. I root for them. This isn't Saquon Barkley's fault. They haven't been handing him the ball. They haven't been giving him the ball. It's really, I have no idea what this offense is doing. Why aren't they running the ball through Saquon Barkley and opening up the field for the other guys? It made no sense. They did that last year, and that's why they were Super Bowl champions. This year, they completely tailed away from it. And that secondary that I thought was going to be elite, besides Mitchell, they've been up and down the injuries. And that front seven, Jalen Carter, who was so dominant all season last year, ever since he spit, yes, he spit at Dak Prescott, he's been a shell of himself. I don't know what's going on with this defense. They look good in certain halves, they look good in certain quarters, and then fall completely off, fall flat on their face. I'm not saying the Cowboys are making the playoffs, because right now they're outside looking in. But I'm going to tell you this. If the Cowboys can figure out that defense after trading for Williams, they still have Quentin Williams next year, and they can add some defensive help in the draft next year and maybe in free agency. They might not have money if they have to pay George Pickens. But if they can find a way to add some to that defense, I'm telling you, the Cowboys are going to be contenders. They have it. They really do. They just got to fix up certain parts of that defense.
Yeah, their defense still, considering the circumstances, have played well in certain instances against good teams, including against the Eagles in week 1 as well. They kept that game very close for a while. Obviously, the weather delay probably affected the rest of that game too. But Dallas, you look at the way that they've been able to defend the star players in that game. Saquon Barkley in both matchups they've had this year. A.J. Brown, once he caught the touchdown, they adjusted to him accordingly. I got to give the Cowboys defense, a very young defense, a lot of credit. And Beav, you can't keep hating on Dak Prescott. He's now the all-time leader in Cowboys history in passing yards. So
he is going to go down as the greatest quarterback in Cowboys history. Just think about who they've had over the years. Yes, Troy Aikman, Tony Romo, and how about the guy in the 60s? I don't know. I seem to believe that this guy is the best. And by the way, was a 4th-round draft pick. It wasn't even a 1st-round talent.
Mm-hmm. He was a 4th-round draft pick that one really good season when Mississippi State was undefeated for a while, but smaller arm guy, but always a smart guy. I know. I hated when the Cowboys drafted him at the time. It was like, okay, this is better insurance for Tony Romo. He could develop, and then he starts right away and wins Rookie of the Year. It's crazy what he's done, and he's been a phenomenal leader to this team. A team with an new head coach and a lot of moving parts and a lot of drama on defense.
Yeah, I think the Cowboys are like the Yankees in baseball. It's like they're America's team, whatever. So it's like you either love to hate them or you love to love them. And Dak, you gotta tip your cap. You gotta give credit where credit's due. Dak's done it for a long time, and he's done it in a quietly great way where he's never really been like controversial or anything like that. So you give credit where credit's due, and he's just. He keeps doing it, and it's just it's been fun to watch. There's a lot of Cowboys fans around here, so football Sundays or whenever the Cowboys are playing are pretty interesting around here. So it's always entertaining when they get going back and forth. And there's a good going back and forth with the Cowboys Eagles fans yesterday. So those are always good matchups.
I mean, the Cowboys now have a legitimate shot at making the playoffs. It is a huge.
They're not making the playoffs. They're not making the playoffs.
Hey, they're 5-5-1.
Yeah,
they're 5-5-1.
They showed the stuff. They're still in the hunt.
Yeah,
they're in the hunt.
They got to win 5 out of the 6 games, and I just think there's a lot of games and a lot of matchups that they're matched up with. I can't see them winning.
Oh.
So,
well, either way, they're still alive at least. Here's some teams that aren't: the Giants and the Jets. Let's talk New York football for only a few seconds, if possible. Well, because it was one of the most ridiculous games, again, Jameis Winston gave you the full Jameis experience in this one. I mean, the stats are just ridiculous. 50% completion, 18 of 36, for 366, 2 touchdowns, a pick. He caught a like a 30-something yard touchdown pass from Gunnar Olszewski, which we will show you soon when we get to Fish's Play of the Week. But it was just unbelievable. But of course, the Giants defense blew this game to the Lions. They let Jahmyr Gibbs go crazy, and in overtime, the first carry, he takes 69 yards to the house. And the Giants lose 34-27 in overtime. An absolute embarrassment of a season. Wan'Dale Robinson, 9 for 156 and a touchdown. I saw a crazy stat, Earl. Wan'Dale Robinson and Justin Jefferson have almost identical stat lines this year. Talk about how Justin has had no one throwing to him.
Yep.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, 9 for 149 and a touchdown. Gibbs had 11 receptions, 45 yards and a touchdown, and 15 carries, 219 and 2 on the ground. For the Jets, I mean, Tyrod Taylor, 222, a touchdown and a pick. Breece Hall, nothing doing. He fumbled the ball going in. 4 catches, 75 yards. Mechie, seems like you found a receiver. John Mechie III. I guess that's the best thing we could say about this game. For the Jets, the Ravens were 1-5. They are now 6-5. They've won 5 straight. They are right back into the hunt. Although Lamar really hasn't played well at all this season, Errol.
Well, he's not 100% healthy. The Lions and the Giants, the Lions have been a shell of themselves. They have not looked good. And I'm telling you right now, they're not even the best team in the division. Maybe it's the coaching. Maybe it's some of the things that happened in the offseason. Maybe some of the guys that they brought in. It just doesn't fit right now. I will say this. The Giants should have won that game. And I got to give Jameis Winston a little bit of credit. I mean, he looks like a competent quarterback. He can still play in the league. I can see why Kafka decided to start him over Russell Wilson. I think he's just a better quarterback than Russell Wilson is right now. I think he's a better leader. I think the players in the team really likes him. You can see him laughing on the sidelines and dancing around and doing all the crazy stuff. Hopefully not stealing any crap legs on the sidelines. But I like the confidence in Jameis Winston. And there were a lot of crazy stuff that happened. And it just shows you that Kafka is definitely not the guy. He's just not the guy. They need to find somebody that can develop Jackson Dart. And I don't think Kafka is going to be the guy. I think, you know who I think it's going to be. And I think that's the guy they should be gunning for. But we'll see what happens. And by the way, again, going back to the Lions are in trouble, man, because the Bears look like they can run away with the division. The Green Bay Packers could definitely be the second team coming out of the division. They're the 3rd team in that division. And if they're put in a wild card game and they're matched up against Seattle or somebody like that, good luck. Good freaking luck. I could see them losing in the first round. They have not looked good. And Jared Goff has been up and down all season long. Jahmyr Gibbs is sensational. He's fun to watch. But everybody else, you just wonder what type of team is this team that's been so dominant over the last couple of years. As far as the Ravens are concerned, they were booed off the field after the first half of the game. They were booed. The Jets were up 7-3 coming into the second half of the game. Then they took over. The Jets are not a good team. They're rebuilding, and you can see that they're playing for their coach. Lamar Jackson is not playing at a high level because he's not healthy. I don't know what this Raven team is. They're going to win the division because they're better than Pittsburgh. I do believe they're better than Pittsburgh. But from a division that everybody thought was going to be one of the best divisions in football going into the season to one of the worst divisions in football. Absolutely a joke. Think about it. Look at the division. You got Pittsburgh, 6-5. Lamar and the Ravens, 6-5. You have the Bengals. How many wins do they have? 3. And then you have the Browns, who have won 3. Horrible. That is a horrible, horrible division. At least in the NFC East, you got a 10-2 Patriot team, and you have what? A 7-3 or what is
7-4.
7-4 Buffalo Bills team. And even Miami, I think, has 5 wins. I mean, it's a joke. It's an absolute joke.
Yeah, the Ravens winning this game is not really going to prove a lot of where they should be and what they were supposed to be at the beginning of the year when obviously the offense was the number one EPA offense last year. Lamar very easily could have won MVP. It was a very tight race. And now they've struggled badly to just beat the Browns and just beat the Jets. Like, even though they've won 5 in a row, it's not exactly the great quality of play you need to have. The Lions and the Giants, yeah, it's weird to think. Like, I've criticized the Packers' quality of play this year. I mentioned Chicago last week, kind of squeaking by a lot of teams they shouldn't. But now the Lions' quality of play is starting to fall off, too. So if they don't win the division, it'll be interesting to see if
They're not winning the division. They're not winning the division. The Bears are winning that division. The way their schedule is set up, it's perfect. The Bears are winning that division. You can book it. Book it.
A lot of these schedules at the end of the year are a little wonky. Like, they're really easy. But, yeah, the Ravens are weird. It's like when Lamar was out, and then you kind of never know what you're going to get here. Obviously, nothing against the Jets, but they're just the Jets. Sorry, Errol. But, yeah, the Lion, and then defensively, too, they're gonna who's there to help out Aiden Hutchinson and do all that? I mean, he's a monster, and Jamar Gibbs is fun to watch. And Jameis just makes me laugh because, like, it looks like he's a little kid having fun. And, like, I've gotten to know Jameis a little bit, and just, like, he legitimately loves what he does. Like, I don't know if I would rather see him, like, on the sidelines or every week on the sidelines commentating, doing something fun, because we saw what he did in the Super Bowl in commentating. But this just shows that he still can play, and everybody, he's going to have a chance to play because of what he can do on the field. So, yeah, as much as his personality plays, he's still a good quarterback.
I will say this, and I'm not apologetic about the Jets. You can see when the Jets get a quarterback, they're going to be a good team. You can see. I don't know if Mechie is the number 2 guy. He could be a slot guy in the future. They got a wide receiver. I think the Jets need to add another number 2. But Mechie seems like he's a player that maybe the Jets could rebirth. I'm not worried about the Jets. I think that if they put a quarterback in position over there with Aaron Glenn, I think everybody is playing for him. You can see that they're playing for him, and they want to play for him. So I think the Jets have a coach.
Mechie is a pretty cool story. He came back from a cancer diagnosis. Was from Alabama. Good to see him playing well. Let's move on to a couple of teams you just mentioned. The Texans knocked off the Bills on Thursday Night Football, 23-19. Josh Allen was picked off twice, 24 of 34, 253, sacked 8 times, only 20 yards on the ground. An interesting story with the Bills has been Keon Coleman being a healthy scratch multiple weeks in a row for disciplinary reasons or something. He's not.
Players are talking about it too.
It's starting to become a thing, Errol, in that locker room. It seems like they're just not banging on all cylinders. Although James Cook was excellent as always, 116 yards and a touchdown. Khalil Shakir is their best receiver, 110 on 8 catches, but a whole bunch of nothing. They're throwing Gabe Davis's washed up old body out there again, trying to get him to do something. He had 1 catch. It's kind of ugly. Kincaid's been hurt. They don't really have anybody, and that offensive line could not stop that Houston defense, which has now brought them up. That's another team at 6-5, right in the hunt there. And you were talking about the Bears.
Yeah.
This Bears team, man. I mean, Caleb Williams, say what you will, that, he does some things that make you scratch your head because he's young. But 239, 3 touchdowns, 21 yards rushing. DJ Moore had 2 touchdown catches, 1 on a play where he was wide open. Some really good play calling by Ben Johnson. No Aaron Rodgers in this game. Mason Rudolph tried to keep them in it together. Again, Tomlin teams find a way to stay in it. Little gadget plays like DK Metcalf with a rushing touchdown. Jalen Warren scored 1. It just wasn't enough as the Bears won by 3.
I will say this. The Bears are winning that division. I can't see them not winning that division. The Lions have really not been the same team they were last year. The Lions had the best chance of winning a Super Bowl last year, and after falling off the way they did, I don't know. I just, how a team, they get to that high point and then they start to drop. I think that's where the Lions are going. Now, I like Dan Campbell. I think he's a great leader, and I think losing Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson the way he did in 1 year, 1 full year off season. It definitely hurts them. So, and the Steelers, they don't have Aaron Rodgers, but I'm going to tell you, Mason Rudolph has played better than Aaron Rodgers. I'm going to say that. I think the players I think he's just a better all-around quarterback than Aaron Rodgers is now at this time. As far as the Bills are concerned, I'm shocked. And I'll say this, the Bills are making the playoffs, but if they don't figure out this defensive side of the ball, they are going to go out pretty quickly. I still think they're one of my favorites are coming out of the AFC. I think they can compete against anybody because of Josh Allen. But when Josh Allen throws 2 interceptions in a game and looks like a shell of himself, and he's not playing at the top of his game, this team is not very good. And Keon Coleman, they're going to probably drop Keon Coleman at the end of the year. I think there's a lot more going on than we all know. I think a lot of players don't like him. I've seen him in a couple of commercials. He says things that he goes out there in the public eye and says things, and he's out and about. He's going to clubs. He's partying. I think there's a problem going on in the locker room that nobody's informing the media to. But I think when he gets dropped at the end of the year, I think the story will be Keon Coleman was doing things that he shouldn't be doing.
Yeah, and somebody that's already had questions on the field as it was. Now the maturity issues with veteran coaching staff, a coaching staff that doesn't account for those kinds of things and doesn't accept it. And a quarterback in Josh Allen is going to spread the ball around regardless. Now, he couldn't in this game because of the lethal pass rush duo. Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson. We talk about the Broncos, how good their pass rush has been. And Myles Garrett, obviously, how he's this duo has been really good so far this year. And Danielle Hunter, you look at his career trajectory, I think he now has over 100 sacks. That's a borderline Hall of Famer. And then Will Anderson, we know, is one of the best players in coming out of that draft. Texans made a statement in that game. The Bears definitely made a statement too. We'll see if their defense can get a little healthier. Not a great showing, but their offense. Kyle Monungai, guy to watch out for too. He's been maybe one of the best rookie running backs already this year.
You know who's winning offensive rookie of the year, right?
Buka, probably.
Buka is going to win offensive rookie, 100%.
Yeah, that's pretty in stone at this point. But yeah, the defense, is crazy. Josh Allen was basically running for his life. Those guys up front, and they're so deep. They're so fast and just relentless. And Josh Allen looks like is there something off, or like he just looks a little bit slow? I don't. Maybe his leg's a little tired since getting married. You know what happens? The newlywed, the honeymoon phase. You never know. But yeah, and then the Steelers. It was funny. I was talking to a buddy who's been a Steelers fan. He's like, "Man, is this really going to be Tomlin's last year?" Like, they keep him close, but it's. If you're just watching it from far, kind of looks that way. I like the Bears. Caleb sometimes does some stuff that makes you shake your head, and you're like, you take a deep breath, and you're like, okay, he's still learning. But there's other times like he does something, you're like, man, this kid's going to be good. So he's going to be fun to watch, and I think you're right. I think they do win the division.
All right, let's move on to the next one. We're going to go a little bit quicker because these games were not close.
Yeah.
The Falcons beat up on the Saints. Kirk Cousins' first start of the season in place of Michael Penix Jr. Out for the season with torn ACL. 2 touchdown passes, one to Darnell Mooney, and another one to David Sills, the 5th. I remember him going around with the Giants back in the day. Tyler Shuck, nothing special for the Saints. Nothing to write home about. That game went how everyone went. A lot of people might not have thought this game would have been a blowout. Baker Mayfield went down with what looked like an injury to his non-throwing shoulder. MRI says it's just a low-grade sprain of the AC joint of his non-throwing shoulder. So he might miss a game or two. We'll see what happens with Baker. They are now 6-5. They can't afford to miss him for long if they're going to stay competitive. The Rams, though. Errol, Matthew Stafford has 30
MVP.
touchdown passes
MVP.
and 2 interceptions. He is currently plus 150 for MVP and is leading all players. And do you know what's also interesting? He's only had one top 10 MVP finish in his entire career, which most people would say is a Hall of Fame career, Errol.
He's a Hall of Famer. There's no question. But so is Phillip Rivers, by the way. I had to Weich. We still have to get Steve Weich on the show because he owes me. but I do believe Matthew Stafford's a Hall of Famer. He's won a Super Bowl. He's got when you look at his numbers, he's one of the elite quarterbacks of the last 20 years. It's sensational watching what he does. And what makes him so unique is, I'm not a Sean McVay fan, but it seems like these guys are so in sync with each other. They're yelling at each other on and off the field. You have him calling the plays, and then he's trying to hear what he's saying because it's like 25 words. And Puka Nacua said it's like playing, Mario Brothers, the way they call the plays. It's pretty.
Did you see Stafford a couple times was like, McVay, get it out, dude. Like, come on.
Yes, it's pretty fun to watch how these guys are so in sync with each other. And by the way, Adams has been sensational. He leads the league in wide receiver, touchdowns. He's one of the elite wide receivers we've seen in so many years. Now he's playing as the number 2 right behind Puka. I think they're so elite right now. Offensive line. This was one of the worst offensive lines in football. Now they've become one of the best offensive lines in football. Their defense is young and fast and fun to watch. Maybe Aaron Donald comes back to win one more. I don't know. As far as the Saints game, there's really nothing to say about that game. It's just ridiculous. All right, just absolutely ridiculous. They shouldn't have even played the game. All right, the game shouldn't have even existed.
Yeah, it doesn't really say much of the Falcons. They're so 4-7 right now. They'll need a lot to have any shot to be a miracle. I guess the Bucs getting more hurt maybe is their only shot because they're not getting a wild card spot. Rams.
Raheem Morris should be fired at the end of the year.
I've advocated for that, and I've advocated Kevin Stefanski is the perfect coach for them. I think they need somebody that can not waste these offensive athletic freaks on that team. And the Rams right now, they look like the most complete team in football right now. There's really no significant weakness on that team at all. I've talked about their secondary already. Probably right. Mentioned their offensive line that was so bad in 2022. They've rebuilt it really well the last 3 years, and it's helped somebody like Matthew Stafford really have a career. I wouldn't say resurgence. He was never bad, but he was always hurt, and now he's looking like an
Who
MVP.
would have thought that Jalen Ramsey, trading for Jalen Ramsey, that everybody would have set that, everybody said that set the team back. And then making that trade for Matthew Stafford would set that team back. And what Jared Goff is on over there with the Lions and the bragging over there. And now you're seeing the growth and the opportunity of over the last couple of years in the draft picks that they've landed. Puka Nacua as a 4th-round talent. And look at what this team has transformed into. Unbelievable what they have done over the last 2 or 3 years.
And when you're a GM that makes those types of big trades like that, you have to be able to draft on day 3 very well. Look at a lot of those players on defense. A lot of those, besides their 2 defensive linemen, Fisk and Jared Verse, a lot of those guys were day 3 draft picks, and they built a really good defense with that too. Like you said, Puka, steal, becoming a top 3 receiver in the NFL right now.
Keep it moving, Fish.
All right, good man. All right, here we go. Let's move on to the next set of games. We got the Seahawks beating the Titans. Wasn't as close as the score indicates, 30-24. Titans got a touchdown after it was already over, basically. And the Jaguars beat the Cardinals in overtime in a game that both teams basically tried to give to the other one. Trevor Lawrence, 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. I mean, and a fumble loss, 4 turnovers for Lawrence. He gets the win anyway because the Cardinals are also a disaster. Jacoby Brissett keeps having good statistics. I guess that's the nice thing about it. Michael Wilson looks like he's a professional receiver for the Cardinals. But again, it's just a whole bunch of nothing in that game. And the only thing to talk about in that Seahawks-Titans game, Errol, is 8 catches, 167 yards, 2 touchdowns for Jackson Smith and Jigba, who has
I think you give him too much credit. Sam Darnold.
Hold on.
Sam Darnold.
First off, you're not giving him anywhere near enough credit. They're saying
What do you want him to get on his hands and knees?
advanced statistics. Yes, you should get on your hands and knees because you're wrong. You know you're wrong, and you can't admit it.
No, I'm
He's
not.
Playing like the best receiver in football.
Dude, Sam Darnold has been an elite quarterback this year.
Sam Darnold is tied for second in interceptions in the league.
Doesn't matter. He's been an elite quarterback. Stands in the pocket. He makes his throws.
He's very good.
The Jigba wouldn't have the numbers he has.
Sure, that's fine. However, he's also more open than any receiver like ever. He has the highest statistics of yards per route run that's ever happened since they've recorded the stat. He's doing things no one's done before, and he's on pace to break the all-time receiving record. He's on pace to break it.
Not doing that.
I don't know why you think he won't. They have no one else to throw to on that team.
Okay.
He's awesome. And Errol, are you going to admit it though, that he is a top 5 receiver in the league? We made this bet before the season that he would be a top 5 player in the league, a receiver in the league.
We made this bet. Good. And nobody's taking away what Njigba's doing, but you have not given Sam.
Are you willing to admit you were wrong?
Any credit for what he has done?
You're just deflecting.
You really haven't. You who's throwing him the ball? Who's getting him the ball? Okay. I think you forget the guy that should be getting a little bit more credit that nobody's giving. Okay. I'm not taking away from what Njigba is doing right now. Do I think he's going to break 2,000 yards? No. But that doesn't take away his season. I'm not taking that away and what they've been doing. I think McDonald should be up for Coach of the Year. I think he's been sensational. I think he's so underrated for what he has done and really transitioned an offensive line with really that was one of the worst offensive lines when Pete Carroll was there, and one of the worst offensive game besides Marshawn Lynch being there. The offensive side of the ball was just absolutely horrible. And now you see the difference. And this is a defensive coordinator. So everybody says, well, defensive coordinators can't be good head coaches. The last one was Bill Belichick. Well, I beg to differ. McDonald's is a defensive coordinator, and he has transitioned this defense into one of the elite offenses in the league. So I think McDonald deserves a lot of credit for that. And making the move for Sam Darnold. And I'm going to tell you this right now. O'Connell is on the hot seat because they decided to go with J.J. McCarthy when they should have signed Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold goes to Seattle, and they're one of the elite teams right now in their division and might be a Super Bowl contender this year.
Yeah, they're the top 3 team in the league right now. Like, it's just the Rams are in their division, so they're not leading their division, but they're as complete as it gets too. The offensive line you mentioned, Errol, a lot of those draft picks had trouble last year. That was a big problem. They just barely missed the playoffs. Gray Zabel's been one of the most underrated rookies this year when he's been healthy. Their first round pick, and then their 2 tackles we know of too. But it's their defensive pressure that I think Mike McDonald's gotten the best out of with some of the youngsters. With Boye Mafe, they drafted a couple times. Uchenna Nwosu, they signed from the Chargers. He's been very good as well. I didn't think this team would be this good right away. I thought too many new pieces all at once. Fish, you were right about them. This is a very complete all-around team.
Yeah, what y'all said. Thanks for arguing. I needed a snack. I needed some popcorn.
Yes.
I got to say, we said it during our draft show before we move on, that I couldn't believe Byron Murphy was dropping. Yes. And he plays next to Leonard Williams now. And they have DeMarcus Lawrence on the outside of them. They have Amanawari they drafted as well, who's been really good. They had Witherspoon the year before. This is a good young defense with a good young coach with a good young offense. This team's just beginning to scratch the surface. They might not be there this year, but I think in a year's time, they're legit contenders.
Why couldn't they be there this year?
They could be, but I say they're a year ahead of schedule. That's all I would say.
Donald should be a Jet, and it's just another stupid thing that makes me wonder why Joe Douglas decided to trade Sam Darnold for a second and a fourth, which, Speedy, you could remember, I did not want.
Who'd you get with those picks, Speedy? Who'd the Jets get?
Oh, that was a
Hall. I think Breece Hall.
Well, one of the picks I think was traded in that deal when they traded up to get Elijah Vera Tucker. That was 21. Breece Hall was the year after. I'll find out who the other picks were. I am curious too. But I do remember Errol and I did a live show of the Weekend Crunch at a bowling alley, and that's when the trade broke right around that.
I was so upset.
Yeah, and I remember you wanted to drop Penei Sewell and keep Darnold.
Yep.
All right, last one. We'll go through it quickly. Patriots, the Bengals got the jump on the Patriots last game before Joe Burrow comes back this weekend, or rather on Thanksgiving. Said he's coming back. That's official now. But, Drake May led him back 26-20. And in the other one, they said that if J.J. McCarthy just spiked the ball into the ground every time, in this game, he would have a higher quarterback rating than he actually did playing the entire game. That's like when a kid like fails a test so badly he should have just put like C for every answer. Like that's how bad JJ McCarthy was in this.
It was
game.
hard to watch.
Wow. He had that one, real good game early in the season, but it's been real ugly for JJ. I think the Vikings really screwed this one up, going off what we were talking about with Sam Darnold. They had him, and they decided to go with the unproven, and look at what happened to him now.
They had Daniel Jones. There. They could have signed Daniel Jones.
Both of them.
Different. They had Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones. Both guys having sensational years. Both guys going to the playoffs, and both have a chance. Could you imagine Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones in the Super Bowl? How crazy would that be? I mean, seriously. Just typical. It'll definitely be the talk of the town during Super Bowl week. The two New York quarterbacks facing off for a Super Bowl championship. It would be typical. But the Bengals, I mean, Joe Flacco gave that game away. He was horrible. That was horrible to watch.
Oh, the pick six.
It's just absolutely horrible. I mean, there's really nothing more to say about that. As far as the Packers are concerned, the Packers played a Vikings team that don't have a quarterback. And like I said, O'Connell is going to be on the hot seat. This Sam Darnold thing could cost him his job next year. I mean, if he can't figure out what's going on with J.J. McCarthy, this guy was a first-round talent. And now all of a sudden, this guy has looked as bad as any quarterback in the first round, even worse than Zach Wilson. This guy has been as bad or worse than Zach Wilson was. So it doesn't look good. And by the way, it doesn't make Jim Harbaugh look good either. As he said, whoever passes up on this kid is like passing up on Michael Jordan. Remember Dabo Sweeney saying that about Deshaun Watson? I'm sure everybody jerking off right now is probably thinking the same way Dabo Sweeney is thinking right now.
You're saying Deshaun Watson's not the Michael Jordan of massage parlors?
Maybe jerking off. That's about it.
Well, yeah, it also doesn't help when you don't have sides you could cheat with and boosters in
Anybody
the
want
stands
some
helping
beef?
you out to know what the.
Does anybody want any beef jerky? Let's go to Deshaun Watson for that.
Yep. Yeah, it doesn't help when J.J. McCarthy doesn't have the signs in the stands and military technology to help you cheat either. And I didn't like him out of the draft either. I think he would be like the dumb turnovers he's made too. Just the decision making is just not smart. And this is a team that has so many good offensive skill players. And if the Vikings, they're wasting a good defense. They're wasting a decent offensive line amidst all that. And it's just really bad for them right now. Packers, like I said before, quality play is not very good right now.
Dude, they beat nobody. That's why I didn't mention Drake May. He is not the MVP. It is absolutely Matthew Stafford. For anybody to think that Drake May is the reason why this team is 10-2, go look at who they've matched up against. It's garbage. And everybody's talking about, look at the transition in 1 year when Vrabel has done. Let them play against good talent. Wait until they matched up against really good teams in the playoffs. Then we'll talk about what Drake May has done.
Yeah, and again, there's still a lot of adjustments that have to be made. Will Campbell getting hurt in that game if he's out long term, will that affect their offensive line? Running backs are still kind of a question mark there, up and down with injuries as well. And same kind of thing with their secondary. How they didn't make a lot of trades. Fish, you talked about at the deadline. Like, could that cost them as well? They're a 2 seed on paper right now. Are they really a 2 seed?
Go ahead, Fish.
No, that's it. You're the last one, my friends.
Oh no! I mean, you guys covered it all. As a Vikings fan, it's tough to watch with the talent that they do have, and I get it. JJ, he's in his 7th or 8th game right now, so there's going to be, but it's just, I mean, it's been bad. That other than the one game early, it's been tough to watch. Like, I just don't know. And the Bengals are kind of a dumpster fire, and Drake May has played his butt off, but I agree there. It's Stafford. I mean, he's 37 and still do it. They were breaking down the stuff. Actually, Clayton Kershaw did a really cool thing for Stafford too before the game. I don't know if you guys saw it for Stafford, so that was cool. But yeah, it's to round it out. It was a good whip around there, fellas.
Thing, Clayton Kershaw. You can check the music. Clayton Kershaw was his center in high school. And they're both going
like
to
150 pounds.
Yes. And they're both going to the Hall of Fame, respectable Hall of Fames. One for the NFL and the other one in the MLB. It is
And
unbelievable.
they both ended up in LA, which is crazy.
Yeah. And they're still very close friends.
True.
They're like brothers, they're buddies, and it's crazy. Their wives are very close. They're like sisters. It's their kids. I mean, it's an incredible story how they kept their friendship as long as they have. And
They're
they're
like two of the nicest human, like nice to a fault. Like they're so nice, you think like they're faking it. We all have those like certain people. You're like, dude, you're really not that nice. But like when you get to know that, you're like, you really are that nice. Like you are unbelievable. Like, do you ever get mad? Like, does there any bad bone in your body? Like, do you raise your voice? Like, is there timeouts in your house? Like, what is there? But they're awesome. I had fortunate pleasure to get to know both of them. So yeah, it's really, really cool to not only see great athletes, but them great people as well. So it's and especially to keep doing it. And everybody like, oh, Clayton, this, that, and other thing. But I mean, he had a great year too. And then at the age that they're doing it, it's awesome to see.
And I think Matthew Stafford has at least another 2 or 3 years left that he can play at a top level. He looks good. And the young offensive line they've built for him and the talent that they put around him. I mean, the Rams not only are a contender this year, they could be a contender for the next 2 or 3 years. That's why I think Aaron Donald coming back wouldn't be so far-fetched. Why not? I mean, could you imagine?
Did you hear what he said though in that interview? He's like, "What more do I have to do? I've done this, and he broke it down in a way where it kind of really makes you like, yes, could he if he wanted to, but it's like, what really more do you have to?
Did you ever
do?
see his workouts, Jabba? I mean, this
Stupid.
guy, he's a freak. I mean, and I lift, I do dumbbells and stuff like that, and I could go probably 130. I've done it like 5 times. That's the heaviest I've done with them. Dude, this guy's doing 160-pound dumbbells like 10, 12, 13 times like it's nothing.
That's like James Harrison's workouts when they're playing like volleyball with like the huge heavy ass medicine balls, like those. And he always, I loved when he said he always worked out in sweat so he could make us sweat mad.
Oh, I watched his workouts. James Harrison's a freak too, man. That guy, I wouldn't want to get in his way either. How mad he.
No, I wouldn't want to get in any of their ways.
Oh God. I mean, but Aaron Donald, man, I remember when he was drafted, I remember he was heavy and everybody said, I don't know about him coming from Pitt, 13th round. He was the 13th pick in the first round. And I was like, this was the Odell Beckham draft. And I was like, this guy, that was a great draft. He is by far the best player in that class. It's not even close. And that was a great draft. So, I mean, he's incredible. Dude, I watch his workouts. He makes me sick to my stomach. How strong and and he's still very young. He's like 35 years old. So
Stafford said there was a kid like had just finished like chemo, like wanted to hang out, whatever. And one of his things was to work out with Aaron Donald. And AD was like, I don't care. The kid was throwing up after the workout. AD put him like through the workout. And Stafford like went up to him. He's telling the story. He's like, dude, you realize what this kid, he goes, but if he wants to work out with AD, he's got to work out with AD. And I'm like, wow, that's crazy.
He's an intense, I would love to work out with Aaron Donald. I would love
Those people are fun.
Yeah, I would love to because I just want to see how intense. And the one time I worked out with an athlete, he told me he was going to make me throw up, and I didn't throw up. So he was impressed when I didn't throw up because the things that he put me through, the pull-ups and I hate doing pull-ups because of my shoulders. So, yeah, they're great. Anyway, we got the Sports Minute. We got Fish's Play of the Week. We got some college football arguments, and we got a mini beef right now. Belichick daughter-in-law fighting, and Stephen A. Smith and Drake May. I mean, the torturous of beef could happen more and more and more when it comes to the roundtable of sports. When we come back, we'll get into that. But first, our Sports Minute once again.
It is the Jabba in the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys. Aaron Fishman here with your last Sports Minute of the evening. A couple of stories before we get to the scores. The Las Vegas Raiders have parted ways with offensive coordinator Chip Kelly after only 11 games, after giving him the richest contract for a coordinator in football this offseason. To say it hasn't gone well for the Raiders offense would be an understatement, especially after adding Heisman runner-up Ashton Genty with a top 10 pick in the draft this year, and with all-world tight end Brock Bowers running up the middle. Raiders quarterback Geno Smith has severely regressed this season under Kelly, throwing a league-leading 13 interceptions on the year, one in which the Raiders have gone 2-9 under Pete Carroll. Kelly, who Carroll had been critical of dating back to a Week 2 loss when he said the offense was taking too many shots deep, not going over the middle and taking what the defense was giving them, will collect his checks for the remainder of the season with that contract pending a buyout. And it's what another lost season for the Davis family and the recently relocated Sin City squad. Apparently, losing a game to the Shedeur Sanders-led Browns was a bridge too far for even the always positive Pete Carroll to make a significant move in what is looking like a misguided attempt by the league's oldest coach to try to reach the mountaintop like he did with the Legion of Boom 11 years ago. And Islanders defenseman Alexander Romanov will miss 5 to 6 months after undergoing surgery on his right shoulder, the team told reporters on Sunday. Romanov was injured last Tuesday on a vicious illegal check from behind into the boards by Stars forward Mikko Rantanen. Rantanen was suspended for being a repeat offender on Sunday for one game, but was not directly disciplined by the league for the hit that injured the Isles defenseman. Romanov had only 1 point in 15 games this season after signing a big offseason contract with the team for 8 years and $50 million, but the coach and Hockey Hall of Fame goaltender Patrick Waugh was still incensed by the hit and the lack of severe punishment for it. We have to move on. We don't replace a player like that. You hope the guys coming in will fit it, and hopefully that Boqvist will play like he's been playing. The Islanders, who lucked into the number 1 pick in the draft and rookie defensive sensation Matthew Schaefer, may be able to survive this loss, but it certainly doesn't help a team that wanted that veteran leadership on the ice on the back end that Romanov provided. The Islanders are currently second in the Metropolitan Division with 28 points. All right, let's get to the scores. 6:27 remaining on the clock. The 49ers have the ball and a 20-9 lead over the Panthers. In basketball this evening, a bunch of games gone final, including the Knicks, who beat the Nets at the Barclays Center 113-100. Other finals, Pistons 122, Pacers 117, Raptors 110, Cavaliers 99, Heat 106, Mavericks 102, Nuggets 125, Grizzlies 115, Trailblazers 115, Bucks 103, and the Pelicans 143, Bulls 130. In action right now, right before the half, the Rockets have a 59-50 lead on the Suns. 10:43 left in the second quarter. The Jazz have a 35-29 lead on the Warriors. And with 11 minutes left in the second, it is 30-23 Timberwolves over the Kings. In hockey this evening, the Rangers came back and defeated the St. Louis Blues 3-2. The game that just gone final right now, the Panthers finished up the Predators 8-3 tonight. Other finals, a shutout for the Lightning and Andrei Vasilevsky, 3-0 over the Flyers. The Devils hold on 4-3 over the Red Wings. The Capitals 5, Blue Jackets 1. And in action right now, the Mammoth have a 2-1 lead with 2 minutes left in the second period on the Golden Knights. And it's no score with 4 minutes to go in the second between the Kings and Senators. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Jabba in the Mouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify, now in video. Make sure you like, subscribe to all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our next segment on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
What is this? This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Jabba and Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, the one and only Jabba Chamberlain, and Speedy Pete. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Job in the Mouth every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com.
What is it? There's a new internet. There's a new internet URL based on gongs.
Did you just invent something right there?
Maybe I did. Maybe that. We'll have to ask Chad GPT. As we all know,
Goody's
Goody
not
does
here.
that. Goody does that very much so. But thank you to Howie Carpin for joining us. We really appreciate it. Happy Thanksgiving to all the fans. This is the only show. We're doing an extra long show tonight. Because we're not doing a Wednesday show because of Thanksgiving Eve, and we're not doing a show tomorrow. So this is a full-blown show. We have 19 segments, so why don't we get into the final quarter of the show? Fish's Play of the Week.
This is great about sport. You play to win the game. Hello? You play to win the game.
This is Play of the Week.
All right, guys, welcome to Fish's Play of the Week. I'm going to go over not just the best play of the week, the one that had the best, X's and O's behind it as well. Not the flashiest catch, although this week it kind of doubles as that, as there's only one play I could possibly pick, and it was a touchdown pass by the New York Football Giants back to their quarterback, Jameis Winston. Let's let it play one time. Jameis getting it back from Gunnar Olszewski. Beats the defender, jukes him, and then spins out of the tackle, walking into the end zone, and then in sync does some kind of dice or whatever celebration he was doing. Let's bring it back to why this play worked. Take a look at the formation over here. Looks like we got a tight end wing with an extra receiver off the ball to the far side, and it looks like we are just split out to the right. Very simple. Take a look at what's going to happen. We have a fake handoff to the running back. Same side of the mesh, we have the receiver coming back for the reverse. Looks like we have a lineman coming over here, actually that extra tight end, to seal off the edge to hopefully get Olszewski enough time to throw this ball. It doesn't go exactly right because these two blockers go for the same guy instead of the two guys they were supposed to. Olszewski, what an agile play. Steps up in the pocket like he's a quarterback and sees Jameis one-on-one in man coverage, and Jameis does the rest. The Giants take the lead on this play, or at least extend their lead for the time being. And this was why it was Fish's Play of the Week.
I gotta go back off now. Butt plug. Yum.
Where did the butt plug man go? He's in Florida hanging out with his family.
He probably said butt plug 7 times when he called you on Friday, though.
All he does is say butt plug, butt plug. And I'm like, dude, is that your favorite word now? And all the time. We'll speak about January 13th. He's like, butt plug, butt plug. I mean, like, what the hell is a butt plug? Why are we talking about this? We're talking to MJ, and dude, he was doing it when I had MJ on the phone. He was like, butt plug, butt plug.
This is why we can't get anything ironed down.
Leave it to Nathan.
Patty kick.
Oh, that's right.
Never used that one in a while.
All right, so we're gonna get into some college football now, and obviously Lane Kiffin to LSU has been the story.
Yeah, so Errol, on this one we have some music, and we're going to do the round table for this one. We're gonna keep it just like the whip around type of a deal. We got a bunch of stories. We got 4 stories for you. If I could find the graphic. For some reason, I lost it. Here it is. All right. In fact, I'll probably have to move myself over just a tad. Here it is. First story, Errol. Lane Kiffin is going to make the decision where he's going to coach next year.
Yep.
After Saturday's Egg Bowl. The Egg Bowl, in case you didn't know, is the annual game between Ole Miss and Mississippi State. Coach Kiffin and I had many pointed and positive conversations regarding his future at Ole Miss, including meeting today with Chancellor Boyce. This is the athletic director of Ole Miss, Keith Carter. While we discuss next steps, we know we cannot lose sight of what is most important, our 6th-ranked team that is poised to finish the regular season in historic fashion. Despite the outside noise, Coach Kiffin is focused on preparing our team for the Egg Bowl, and together we want to ensure that our players and coaches can concentrate fully on next Friday's game. Obviously, there's been a lot of commotion all year, even before Brian Kelly was fired. Kiffin's daughter's dating someone on LSU, one of the linebackers. We got the whole thing going where Kiffin, this is kind of a dream job opening. LSU is one of the big gets if you're a college coach. Kiffin has been known to travel. Errol, why don't you start us off on the Lane Kiffin merry-go-round here?
You could book it. I think that's where he's heading, and there's a lot of reason why. First of all, he's a great recruiter. Now you're going to LSU. It's only going to draw more people to come and play for you. And Lane Kiffin has been wanting to go to a top SEC team, and now he has a chance to go to one of the biggest and one of the baddest. And going back to going to LSU and bringing home a championship is just like going back and bringing a championship home to Alabama or Florida. I think this is a slam dunk. Slam dunk. After Saturday's game, he's going to announce he's going to LSU. You can book it, and I know Jared is so excited about it, and I think any LSU fan would be excited for this. I think besides Franklin, he was the best coach available in free agency. Well, he's not a free agent because he's still over there with Ole Miss, but he's a free agent as far as I'm concerned, and he's going to be taking his hiney to LSU.
$90 million contract implies something in the range of more than what Ryan Day got last offseason. He got a 7-year extension after they won the national championship.
I don't think it has anything to do with money. It's championships.
$90 million. Kirby Smart's getting a little more, I think $125 million over the course of that span. So it's going to be tough for him to pass up that kind of offer. I don't think they've rumored a Florida offer yet. I don't think Florida would pay that much in order to do it. Goody was talking about it last week. LSU will pony up for that.
If it was between Florida and LSU and Florida gave him $10 million less, he's going to LSU.
Yeah. And again, he's going to make this decision now. Obviously, Ole Miss's game with Mississippi State, I know, Fish, you're mentioning it is a big rivalry with the in-state, but for the college football playoff sake, they're not going to lose a spot. It would take a miracle for them to miss the playoff at this point. They've only lost one game, though, far this year, Ole Miss.
Yeah, I think he's definitely leaving, but it's literally like, it just sucks for the players too, because like they put in the work and do whatever, and then they've got to deal with the outside thing. Like they got to figure out something to do this, and Nick Saban brought it up. They got to figure out a better way to do this during the year, because we've seen some coaches where they wanted them to finish the season. We've seen some where they haven't wanted them and they didn't finish it. But it's unfair to these kids to have to deal with this nonsense during the season. Like have like a period of where you can either talk to them, not talk to them, and then where it doesn't affect what goes on during the year. So that for me is kind of a crappy situation. But obviously he's going to take the money and go to LSU.
With the best Ole Miss team they've had, too. This is a really good defensive team in addition to their offense.
And he recruited all those players.
Right.
And all those players are going to go. The players that he wants are going to go to the portal and go to LSU. So I absolutely believe, and he's going to LSU to win championship. I mean, the money's nice. There's no question. He's going to make the money. But he's going to LSU because this is a dream job for him, and he has a chance to win national championship. And by the way, this will draw him back to the NFL, which really is where he wants to be. I do believe that. Lane Kiffin has always wanted to go back to the NFL and try to prove himself, as the Raiders did him wrong, and he hasn't had a chance to come back since then. So I think there'll be a chance now if he can win a couple of national championships over there at, Louisiana.
All right, let's move on to more like intra-college rivalry type stuff. And this is one of your favorite coaches in all of college football, Errol. Dan Lanning, the head coach of Oregon. They had a big win against the USC Trojans this past week. We played a really good team and we beat them. A lot of times we play really good teams that become unranked all of a sudden. That's not our fault. Maybe it is our fault. But all we're worried about is playing the teams we play and doing the job we need to do. We did that job today. I think the proof's in the pudding. Played a good team, we beat them. All we can do next week is try to do the same thing. The conference is a really good conference. It's competitive. Here's the quote that everyone's jumping on. We didn't play Chattanooga State today, like some other places. We competed. So with that being said, it's tough playing 9 conference games. It's tough playing in this league, and we got to take advantage of playing a good team today and attacking that. Taking unveiled shots, not even veiled shots, at the SEC, scheduling cupcakes, not as many games against the competition in the SEC. Lanning saying that, saying the Big Ten is a tougher division. I mean, I love it. I love this debate, and I love that he wants to start stuff with all these FCC teams. How you feeling about it, Errol?
Love it. You want your head coach to go out there and take shots at some people say the biggest conference and the best conference in all of college football. And then he goes out there and says, hey, you know what? We're playing top-end teams, and these SEC teams are pretty much getting teardrops. And that's why they're making it, and a lot of these SEC teams are making this 12-team tournament and fighting for a national championship. He says, we don't have any easy schedule. We're going out there and we're playing the best. We should be respected for what we've been doing over the last couple of years. And Danny Lanning, it not only is dominating and has been a dominant coach in college football, this guy could absolutely be a future NFL head coach. He's got a great personality. His leadership is bold. Everything about him. I want to get him on this show because I love. Has anybody seen his speeches before the game and after the game? He gets you feeling like you're a part of the team, a part of the accomplishments the team has made throughout the year. I love Danny Lanning. I think he's the best coach right now in college football.
Yeah, it's kind of an in-between divide because you look at somebody that just moved conferences from the Pac-12 to the Big Ten. And obviously, yes, the Big Ten generally has a more balanced schedule overall than the SEC. Now, their powerhouses are going to have cupcake schedules too. Ohio State always has a few of them. Michigan always has a few of them. The Western Michigans, the Eastern Michigans that they'll play every year. So it's not all completely a vibe. And I think the SEC's done better at scheduling some non-conference games at the beginning of the year, even some that he played in. His first game as a head coach in Oregon, he got smoked by Georgia, and they played Auburn a few times too. But I think it's gotten better. I don't think he's wrong to an extent. It's just kind of weird for the coach coming from the Pac-12 staying with the Big Ten too when they've had their share.
Why is it weird?
Because he's a Pac-12 coach. The Pac-12 is different because they didn't schedule it based on.
Is he wrong? Is he lying?
No, I didn't say he was lying. I think he.
So why is it weird?
I think him coming from a Pac-12 that had a different type of scheduling format altogether, where they're playing everybody in the same year, like the Big 12 used to as well. And that's where I think it's a little different. Like, why is he not taking shots at the other Big 10 teams just as much? So
because he wants to take shots at the SEC. Because everybody and every single analyst that's gone out there and said the SEC is the best conference in college football, and nobody gives the Big 10 or even the Pac-12 any credit for where they deserve a little bit more credit because their schedules are a lot more rougher at the end of the season.
Well, yeah, they're generally more balanced. I think that the lowest of the low, I think, is where he's getting at with that kind of thing, too. And they've won the last 2 national championships. Obviously, Michigan didn't do it, but they've won the last 2 championships. So definitely balancing out where it's going to be like a 2-team super conference that Jeff was saying for a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see. I love listening to him talk. Like, he's been a couple times on game day. The one time he took his shirt off, they lost. He didn't take his shirt off last time. But the way he speaks is great, and and the way like the mindset of his team and all that. And I love the little chirping and the little kicking at that conference, even though you just moved conferences. Obviously, I was a Big 12 guy. Obviously now Nebraska's Big 10. So, but anybody now, that can poke the bear supposedly that SEC, because as we all know, we have SEC friends and they never let it go. It's the best conference ever and blah blah blah. Sometimes so. It's nice to see him fire off and get some juices flowing on that end for sure.
All right, let's move on to the next one we got here. What do we have? Oh, it's one of our favorite stories. Arch Manning. A lot of people wrote him off after a real tough start to the season. You might remember Texas was the preseason #1. They get rolled by Ohio State. He's looked a little shaky throughout the season. Well, not in the last handful of weeks. Arch Manning, 6 total touchdowns this past week, 2 on the ground, 4 in the air, 18 of 30 for 389, torching Arkansas's defense for nearly 500 yards. 3 touchdowns to DeAndre Moore Jr. It moves them to 8-3 ahead of their final regular season game against undefeated number 3 Texas A&M. They're going to need a lot of help, meaning teams with 2 losses to also lose for them to have a chance to get back into the college football playoff. But they are technically still alive for a playoff spot. Arch Manning, though, in the last 4 games, 3 games over 300 yards passing. Carol.
He's going to be the number 1 pick next year. He's not going into the draft this year. He's going to wait. No question he's going to be the number 1 pick next year. And there'll be teams lining up for him, trying to lose out their games to get him at number 1. He's been sensational in his last 3 games. This is why a lot of people compare him to his grandfather and his uncles, but say that he could be better than all of them because he's got the legs and he's got the footwork of his grandfather, but he's got the arm strength of his 2 uncles. This guy, we'll see how he transitions next year because Texas and the Longhorns are going to be favorites to possibly winning or being a part of the national championship next year. And depending on how they recruit in their recruiting class next year, they're definitely going to be there. So I'm not surprised that Arch is starting to figure out who he is as a college football player. I don't think we've seen the best of Arch Manning. So that's the crazy thing. So
there's a reason it was as highly touted as it was for even like 2 years even before that, even besides the namesake, obviously, with the Manning legacy. Like, just talent-wise, we were seeing it as high end of a prospect as you could possibly get. And Fish, you mentioned it too, that going into Texas A&M, because I actually do think they win that game. I'm going to say Texas A&M seems like, are they really that good? Are they really the 3rd best team in the country? Seems like on paper, but they will need way too much help in order to do it. They need Alabama and Vanderbilt probably to lose, or Oklahoma, some combination of those SEC teams, and help from maybe 2 Big 12 teams get in. So it's going to take a lot for them to get in, but I think they're going to win that game, and Arch is going to play very well in that game.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time. I mean, with Arch and everything, that he has going against him, that's tough to live up to, right? I mean, in everything that, was put on his plate right away, him turning down all these NIL deals because he wanted to prove himself, then now in all these commercials, and, it was good. I mean, he's still a kid. He's still a teenager. Like, we're forgetting that he's still a kid, and we're expecting him to be, holier than thou. But no, he's still learning. He's still a kid, and I think he's in the right spot. He has the right people around him to be successful, and he's definitely gotten better. And I think he slowed the game down a little bit and just kind of went back to what made him him, and not drinking the Kool-Aid and going back and be like, okay, I have to be great now. Like, I'm good enough, but let's just be good enough now and then get great one game at a time and not try to do it all at once. So seeing that right now.
All right, we got one more college story to go, and that is got to be the hiring of James Franklin as Virginia Tech's new head football coach. He is, this move was celebrated by Nick Saban, by Urban Meyer on his podcast. Every veteran coach, everyone basically loves James Franklin. It seems like. Obviously, they lost 3 straight games at Penn State. He was let go. Virginia Tech also let go of their coach after starting 0-3 this season. He now will make $54 million, and whatever buyout money he got out of Penn State going forwards for him. And he's already on the recruiting trail. They showed him already with a bunch of top 40 prospects for next year going to the Tech Hokies. Errol.
You guys know how I've been rooting for James Franklin when everybody was throwing him away. All the Penn State fans were throwing him away. He's garbage. He's this. The guy knows how to recruit. I think Virginia Tech has a slam dunk over there. They're going to be in the top 12 in the next few years. He's going to recruit the right players. I just think Penn State put a lot of pressure on him. I think the fans put a lot of pressure on him. And he failed to win a national championship a couple of years ago when they were one game away from making the championship game. And ever since then, everybody was throwing him away. He doesn't win big games. He doesn't beat good teams. Meanwhile, he's the second winningest coach in Penn State history. I think it's just absolutely ludicrous to think that this guy isn't a good coach. I think this, I agree with Urban Meyer. I agree with Saban. I think this is the perfect guy to go to a school that needs to drive them to the top and go to a school like that. He could have went to Florida. He could have went to LSU. Instead, he took Virginia Tech because he didn't want to he didn't want to deal with the media. He didn't want to deal with all the other garbage that he's been dealing with Penn State. Slam dunk. James Franklin's going to be successful over there. Congratulations to him and Virginia Tech.
Yeah, it's a conference that's kind of on the fringe with trying to get some good coaches in there too. Obviously, Mike Norveldo's been a conflict with Florida State, Mario Cristobal, Miami. It's like every flashy coach they try to bring in is now all of a sudden going to be on the hot seat. But there's beliefs that Florida State and Clemson could possibly be moving conferences. Probably won't be the SEC now, but possibly to the Big Ten. And that could leave more room for those recruits to come there. Those recruits to come there because, like you're saying, Fish, James Franklin's already getting the fast track on these recruits as it is. And they don't have those bigger schools stealing them as much.
Java.
Oh, I didn't. It went dark here. I didn't hear anything.
What do you think about James Franklin going to Virginia Tech?
Oh, I was like, I didn't know Speedy was still like it was talking, and then all of a sudden I got nothing, and I was just reading an article. No, I think it's great. It was only a matter of time. You knew it wasn't going to take long. It's just kind of where he was going to fit in the best, and that was kind of one of the first places that came, to the forefront. And he has the mentality. He's obviously, he's gotten him there. It's can he get over that hump, and will him being able to go here do that? I don't know. I like the hire. I think he's great. The energy's great. It's just, is he going to be able to win the big ones and get him, to the pinnacle of where they want to be? But I think he's the right guy to lead him in that direction to get him off on the right foot for sure.
All right. And that is our college football roundtable.
Yeah, somebody's got to round it off. I'm not a numbers guy, but I'm a rounder. All right. I like playing cards. Has anybody seen Rounders? That's a great
Rounders a million
solid movie.
times.
I love that movie. And I love Edward Norton is one of my favorite actors. So any movie that guy's in, I'm watching. Primal Fear is a great movie too. I love that movie.
That's his first movie, Edward Norton.
I love him in that movie, man. He plays like he's dumb and all this other stuff. And then all of a sudden at the end, when Richard Gere's turning around and he smiles at him, dude, it's such a great acting movie. And Edward Norton I don't even know how he wasn't up for an Oscar for that movie. He was sensational in that movie. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got another beef segment.
I'm a nut. I'm a nut.
Do you know what beef is? Do you know what beef is?
Put him Which one are you afraid? I'll fight you about to get if you want. I'll fight you with one paw tied behind my back. I'll fight you standing on one foot. I'll fight you with my eyes closed.
Check this. What's beef?
What are you scared? Watch your mouth.
Bring it! You can play ICU. Guaranteed to be in ICU. One more time. What's beef? Beef. 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 Beef.
Oh.
All right, let's get the beef music back on. Errol, we got two mini beefs to go through here. The first one, we can start with either one. Which one would you rather start? I got the pictures of both Jordan Hudson and Bill Belichick's daughter-in-law married to his son, who apparently, I guess we'll start here. Her name's Jen. She went after Jordan Hudson after the last UNC game, yelling, Jordan, all she does is control, SHIT, started screaming a bunch of F-bombs at her. You also need to eat a burger. At times, she directed her anger towards Bill and Steve, saying to her husband, he wants to fire you. He wants to effing disown me. Disown me, I don't effing care. She apparently told Belichick to pick between the family and Jordan Hudson. And Jordan Hudson, wasn't super happy about it. I think she has some kind of new jewelry that she's going to market about how she feels. Errol, why don't we start with some Belichick family beef?
Well, you knew this was going to happen. I mean, she's all over the place. She speaks for him. She's out on the sidelines during games, during practices. The players have really thought that they don't have his undivided attention because she's got more to say about the plays and the players. And how does she know about football? And Bill Belichick is one of the greatest football minds the NFL has ever had. And this lady comes into the picture. She's sexy. There's no question. She looks good in many different ways to look. I'm surprised she's not in Sports Illustrated, a swimsuit edition, or she's, in some kind of porn, movie or something of that magnitude. I think she's perfect for that. As far as her knowing football and getting involved with the family situation, I think that Bill needs to pick and choose between the family and his players, because how are you going to bring in recruits if you know that this lady is in control of things that are going on and off the field? And she seems to be more of a voice than he is when you see and you figure out what she's doing, interviews. How many times have we seen her on ESPN? How many times have we seen, Yahoo Sports interview her? Why aren't they interviewing Bill Belichick? Bill Belichick is the mastermind of North Carolina football, and it's hurting. It's hurting him. It's hurting his name. It's hurting the family situation. And if Steve, and he's very close with his sons, he's been very tight with his sons. And now if he's fighting and his daughter-in-law is getting involved with the family situation with Jordan, it's not going to bode well for, Thanksgiving or family situations for Christmas or Hanukkah, whatever they celebrate. I mean, this is a bad situation. I think, obviously, I know Bill is old and he obviously feels powerful when he has a woman like this on his, on his side. I mean, how much power do you need when you have to look at tits and ass every single second of the day? I mean, he could do that watching pornos. He doesn't need his girlfriend, and I'm sure he can't get it up. And if he can, he probably popping 6 or 7 Viagras to really keep it up when he's asked to look at that. So I don't feel like this is going to last too long. I think eventually Bill's going to have to choose between his family and Jordan is going to take the bad stick. But guess what? It helps her out because she got to date Bill Belichick. She still has a ring that's probably worth, a couple million. And she's probably, how many nice purses has he bought her? I mean, she's got everything. She don't need him anymore. She's made a name for herself and probably has put herself on the forefront to make herself money for clothing and whatever the hell she wants to do after this.
Yeah, you wonder how distracting it ends up getting. I figured the first year of the North Carolina season wasn't going to be great anyway because Bill Belichick's so used to the transfer portal, stuff like that. But now you're taking it to another level where they're choosing a controller.
She
life,
is.
pretty much.
She
Yeah,
is.
I know. And obviously we talked about it a few months ago with the canceling of that interview, the CBS Sports or CBS News interview. So just a whole combination of everything. It feels like stuff that Belichick would want since he wanted to get more in the spotlight since Brady left, pretty much. And both of them kind of wanted to get more in the spotlight, and now she's stopping him from doing it.
Doesn't it look so weird when you see him standing by her? I mean, I look at the picture and I'm like, what the hell does this woman want with him? And then you realize, and the family is definitely thinking about it. What do you think? Money, money, money. Power, power, power. And she's got all of it with being with him because he's as big as any coach we've seen go to college football. He's one of the biggest coaches we've ever seen in NFL history. But besides Vin Lombardi, Lombardi, he's the biggest. So.
Yeah, you knew it was going to happen. It was just get her out of there. Go. I mean, do something. You just can't let her. And he is now becoming her puppet. It makes zero sense to me. I don't know how he let that happen. I guess they hold all the cards between their legs, not in their hands. So,
what does she ever?
Yeah, no doubt. So, I don't. it's sad that we're actually talking about it and it's actually a story, but it is, and that's where it sucks. And it's just like you hope she's in it for the right reasons, but it just doesn't add up, So I guess we don't know her, we don't know the situation, so hopefully she is in it for the right reasons, but you never know.
Jabba, we know why she's in it.
I don't know her. I don't make judgments. It is not my.
All right, I'll do it for us. I absolutely believe it. She's in it for the wrong reason. She should not, and I have no idea why he is continuously keep bringing and driving this, because it's making him look really, really bad. He went to North Carolina for the right reasons, and now it looks like if I was a kid trying or thinking about portaling or being recruited, do I want to go to North Carolina and have to deal with this? Absolutely not. I do not want to deal with Bill Belichick and that woman. I do not, because he has no power over there. She's got all the power.
All right, let's move on to the other story of our mini beef segment, and that is a beef between Patriots starting quarterback Drake May and ESPN's favorite, and I guess about 7 other publications now, Stephen A. Smith.
Don't forget star solitaire player.
Well, if you look close enough at the pictures, you will see there is the solitaire background of Stephen A. mixed into the background there. Look, it's a pretty big deal when someone takes a shot at a young starting quarterback, and I don't think it happened organically. Let's just say it started off with Cam Newton. So there's nothing organic about Cam Newton.
Perfect guy to get involved with the conversation.
And Cam Newton basically said what we've been saying. He didn't say anything crazy. He just said they faced a really soft schedule. They're 9-2. It's fool's gold. They're likely a one and done in the playoffs. So Cam Newton went a step further. We haven't really even talked about that yet. Drake May's response on an appearance on WEI radio in Boston, I don't even know what show he's on. I think they get paid to make remarks and make certain comments. He took the high road instead of, dealing with the opinions. So now Cam Newton is on TV with Stephen A. Smith on ESPN's First Take. Smith took offense to May's claim of not knowing Newton's show, publicly calling the young quarterback a liar on First Take. Smith asserted that as an athlete, May should be aware that First Take is the #1 morning show and that Newton appears on it regularly. Then he started taking shots at how he played at North Carolina when he was in college, saying he wasn't.
What does he know? What does he know?
So then, of course, people went after Stephen A. Smith, including Dave Portnoy and May kind of tried to brush it off. He said, I didn't even know what was going on, but let's face it, he knew. And Stephen A. Smith, man, a little bit of beef. Can't get out of his own way, this guy.
All right. First of all, Cam Newton's not wrong for what he said. It is fool's gold. And I said it. I do not think the Patriots played any good teams this year. They beat Buffalo. That would probably be the best team they've beaten all season long. But you have to play what's on your schedule. So taking that away from him is crazy. Now, are they one and done? Only time will tell. And I know Drake May is going to make sure that the Patriots are going to go out, whoever they're matched up against, at any point and try to win that game and try to knock off whoever they're matched up against so he can shove it up Stephen A. and Cam Newton's ass. But the fact that Stephen A. Smith went back at it, because, listen, maybe Drake May doesn't watch television. I've heard Drake May is a really kind, collective guy. He doesn't watch a lot of television. He's driving his 2005 truck. He doesn't care how much millions he's making. He's one of 5 boys, and his brothers are all older than him, and they pick on him. No matter what kind of numbers he's putting up, he's always taking a lot of crap from his brothers, and he likes it, and he likes trying to work to get to the top. So everything that I've heard about him is he's a special kid. He's a good kid, kind, collective. And then Stephen A. Smith attacks his North Carolina career and saying, what did you do in North Carolina? First of all, I got something to say to Stephen A. Smith. And I to me, it's so disrespectful to attack a kid who, by the way, was a top 3 pick, one. Number 2, has proven himself to be an elite quarterback. Say whatever you want. He is an elite quarterback right now in the NFL. And that's hard for me to say because I can't stand the New England Patriots. All right. And I can't stand Mikey C when he thinks he's always right. And then number 3, where did you play? Where did you go to college? Did you play Division I sports? Were you a starter? Were you an elite player? How could you attack a kid that was an elite quarterback? He was a top 3 pick. So obviously he was pretty damn good in North Carolina. To think that he wasn't any good is pathetic, okay? And then attack the kid who didn't even go out and about trying to attack you or Cam Newton. Just said, what? I don't even know what show you're on. Because maybe he doesn't watch your stupid show. Nobody gives a crap about First Take. Why does anybody want to listen to somebody that's being told what to say in his earpiece? He's not even giving his own takes. He's got his own producers telling him what to say. Okay? I don't see Drake May as answering questions and having Vrabel speak to him in his ear. The only time Vrabel speaks to him in his ear is when he's calling out a play during the game. And by the way, he audibles it. Do you audible what people are telling you during your damn show? And Cam, I don't want to hear your crap. Cam, you don't know crap. You played in 1 Super Bowl. You won 1 MVP. And by the way, the year that you won the MVP, the only reason why you won the MVP is because your team was good and your defense was an elite team. You had one of the best linebackers in the NFL in 25 years, and you had one of the best secondaries in all of football. I don't want to hear your crap. You talk and you speak like you're some superstar. When you were with the Patriots, Cam, what did you do over there? Absolutely diddly squat, okay? You played for the Patriots for 3 years, and you were horse shit, garbage. And this kid, who's what, 23 years old, and he's up for an MVP, you're going to attack because he doesn't give a crap what you have to say and what you're saying about his schedule, and Stephen A. Smith talking about his college career. Both guys should shut their mouths and just respect the kid for what he's done. Is it a great schedule? No. Is it a teardrop in my eyes for what I've seen over the last couple of years for the Patriots? Absolutely not. But I will tell you this. Drake May deserves a lot of credit for what he's done with that team, the leadership that he's given, and really the fact that he brings and he delivers a different style of football over there in New England, which Tom Brady didn't. Tom Brady spoke. This guy is quiet. He does it the right way.
Right. And the schedule thing is also a team thing, too. Like, the Patriots did have a cakewalk of a schedule. We saw that at the beginning of the year. They had, I think, the 4th easiest at the time, and then there were other teams. I know. That's what I'm saying. It's a team thing. And this is the same Cam Newton that called Dak Prescott a game manager in a year where he was a finalist for MVP, called Brock Purdy like a blowout.
Dak, who's a better quarterback Cam Newton will ever be.
I know.
Ever be. Okay.
Yep. Same one that when Brock Purdy broke out in 2023, it's kind of his second year in the league, and he was putting up some great analytical numbers, was calling him a below average quarterback, a product of the system. Tua was another one that he was calling a game manager when Tua that year was a top 10 quarterback in the league. And this guy is going to take shots at Drake May now, a young second-year quarterback, because he's jealous of the Patriots organization that apparently mistreated him so badly. Bill Belichick mistreated you. Went over there for a reason, Cam. You wanted to rebirth your career after you had those injury-riddled seasons in 2018 and 2019, so now you're going to be salty and they finally found a quarterback. It's okay. It's one thing if you're taking shots at Mac Jones and his Patriots career or somebody like that. Not somebody like Drake May that's playing as well as he has.
And quiet. He does it in such a professional way. If I was Drake May, I would have just absolutely, if somebody like Stephen A. Smith attacked me about my North Carolina career and said things offset you know nothing about football, do you know what I would have done to Stephen A. Smith on a television show, a radio show? I would have dropped the hammer on him, and I wouldn't have given a crap. But he's such a professional, and he's such a kind, collective guy, he just kind of threw it under the bus. He threw it under the rug, not caring what he had to say.
Right. And college stats are not everything when it comes to judging NFL prospects, too. And that was a big reason a lot of people were down on Drake May at the time and calling him like the 5th best quarterback in that class either. You look at somebody you guys that have won Heisman, like Bryce Young, that it looks like a bust right now. You look at Kyler Murray, that had a couple good years, but looks like that now is falling into the bust.
Got news for you. Danny Daniels took a team all the way to an NFC title game, I'm going to tell you this right now. Drake May is better than Jaden Daniels.
I had him higher as a prospect as well. And again, he's doing it with a lot of new players all at once, too. How much you want to give him some credit? How about taking on the leadership role of Mr. Pink Cocaine Smoker himself, Stephon Diggs, and making that not be a toxic issue?
I like the irony
Yeah, I
of
mean,
that.
sounds toxic to me. Yeah, right. No, I just it's Cam Newton's tired to me. I get what he's doing. There's a method to his madness. I mean, I didn't know he was on First Take. Honestly, I don't watch the show. I mean, obviously, I know of the show, but Stephen A. is a whole different can of worms. He's going to be him to a fault, I guess. He's tough to listen to for me. Not to say that he doesn't know what he's talking about in about one sport, but everybody has their opinion. Obviously, he can kind of do whatever he wants because they're kind of built it around him, and he's their golden child or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, the way they attacked him, and for what? I get you're trying to get ratings or you get something controversial or whatever. I don't know, but there's nothing controversial about Drake May. What has he done? The dude's vanilla as they come. Go pick on somebody where you can get a Stephon Diggs or somebody that's going to chirp back where you're I want to see what happens here because you never know what's going to happen. Drake May, he's just going to be okay. Legitimately, I don't know the dude, and I mean, read some things about him, but I would not be surprised if he legitimately didn't know that he was on the show or what he was on. So, will we ever know the real answer? Probably not, but I thought it was pretty damn funny.
All right. And that is our mini beef.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the final segment of the night is What's That Smell?
Hold up. What is that smell? What's that smell?
Wow. You don't see that every day.
All right, the final segment of the night for a long, long show. It's pretty simple. We're going to tell you a story, and we're going to tell you what it smells like. So tonight, we're going to go Poops. We're going to go Speedy. We're going to go Jarrett, Fish, Jabba, me. Here we go.
Where the hell did Nippon go?
Nippon did have to pop out. I know he's over in Florida.
He's in Florida, and he's, he's watching a lot of porno.
He's purchasing some new butt plugs.
Yeah, a lot of porno.
Lisa and
100% he's snapping. He's snapping one off right now.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Rubbing, hugging, and dropping a
Oh, he is snapping one off using all of the towels in his room.
There you go. And a lot of KY jelly.
Ew.
All right.
I'm an Astroglide myself.
Some corn syrup?
All right. On that note, I had to kind of run around and see what I could change from my What's That Smell. But I'm going to be talking about a man that we mentioned before, and the thing we mentioned before, Mr. Jamar Chase, who just served his 1-game suspension for spitting on Jalen Ramsey. Now, he went and apologized on his social media on Instagram today. I'm not going to read the whole thing. He issued basically a whole apology, apologizing to the Steelers organization, apologizing to the NFL community, the NFL fans, apologizing to whoever the hell else cares. The whole point is that Jamar Chase, it's good that he's sort of taking it up, manly role, saying that he's sorry for it, but he's not sorry. He's only sorry because he got caught. As soon as the game ended afterwards, talking about the situation, he straight up blatantly lied, saying that he didn't spit on anybody. He straight up disrespected his teammates by doing that. So the only real people that he's letting down are, like I said, his teammates, his team. I don't know why he went on this whole tangent talking about the Steelers and everybody else, and I guess to make himself look better. He only missed out on $500,000, which he gets at every single game. So, like I said, he's not really sorry. He's just sorry that he got caught and making him look dumb. So, even the field is suspension, which got a big old fat denied. So, what does it smell like, though? It does smell like a Nebraska jobless cinnamon roll that's been dipped in Cincinnati State. And the fart
that would emanate from those two companies. Yeah. All right, so since you had to change yours, which is interesting, we actually have a very interesting what's that smell coincidence. So mine is also about spinning. So this comes in college football. Colorado State sending their quarterback, Darius Curry, and our offensive lineman, Liam Wharton, where they spit it on different Boise State players following a game they got smoked by 28 points. So let's go take our anger out on saliva. And the Mountain West had actually suspended too. School was not initially going to suspend it. The Mountain West had to step in and say, no, we're not doing this. Literally one day after Jamar Chase is going to get suspended. The school has suspended. So, I mean, I hope that the coincidence ended up working out of where you had to plan for your other what's that smell. But what does it smell like for me? Well, we know Colorado is a big pot state. And we know somebody likes to smoke a lot of pot. What does it smell like? It smells like Kenny running around in the largest pot farm, smelliest pot farm in Colorado, chasing geese.
All right. Yeah, for mine, last night, me and my dad sat down. We just wanted to watch some NBA basketball. I don't think there was anything on national TV at the time we started to watch. So we pay for League Pass. We, put on League Pass, try to go. We have FanDuel Sports Network as well. We pay for 3 different streaming sites to watch basketball. For whatever reason, we could not access half the games. Half the games were still restricted up. Hey, they're in a different region. You can't watch them. What's the point in having League Pass if I can't watch every single game in the NBA available to it that's going on right now? We're just trying to watch the stupid Hornets play the Hawks, and it's not there. And we have to buy a 4th different streaming service to watch more games. It makes no sense for the NBA right now. It's impossible to access games. But who's surprised? Adam Silver said it's a highlight sport anyway, and if you don't like it, you can just watch the highlights on YouTube. The only commissioner ever to say that you shouldn't watch games live. What's that smell? It smells like, because Adam Silver looks like Dobby from Harry Potter, it smells like the black mold on J.K. Rowling's walls right now.
Nice. There's only one thing that can get my attention, and that is the New York Football Giants firing defensive coordinator Shane Bowen. Finally, after the 5th double-digit lead blown in the 4th quarter in only 12 weeks this season, which I'm assuming is a record for futility. It's got to be. It's so embarrassing. I got to give you one more piece of this. I freaked out. I think it was the Denver game that they blew when they gave up 33 points in the 4th quarter this year. When Dexter Lawrence was not on the field in overtime to start that drive. Well, guess what happened this week in the game against the Lions? They get the ball to start overtime. Dexter Lawrence not on the field again to start the game. And guess what happened on the first play of overtime? A almost 70-yard touchdown run right where Dexter Lawrence would have been standing if the defensive coordinator had any common sense and was like, oh, it's the end of the game. Maybe I should have my best players out on the field. Like in basketball, you always put your best players out at the last, maybe it's not the same guys that you started with, but you have a closing 5. Are you trying to tell me Dexter Lawrence isn't in your closing 4 defensive linemen? How stupid are you? Thank God you were gone. You know what this smells like? The whole Bowen era and him finally being fired. It smells like when you go to the bathroom and you have you're brewing one and it stinks way worse than you expected, and then you take that Lysol spray and you spray it like extra. That's the smell, as that Lysol's covering that awful smell of the crap, and it's like falling on you, like you could touch it onto your skin, probably shortening our lifespan by like a couple of weeks or something like that.
Horrible
but I'll
smell.
tell you what, at least that smell tells us that the Bowen era is behind us and down the toilet.
Well, down the toilet with some Lysol. Nice. I like it. All right. Now it's my turn. My what's that smell for you wrestling fans? I don't know if you've heard this, but Bret Hart, being the complainer that he is, literally comes out, and we've all heard the Montreal screw job as Shawn Michaels and the outcome he was not aware of. And Shawn Michaels obviously did it. And now Bret Hart is throwing shade that Shawn Michaels and Vince McMahon were having sexual relations and he was getting in the way and he was in the crossfires. Did not expect that on my bingo card to be read. Know that Bret Hart is still, like, he still comes out and he hates Bill Goldberg, all the other stuff. Definitely didn't think he was going to fire a sexual relations between these two. Not the visual I was looking for today either. But as we've mentioned earlier on the show, what does that smell like? That smells like Astroglide, KY, mixed with a little sweat, hormones, and a lot of testosterone, steroids, and a little bit of man juice, all wrapped up into one, and a dirty towel to cover it all up that is now still stuck on the wall.
Interesting. Well, for the final What's That Smell of the Night, well, this is a story that has nothing to do with sports, but I'm into, different killing stories, and this is the story that definitely was the story that popped up to me. A Wisconsin woman who brutally stabbed her 6th grade classmate in 2014 pleas to fiction horror character Slender Man is expected to be extradited after she was arrested in Illinois for fleeing her group home, authorities said November 24th. She actually fled. Okay, her name is Morgan Geyser. She fled this mental home, and she ran and she disappeared, and they couldn't find her. They found her like within 24 to 48 hours, and now she's going. They want her sentenced to a significant, long time in jail, and it's crazy. I don't know if anybody knows the Slender Man story. It's really horrible story. They did a whole documentary on it. I don't know if it was on Netflix or Prime, but it was a 3-part documentary of this made-up character, Slender Man, and that this girl and her friend were told to kill this other 6th grade friend and murdered her and stabbed her to death. I think she was stabbed like 50 times or something like that. Young kid, young girl, and murdered her and left her to die. So what does that smell like? It smells like the streaks in my toilet by Speedy Pete. who denies any time that he leaves streaks in my toilet, by the way. Denies it. But I disagree, as we all
Einhorn is a man.
Well, he's a man in some kind of way, more than one. But it was a great show. I want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. It's a holiday to spend with their families. I mean, the holidays really just for food and getting hungry and filling your bellies up. So enjoy the time that you have with your family. We have Christmas around the corner, Kwanzaa, obviously Hanukkah. So there's New Year's. It's been a crazy year here on Job on the Mouth, and next year is going to be a big year for us. So I want the year to end as quick as possible, and let's move on to 2026, please. But thank you to all the fans on Apple and Spotify. Over 200,000 downloads. At one point last week, we were at 130. What was it? 134, Speedy?
Yep.
134 on the list for Spotify and Apple in the country out of 160,000 podcasts, under football. So, and that's Spotify and Apple. We were at 134. I think we're still in the top 200 right now. So, thank you to all the fans that are downloading and following us. Again, thank you to all the X fans following Job in the Mouth and all the different platforms from YouTube to X, TikTok and Instagram, Job in the Mouth. We really appreciate all the fans tuning in on Roku, all the platforms that we're on. We really appreciate all of you guys and keep following us. Like I said, we'll make an announcement for January 13th as soon as everything is finalized, and we'll tell you who we're going to have come for Q&A. So that's, Job is working on 2 guys, and Nathan and one of the PR people that we're working with are working on some nice guests to join us for the interview. So definitely come down. It's going to be big. They're expecting between 100 and 150 people to come down for the event. So it'll be really, really fun. And for the fans, we'll make you laugh. If you like the show, I'm sure in person, we're going to make you laugh even more. So, because we'll have more leeway on certain things that we can do. So, again, happy Thanksgiving. Have a merry, happy Thanksgiving. And I'm tired, guys. I am absolutely drawn out and drawn to a whole nother level. So, we will talk to you next week. Speedy, who we have on next
All right, Nathan getting 2 guests, one of which we've had on the show last year, Sylvester Williams, defensive tackle, at 9:30. He will be returning on Monday, and then on Wednesday, a new guest at 8:45, former Chargers, Broncos, and a few other teams, cornerback Quentin Jammer.
And Charlie Slows.
That's right.
Charlie Slows will be joining us on some baseball conversation as the winter meetings are here. So I'm sure Charlie has a lot of information that we don't have. So it'll be fun getting Charlie on. We'll get some. He's a big Nationals guy, but he grew up a Yankee fan, so I'm sure he has his own takes to the Yankees and maybe the Mets. So it'll be fun. Charlie will be joining us, so it'll be cool. Anyways, that's it. Good night. Farewell. Have a happy Thanksgiving.